Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, a guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. Today, the very first topic we'll be discussing is on something called World Order.
What do we mean by that? Largely, World Order consists of some of the rules that govern the universe built in Kingdom Hearts, which is why we think it's important to make this our first episode topic.
In Kingdom Hearts, the universe is composed of countless lesser planets, rather than one big landmass we're used to seeing in JRPG fantasy games. These planets are, of course, Disney films. So instead of, say, Hercules' Greece and Tarzan's Africa taking place on the same Earth, these movies are their own individual planets that are much smaller in scale.
Funny enough, they're not actually referred to as planets in-game, but rather the more magical term worlds, which is an understandable choice given how fantastic some of the worlds in Kingdom Hearts can be, like Wonderland and Halloween Town. Now, all this so far is probably obvious, considering how starting from the very first Kingdom Hearts game we fly in a spaceship or a gummy ship to all these little worlds. But we gotta start with the overall premise in order to reach the deeper details in how these worlds exist and operate.
While seasoned fans will understand why Kingdom Hearts deals with many small worlds rather than one large map, if you're new to the series, or you're a more casual fan in general, you might be wondering why this is. Yes, clearly the development team had to think of how to sell the idea that both London can exist alongside Halloween Town, but how does the story explain itself in this galaxy?
You might remember how after finishing Neverland, when Sora revisits Traverse Town, he has this weird vision of Kairi's childhood with her grandmother. In this flashback, the lady speaks of a legend where people loved the light they lived in so much that they started to fight over it. This created darkness in their hearts, and that darkness swallowed most of the light, the people, and destroyed the world. But children, using the light that survived within their hearts, rebuilt the world we see in Kingdom Hearts 1, a world now scattered throughout space. It can get a little confusing using the term world to refer to either individual planets or the galaxy as a whole, but the latter is generally used only when discussing this legend. For most of this podcast, particularly the rest of this episode's presentation, we're going to be using world to refer to individual planets.
In the present timeline, it's generally a rule for these worlds to not interact with one another to prevent confusion and panic. Most citizens aren't even aware that there are other worlds except for a few rulers like King Mickey and King Triton. Even Ansem in his first report writes that he's a scholar and a ruler of Hollow Bastion's world, and yet he only begins to ponder the idea of other worlds as he continues with his experiments. Now, we're going to discuss the components of these individual worlds. Every world has its own heart. Just like how Kingdom Hearts prefers the more magical term world, it also uses heart in the more spiritual sense, almost interchangeable with soul. But not exactly, since Ansem Report 13 implies these are two different things.
When we see hearts of characters, like Sora and Kairi's heart in Hollow Bastion, they appear as small orbs of light. But the heart of a world is much bigger. Ansem describes it as a massive core of energy. It's implied that these hearts shine, and that they collectively dot the sky as stars. For example, after Destiny Islands gets destroyed by darkness and Sora arrives in Traverse Town, Goofy points out a star vanishing. That star was the light of Destiny Islands and/or its heart. And at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, when Kairi is watching all the worlds being restored, we see an incredible array of shooting stars as worlds return to their places in the sky.
Now, hearts of worlds are overall always hidden behind a special keyhole. which can range in sizes and be surprisingly small for protecting something so large. They're also usually placed on unexpected areas like walls or the ground, but there are also a couple of interesting cases where these keyholes are located directly on strange doors, so we really want to take a moment to compare these instances. The first world is Hollow Bastion. In Ansem's 5th and 6th reports, we learn of when Ansem released a Heartless for observation. In Report 5, he writes, "In the deepest part of the castle, its antenna began vibrating as if searching for something. Suddenly, a strange door appeared. I'd never known of its existence."
Now, it sounds like this door was literally invisible and only just now appeared as a reaction to either the Heartless or Ansem himself. He notes that this door had a large keyhole already unlocked, and when he opened this door, he saw Hollow Bastion's heart on the other side. Ansem also writes that he witnessed a meteor shower that same night, and in the 7th and 9th reports, it sounds like it happened after he opened the door, which we will circle back to.
The other world that also has a keyhole on a door is Destiny Islands. Within the cave near the waterfall, the door is simply nestled in a nook, and through a couple flashbacks we get by playing the game, we learn a really fascinating tidbit about Destiny Island's keyhole and its implications.
The first flashback occurs after Sora, Donald, and Goofy, inside the gummy ship, are swallowed by Monstro. And the second flashback occurs after completing Neverland. In these flashbacks, Sora and Riku are little kids when they first enter this cave and see the door for the first time. And from what looks to be Sora's perspective, this door has no keyhole, it's blank. And Riku's unable to open it when pulling on its edge. But when Sora walks away, Riku looks back at the door, and its large golden keyhole is now obviously visible. So for some reason, only Riku is able to see this keyhole. It's still invisible to Sora years later when he talks to Ansem as a robed figure, and even when Sora finds Kairi in the cave just before the door opens completely. And that last instance is particularly interesting. By now, Sora had obtained the Keyblade, and the keyhole still did not reveal itself to him.
It's also interesting that in the flashbacks, Sora and Riku mention a meteor shower that occurred the other night, and that the new girl, Kairi, arrived on the island that night as well. So with Destiny Islands, it seems like a meteor shower occurs, and then a day or couple days later, Sora and Riku find the door, and Riku in particular can see its keyhole. Compare that to Hollow Bastion, whose door and keyhole appeared and opened first, and got a meteor shower afterwards. It's difficult to say if the order these instances occur truly matter, but either way, they're stated to be linked in Ansem's 11th report, where it says, "Opening the door to the world's heart causes its walls to crumble. These fragments are seen as shooting stars."
So what are these meteor showers? Well, along with keyholes to gate their hearts, worlds also have walls or barriers surrounding them, I imagine in a spherical sense, to protect against outside forces like darkness or Heartless. But there are instances where these borders collapse and fall to their worlds like meteor crumbs. These crumbs are the gummy blocks Sora, Donald, and Goofy collect throughout Kingdom Hearts 1, and are, of course, the building blocks to the gummy ship. However, being made of the same material as the barriers doesn't allow the gummy ship to bypass walls. When Sora meets the Final Fantasy trio again at Hollow Bastion, they tell him that restoring worlds and their impassable walls will make the gummy ship useless.
So to summarize everything we've presented today, a typical world of Kingdom Hearts has a heart, and this heart is protected by two things: a keyhole, which in some cases is located on a door, and a barrier surrounding the world itself to help seal it away. But when the keyhole is unlocked, this barrier can crumble, making the world vulnerable to threats like the Heartless. And since keyblades have the power to lock or unlock any keyhole, that's why it was so important for Sora to go around and seal the keyholes of various worlds to protect their hearts from being taken by the Heartless.
And we want to dive more into how and why the Heartless were able to do this, but that will be saved for another episode. So for now, we hope this helps you understand some of the major aspects of Kingdom Hearts' world building.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the discussion section of Shedding Starlight. I'm here with Mel. Say hi, Mel.
Hi!
We are here recording the thing. This is our first time, and we're about to talk about everything that we just went through in the first 15 minutes of this podcast. Are you ready, Mel?
I'm fucking ready.
I'm fucking ready. Let's fucking go. Okay, cool. So, we just spent 15 minutes talking about World Order. It is a big concept in Kingdom Hearts. It is kind of what we said. It's the rules, the world building, the how things just kind of exist in this galaxy that we are thrown into in Kingdom Hearts. So as we were kind of writing and researching the script, I was curious about like the exact lines that are in Kingdom Hearts 1 that talk about world order. I'm like, who has said the terms world order in the cutscenes or in the reports? So I think I looked up like literally a wiki script of the actual game, and I control F world order.
I love doing that.
I think it's only said once in the actual game, if I remember correctly. By Donald? Question mark?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so they, like, a lot of this is not actually explained in the actual cutscenes of the game. A lot of it comes through the Ansem reports, which we mentioned. Mm-hmm. And, mostly just the Ansem reports, right?
Yeah, I feel like Ansem reports and just, frankly, like, just playing the game and visiting world to world.
Right.
Just, like, observing around you.
Right. So, yeah, it's just very much, like, pretty much kind of constitutes, like, why we're doing what, like, the motivation of Sora jumping from world to world, which we kind of talked about at the end. But yeah, just kind of builds like what's happening with these Disney worlds and, you know, their protections from darkness and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I don't even know if Sora really realizes that is what he's doing. I feel like the keyholes just glow and he goes, well, it's time
I got a big key. I just gotta use it.
Like, I don't think he realizes what he's doing is so important. At least not for, like, the first half of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember playing it as a kid and being like, so what do the keyholes actually do? Because when I was younger, I was not reading the Ansem reports. I was not going through that shit. I'm like, okay, there's a keyhole, and they can't come back now. They have to leave. And it's just like, I didn't realize, it took me a long time to realize like how important it actually was, because they really don't actually spell it out in the actual, I think that's
story. Something that kind of separates Kingdom Hearts 1 from later installments, where Kingdom Hearts 1, it really is in between the lines, and it really is a lot more simple, at least in terms of like delivering information to the person playing the game. Other games, you know, you get to like current Kingdom Hearts games that come out recently and they really try to spell things out for you. But Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't really do that.
Yeah, I'm sure it was just like a very much, because like this was a very experimental game. We know that. And it wasn't guaranteed sequels at first. So I'm sure they were really afraid. I'm sure Nomura had all of these ideas just ready to go, but was afraid to actually like really get too heavy into it right off the bat.
He's not afraid anymore.
He's not afraid anymore. We know this. Dream Drop Distance lets us know that. This legend with Kairi's grandma, I went back and I rewatched the cutscene for that, and it's kind of it's funny because it's little baby Kairi running through this library, and she goes, "Where are we?" or "Where am I?" or something like that, and grandma just starts into she just goes, "Long ago there were people that blah blah blah," and I was like, okay, just ignore the question, I guess. But it's a crazy story. It's literally like, it's kind of glossed over just a tad because it's a grandma telling a story, but like it's laying the groundwork for like, you know, the quote is literally, the darkness covered everything in the world, disappeared. Like,
yeah, it's pretty coconuts, especially because like besides that cutscene, nothing like that is ever referenced again in Kingdom Hearts, the first game, like ever. It's just that one scene. And it's a little unsettling because it's like not voice acted. There's like no sound effects. It's just like that kind of spooky music. I don't know if it's spooky, but it's like mystical.
Yeah.
And then you're just back in Traverse Town. And you're just like, okay, like
what just happened? Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's like, again, I think just laying those seeds of like, here's what could happen if this series sees the light of day later on. And just the fact that like talking about how children were able to recreate the world, like just kind of tying this all back to like World Order, just kind of giving the origins of how everything sort of came to be as we see it in the game.
Is because of children. Yeah.
It's crazy.
I love that because it really ties into how Kingdom Hearts in general is about kids. Sora, Riku, and Kairi are like 15 at the oldest, you know?
Yeah. I remember looking through, like, wanting to know how old they are. I think it said in, like, whenever video games used to come with little booklets in the box. I think it said, I think Sora was, like, 12 or 14, and Riku was, like, 15 or 16. Yeah, and Kairi was even younger. Yeah.
So it's just interesting that even with the legend, whether it's real or not, or whether it was a long time ago or not that long ago, I just think that that is a very cool parallel to these kids that we do know and that we do see. And I don't know, I just love that Kingdom Hearts is about kids.
Yeah, it's very cool. And like as the series goes on, they get older and seem less like kids, but they really are kids in this first game.
Yeah. The older I get, the smaller Sora is. I think they make him smaller every release, I swear.
I was younger than him when I think I first started playing these games. And now, that's crazy to think about. And a line that she mentioned that I don't think we talked about in the script is that she mentions that the quote-unquote true light is still sleeping, which is crazy. Do you have any insight into that?
I think it's kind of weird because my first thought is to speculate that the true light, speaking from the perspective of Kingdom Hearts 1 alone and not any future games. It kind of reminds me of, do you remember that passage that you can read in that one laboratory when you're at the end of the world? And it's that laboratory that only shows up once?
Yes, I remember. I don't know if I recently, so to give some context, I recently played the whole series start to finish. And did I end this year or did I end last year? I don't remember. But like it took me like 2 years to play through all the games on stream. Yeah. I don't think I did that in my recent playthrough. I don't think I went there. But I think maybe I looked it up on YouTube or something. I don't remember what the actual quote is, but yeah, go ahead.
I don't remember what the actual quote is either, so
yeah, we can look it up.
I'm trying to remember a line.
Oh my god,
to
Mel.
Google it. What?
I typed in Hollow Bastion Lab quote. Do you know what came up as the first result on Google? Your Twitter.
What does it say? What did I say?
It's a spoiler for later games.
Oh,
Here,
okay, yes. I know exactly what it is. I don't even need to fucking look.
This was the first result.
God.
That is so funny. I wonder if it's doing that because I'm logged into Twitter and I follow you, but
maybe.
I just saw, as soon as I typed it, it just said Mel at the top of Google. And I was like, oh my god.
I forgot that that's what I just call myself on Twitter. My handle is just Mel. So this passage just talks about a great heart and the realm of Kingdom Hearts. For the heart of light shall unseal the path. Okay, so it doesn't ever mention true light. It says door to darkness to seal the light.
Uh-huh.
So it's a very interesting passage. One that I would like to get to in depth in a future episode. Not quite this episode, but eventually I would love to dive into this passage because it's so interesting. But I think when it comes to Kairi's grandmother and this true light that she's mentioning, I think the best chance that we have is something similar to what Ansem is looking for. But because Ansem never calls Kingdom Hearts the true light, it's kind of unsure if what he is looking for and what Kairi's grandma is talking about is one and the same. But I think if they're not the same, then they at least are leading us to the right path.
Right.
That's what I still think. But either way, it's interesting that whatever this true light is, no matter what, we certainly don't see it in Kingdom Hearts, not as Sora. So it'll just be really interesting if we ever find out. Well, I guess Sora himself, says Kingdom Hearts is a light. I don't know why I forgot that iconic quote. So,
yeah, the end of the game, the climax of the game, yeah.
You know, maybe that's the answer. Maybe this true light is that Kingdom Hearts that Ansem was looking for.
You know what? That would make sense. As, again, this being a game that is not guaranteed sequels, that being a foreshadow of just, the end of the game.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense for that.
Yeah.
But who knows? It could be represented as something else later down the line. Who knows? We'll see. So with all of the stuff that we talked about with the worlds being scattered and the stars in the sky not really being stars, they are the other worlds. And shooting stars are not actually shooting stars. They're not meteors. They're not asteroids. They are part of the world barriers that are being broken. This is kind of implying that this galaxy that we're moving through it's not like outer space like we know it. This is something else.
I think it could be kind of like outer space in a way, maybe slightly different, but closer than I think you would first assume. Because, when we're playing Kingdom Hearts and we're playing the Gummy Ship, yes, we are avoiding a lot of polygons and obstacles that are not actually in our space, obviously.
Yeah. True.
But we still have to shoot down those big boulders that are meteorites.
That's true, yeah.
So I think to some degree, it's kind of like the outer space of real life. But obviously...
Do you think those would also be considered gummy parts? Those asteroids?
I think...
just misshapen ones?
I think that's a good question. They do give us gummy parts when we destroy them. So I wonder if they're not 100% gummy, if maybe they have gummy crystals inside embedded or something.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting.
I will say, though, that no matter what, like when we are in space, we freeze, like we cannot exist in space without proper protection. And I do think that in that sense, Kingdom Hearts is kind of copying real life and replicating it, because I do know that when Riku arrives in Hollow Bastion, he seems utterly exhausted in this one cutscene. He's like panting a lot. He just seems really, really tired. And Maleficent says something along the lines of, "Oh, it was dangerous for you to arrive here without your vessel," or something, So we do know that it might be possible to go planet to planet without a vessel, which is like crazy. Like, what are you supposed to do? Fly through the sky, like swim through?
Breaststroke through.
There's some reason Kingdom Hearts did not want to show us that. Like, they did not want to have to explain it.
Oh my god.
But either way, Riku seemed to like be harmed or damaged through that experience. So that's kind of interesting.
Right. So, yeah, just kind of sowing seeds for revelations down the line, I think, there.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So, I mentioned shooting stars a few minutes ago. So the shooting stars, again, that we see are the world barriers that are crumbling after a keyhole of a world gets unlocked. So I kind of want to chew on this whole, the fact, like, first, Ansem's case. So in his case, he finds the door, it appears to him, and the door is already unlocked. And him opening it ignited this chain reaction of the barrier crumbling in Hollow Bastion. Do I have that right?
Yes. But I also... What's weird, it's kind of hard to, like, get a real tight, solid grip of what leads to what. Because it might also be that the Heartless appearing on his world in general, that might have started the chain reaction. Okay. Like, that might have been what made the world what made the door appear in the first place, rather than, like, Ansem himself. It's really unclear.
Okay. Gotcha. So then my next question after that is, like, do we know how these keyholes got unlocked in the other worlds? Would it then be possibly the Heartless showing up there too? Or are they able to get to those worlds because the barriers were broken down?
Yeah, it's kind of weird because, going back to Hollow Bastion, Ansem says that the door was already unlocked. He didn't have to do anything to open that sucker up.
Right.
So to me, it almost feels like all of these worlds they start off being unlocked, and being locked is not their natural state.
Okay,
but
so
that's just kind of like observing the story, and I can't think of anything in the actual game to state that worlds are just naturally unlocked.
Right. So then, following that line of thinking, when, the darkness swallowed the world and it was rebuilt, so then the worlds were then scattered away from each other and there was no barrier. So then Sora is then creating this barrier using the keyholes? Could that be something?
I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because we don't know how long ago Ansem wrote all of his reports and about his studies.
Okay.
But either way, it seems to me, especially with Ansem being that heart and that robe in Destiny Islands, I assume it's been a while before Kingdom Hearts 1. So if the worlds already exist and are already crashing down, I don't think the Keyblade is responsible for creating those walls. At least not Sora's or whatever.
Right.
The one that Riku had.
Right. Okay. Interesting. I'm just like, me trying to wrap my head all around it is like, okay, I want to know what what caused what to cause what to cause what, you know?
I also wish I could give like more solid answers, because I think this topic of Kingdom Hearts is so interesting to me. And so the fact that we just kind of have to like shrug it off slightly, it bothers me, but whatever.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, and then I think the last question I had regarding that was that, like, Ansem, and you mentioned already that we don't know how long ago these reports were written. I guess it was just interesting to me to think that he was the only person that we know of to have found this research and to have discovered, you know, all of this, the heart of the worlds and stuff like that. And I guess that led me to believe that these individual worlds have not been around for a super long time, but I guess that's just my own speculation due to the information that we have.
It's weird, because you would think that, like, if the worlds have not been, like, separate for a long time, you would think that, like, there'd be folk tales of one giant world. Yeah. And maybe, I guess that could be what Kairi's grandmother's legend is, you know? It could support the idea that the worlds just haven't been separate for that long.
Right.
But I also, when it comes to Ansem, you know, I don't think he's the first person to discover this, because, you know, we have someone like King Triton, who flat out knows, like, the tea. Like, he tells Sora,
right.
You shall know.
Yeah, that's so interesting to me, too. Like, how did he find out all of this information? What does he know?
Yeah.
Like,
totally. And you even have, you know, the villain league of Maleficent and...
Yeah.
And, you know, all of, you know, that little circle of villains, they all know. They all went to Hollow Bastion somehow. So, it's just weird, because it's like... You know, the villains might have discovered it after Ansem, but I personally feel like Ansem discovering Heartless on his own, which then led him to discover the door, which then led him to discover the border. It seems to me that all originated from not how smart Ansem is, but from the fact that he's evil enough to experiment on people that turn them into Heartless in the first place. So it might be like, if we have some other planet, you know, let's say the people in Neverland, you know, they all live in London, they all have telescopes.
Right.
I don't think it's necessarily that they don't realize that all those stars are other worlds, not because they're not smart enough, but because they didn't take that one action that Ansem decided to take.
Right.
To me, that's how I feel.
Yeah. And oh my God, I want to focus on that for a second. I am so curious about these circumstances that Ansem created to turn people into Heartless. It's so morbid. It's so cool. Like, we teased in our trailer, like, human experimentation and blah, blah, blah. And we're hitting this on the first episode because, like, it's so
crazy. It's so interesting. Especially, like, there's, like, some line in one of his reports where he talks about giving the Heartless living and non-living samples. But that's the word he uses, samples. So we don't know if he's giving them, like, rats. We don't know if he's giving them more people. It's really coconuts. It's really crazy how evil this fucking guy is.
Yeah, and, like, in like such huge contrast to the actual plot of this game.
I know.
Of like the most happiest the most happiest 12-year-old boy jumping with Goofy and Donald around to The Little Mermaid and fucking Hercules with Chip and Dale at their side, and meanwhile we're I just imagining Sora reading these reports and like having a crisis about it.
I know. That's the other thing. reading the reports ourselves is one thing, but I almost imagine like Jiminy reading the reports and purposely not telling Sora because he's not ready.
Yeah, because like I've never really thought about it before, but like that's kind of a little immersion breaking. Like Sora, if Sora collects those reports and doesn't say anything about that, that's a little, I don't know, it's a little inconsistent.
Yes. Yeah. Especially because we know that he actually collects them because Aerith is the one who told us that, he has a bunch of papers spreaded throughout the world, So we know we actually collect them, but we just never talk about them, which I think is a little frustrating. I think it'd be really interesting seeing Sora read these.
Yeah. Yeah.
But whatever.
We don't get the Sora angst till way later.
Ooh.
But yeah, that's so crazy to chew on. Like one of the most like happiness and love and light, games to ever exist out there has this, not B plot, but like underlying story to it, which is crazy. It's wackadoodle. Yeah, speaking of Ansem, the other world that we talked about was Destiny Islands, and I'm just so curious as to why only Riku can see the keyhole on the door and Sora can't. That's crazy.
And this is something I didn't know for years because it's so subtle. It's so subtle. I didn't know this, I think, until like a couple years ago from today, 2023. So realizing that, I think I had to read it online. I don't think I ever even noticed it myself.
Yeah, that sounds like something someone on Tumblr would point out.
A Riku stan on Tumblr.
Yeah.
But yeah, which makes me think about when Sora and Riku are talking and Riku ends up obtaining Sora's Keyblade, and you kind of have to ask yourself, like, okay, like, I thought Sora was the chosen one, like, what's going on here? Like, it's so weird, because, who was it? Was it Ansem who told Riku, it's because your heart was stronger at that moment, or something, and we do see Riku get another Keyblade later on, but even then, Riku's still kind of possessed by Ansem, and we don't know if that changes anything.
Right.
But it's definitely weird that Riku could see this keyhole. He was so young,
Yeah. I want to go back and rewatch this cutscene, because I haven't yet since learning that information. And it makes me wonder, and like knowing the future of the series and how deliberate everything is, I know that this is probably not the case, but like it just makes me wonder if that was like an accident. If they only put it there from Riku's possible perspective, just because like that was just an inconsistency. Yeah. And now it could possibly have story and lore implications. But again, knowing how this series plays out, even if it was on accident, it's probably not going to, like, they're going to make it not be on accident.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll go back and rewatch soon. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, when you think about, because, like, most of the game that we see that door, there's no keyhole. So, like, the one time that you do see the keyhole, I feel like it had to be coded. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how game dev works. Yeah. But it's just so weird that somebody went in and coded, okay, for this one shot, not even the whole scene, just this one shot, we're going to change the texture of the door to have this keyhole on it. It's just so weird. And the fact that, like, even when Sora obtains the Keyblade on Destiny Islands and he finally has it and he runs in back to that cave to see Kairi, it still doesn't have that keyhole, even though it's opened completely.
Uh-huh.
It's just bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Yeah. Interesting to think about and chew on for future stuff. So with this kind of ties back to my keyhole questions, but whenever I was reading through and we were talking about like the order of like the meteor showers, like the door being open and then there's the meteor shower, but then the meteor shower comes first and then the door is opened. I was trying to think of possible explanations for that, and like you can stop me if this is a stupid question or not unclear question for whatever reason.
Okay.
But like, is it possible they're seeing barrier fragments from other worlds? Like, would those Hollow Bastion fragments, would they be able to see that from Destiny Islands? Is it like, is it the same meteor shower that they're seeing, possibly?
You know, I think that's a really interesting idea, especially if we, in Ansem's report, he talks about sending Kairi out into the universe or whatever to see if she somehow gravitates towards the key bearer. And so I think it would be that's really interesting to think about. If Kairi being blasted off into space, if somehow the particles of Hollow Bastion like followed her or like went into the same stream of space as her. I think that's a really interesting idea.
Ooh, I'm following your steps of becoming a theory channel here. Yeah, okay. That was something that I was like trying to think of, like in terms of like the order, because again, my brain is searching for answers and trying to explain things.
You know, that would also explain why, because I mean, how small were Sora and Riku in those flashbacks? They were tiny.
Yeah.
So it'd be really interesting if it would explain why those cutscenes occurred where Kairi arrives and then they see a meteor shower and then they find the door. And then, like, what? A decade later, then the door opens, and everything goes to pot.
Uh-huh.
So, that's a long gap. So if the meteors do correlate, then it would be interesting that Destiny Islands' barrier probably broke, like, very, very close to the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1 rather than those flashbacks.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And now Sora has to go fix all of it.
And now he has to go fix all of it.
12-year-old boy.
He may have started at Destiny Islands, but goddamn if that wasn't the last world that he finally got to fix. Like,
yeah. All right. Well, we've kind of covered everything that I wanted to sort of go over for our discussion. And as we said in our introductory episode, if you haven't listened to that, I would highly suggest that you do. So you just kind of get an idea of what we're kind of doing with this format and everything. As we said in that episode, we're going to be telling you what our next topic is. So if you have any questions about that particular topic, you can send them to us at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. And if we don't address it in our scripted section, then we will address it in the discussion.
What's our next topic?
Our next topic is about the differences between Pureblood and Emblem Heartless. And we're already working on that script as we speak, so that's exciting. So feel free, if you have any lore questions, send them to that email. We'll put it in the description of the episode. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can throw those questions into the comments. And yeah, that's it for our first episode. Mel, how do you feel?
I feel good. I feel excited.
I am also so excited. So if you're already enjoying the show so far, consider rating us on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And we'll be back next Monday. Thank you for tuning in. And Mel, are you ready? Are you ready for the sign off?
I hope so.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. We'll see you in the Starlight.
Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, a guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. Today we will be exploring the primary enemy of Kingdom Hearts, the Heartless. There are two known types of Heartless, called Pureblood Heartless and Emblem Heartless, and they have one consistent visual distinguishing feature between them, as noted in their name. Emblem Heartless have a red, heart-shaped symbol somewhere on their body, while Pureblood Heartless do not.
While this symbol might be the most obvious difference between the two types, it's by far the least impactful. Let's explore why Pureblood Heartless and Emblem Heartless are such different beings from one another. Pureblood Heartless are born from a rare yet natural process when darkness consumes a person's heart, and the resulting Heartless is now always searching for other hearts to envelop in darkness.
Ansem defines them in his 8th report as such. They are born from those who've lost their hearts and thrive on hearts seized from others. The hearts taken by the Heartless become heartless themselves. Even though a pureblood Heartless is born from a heart being overtaken by darkness, it does not absorb or keep said heart. Either the heart is consumed or it perishes, but no matter what, it disappears because pureblood Heartless are known to be empty or hollow. This may be obvious because they're called the Heartless, but we'll explain why that differs from their emblem counterparts. Pureblood Heartless are interesting in that even though they don't have hearts, they're still considered alive, driven by pure instinct to track down and take away other hearts.
When we play Kingdom Hearts, Heartless seem to plague every world we visit. However, before Ansem coined their name, he never even met or heard of these creatures before. They only occurred at Hollow Bastion in the first place because some victims lost their heart due to the extreme experiments Ansem ran on them. So we can assume that until Ansem and Maleficent decided to wield them for their own agendas, Pureblood Heartless were actually quite sparse throughout the worlds. This implies that it used to be incredibly rare for a heart to be so overcome with darkness that it would create a pureblood Heartless. Instead, the countless pureblood Heartless we face seem to originate from the realm of darkness. We see them still thriving there when our heroes work together to seal off that realm at the end of the game. It seems that pureblood Heartless don't require hearts to spawn more, only the darkness. As long as the surrounding darkness is strong, they can multiply among themselves, like how Ansem mentions his basement in the 3rd report. Fortunately, there is no shortage of test samples. They are multiplying underground, even as I write this report. This explains why Heartless can thrive in the realm of darkness, a place so isolated from living beings. They poured through Hollow Bastion's keyhole and spread to other worlds.
So, we've discussed how pureblood Heartless are figuratively hollow, no hearts inside, and they can be born from someone losing their heart, or they can multiply within darkness. So let's compare all that to Emblem Heartless. While pureblood Heartless lack hearts and can multiply among themselves, Emblem Heartless are only created from pre-existing hearts. They don't consume other hearts, but rather turn those hearts into more of their own. So Emblem Heartless do actually contain hearts within. Every single time Sora kills an Emblem Heartless, you can see a heart released and float away from its disappearing body, unlike pureblood Heartless, which don't release anything. In this sense, it is ironic for Emblem Heartless to be called Heartless.
Now, this isn't to say that Emblem Heartless are sentient, as it's implied that they're unaware of themselves, purely acting on the instinct to collect more hearts like their pureblood cousins. After all, Ansem says he labeled these Heartless with an emblem because they showed nearly identical traits. It's never said outright if Ansem understood that Emblem Heartless contain hearts, but it can be interpreted that way since the symbol he chose is a heart trapped by thorns, and thorns usually represent darkness in Kingdom Hearts.
So, if you're having a hard time understanding, to help wrap your head around this, we can say hearts are like batteries. In people, the batteries work because they're placed correctly. People have emotions and memories. But Emblem Heartless have their batteries inserted backwards. They don't work at all, they're just being held in place. The fact that Emblem Heartless require hearts to multiply is probably why there aren't Emblem Heartless in the Realm of Darkness.
While pureblood Heartless are implied to always have existed naturally, Emblem Heartless were invented by Ansem with a machine. He states in his 8th report, "As a start, I have built a device that artificially creates Heartless. By recreating the conditions that spawn the Heartless naturally, I should be able to produce them artificially."
But if Emblem Heartless contain hearts overcome with darkness, while pureblood Heartless are born from hearts lost completely, how are Emblem Heartless created from the same conditions? Because if the hearts disappear, Ansem would just create more hollow pureblood Heartless. Somehow, this device that he built is able to agitate or amplify the darkness within hearts without the hearts being lost to that darkness completely. This isn't ever explicitly stated in his reports, but it's the only explanation as to why his artificial Emblem Heartless contain hearts, while genuine pureblood Heartless do not.
We don't have an idea yet of how many people Ansem created Emblem Heartless from. Even a handful of victims is chilling enough, but it's important to clarify that not all Emblem Heartless come from his device directly. In Traverse Town, Sora sees a man, some nameless NPC, fall over and become an Emblem Heartless. So it seems that Ansem is responsible for an original group of Emblem Heartless, but as time passed, they expanded their numbers themselves by targeting other people.
So, once again, let's summarize the differences between Emblem and pureblood Heartless. Pureblood Heartless spawn from people who have lost their hearts to darkness completely, while Emblem Heartless spawn from hearts overcome with darkness.
Because of that, pureblood Heartless don't have hearts inside, but Emblem Heartless do. Pureblood Heartless thrive in the realm of darkness, but Emblem Heartless can only thrive where there's life.
So hopefully now, if you didn't before, you can understand that between Emblem and pureblood Heartless, that iconic red-shaped symbol is definitely the smallest difference between the two.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Shedding Starlight. We have reached episode 2 about pureblood Heartless and Emblem Heartless. Mel, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling full of heart. Feeling very heartful.
Incredible. Very on theme. So we just did a 4-page presentation on the differences between pureblood Heartless and Emblem Heartless. So when I was little, playing Kingdom Hearts 1, I feel like I could barely read whenever I was first playing these games, so I wasn't going to be reading the Ansem reports being like, oh, there are actually very distinct differences between these two different creatures and blah, 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 and noticing all of those different, features and stuff. So it's interesting to kind of finally dive into, I learned it later, obviously, when I grew up with the series and learned all the nuance of the series and everything. But
yeah,
we have the guide for you on why they're different, how they're different, all those things. And we hoped to be able to answer some questions for y'all.
Especially because I feel like in the game, at least the first Kingdom Hearts game, it does imply there's a difference between pureblood and Emblem, but all the different times it's referenced, it's spread out and described in different places of the game. So we gathered it all up in one place where you can learn it all at once. In one
little convenient audio guide just for you, just because we love you.
Mwah.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. Perfect. So before we kind of dive into our questions, this is our very first episode with listener submitted questions. As we said in our intro episode and in our first episode, We are going to let you know the topic of the very next episode. So if you're caught up with us, you can ask us any questions you might have about that topic. And if they are not answered during our presentation, we'll bring them up here during our discussion and we will do our best to answer them. And we got a lot of questions from this first episode. We got a lot of emails. We got a lot of comments.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We love that. We love to see your engagement. We absolutely fucking love that. But big asterisk next to all of this. If you don't hear us talk about your question, the reason for that is kind of because we have to cherry pick the ones that we think are the best for this discussion because we got a lot. So we kind of have to pick and choose and sort through. But if you don't hear your question picked, the biggest reason for that, two biggest reasons for that is either because other people asked your question or because we felt that the question did not stick within the bounds of the game that we're talking about. So to remind you, we are just talking about Kingdom Hearts 1 for right now, and we're going to go game by game. So if your question talked about stuff, that's happening right now in the series or stuff that's a few games down the road, we're not going to be talking about that stuff because that kind of defeats the purpose of what we're doing here.
Yes, this is newbie friendly.
Yeah, we're building the building blocks of the lore. And we're going one piece by one piece so we don't throw extra information in and confuse newbies. So that being said, we do have a few really good questions on our doc, and we will get to them when we get to them. And I think we're probably going to shout out the people by name. Yes, Mel? You think that's a good idea? Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll shout you out by name if we read your comment, so you can know it was exactly you who sent in the question, and so we can say thanks. But yeah, to get into the discussion, since learning about the differences between Pureblood and Emblem Heartless, since growing up with the series and learning about all the nuance and stuff, learning that Ansem has a machine to make Heartless has always gagged me. Like, that is, like, it's so... One of the words we used in the script was chilling, which I think is an apt way to describe the feeling that you get.
For non-gay people, gagged me just means I'm shocked.
Sorry. Yeah, it's shocking. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. It's just like, it has always appealed to like the true crime side of like humanity's weird curiosities about that sort of thing of like, what is he doing? What is he doing to these people?
It'd be like learning if zombies were all created by like one guy.
Yeah. And like he had to do fucked up shit to them to make them.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. And one line in the script, which, funny story while recording the script, I do read the scripts beforehand. I do. I think this was just a revised line from Mel, so I hadn't read it before. Hold on, let me pull it up. The line is exactly, somehow this device that he built is able to agitate or amplify the darkness within hearts without the hearts being lost to that darkness completely. And as I was reading that line, I went, what? Into the microphone, because I'm like, I hadn't thought about that before, because I was also still kind of chewing on the difference between what being lost to darkness and what being overcome with darkness means.
Yes, which I would love. It's so, I tried my best to explain it, but then earlier this morning I was like, okay, maybe I'll describe it like this. So I would describe being lost to or being consumed by darkness is like when you're eating cotton candy and the cotton candy dissolves in your mouth. So the cotton candy is the heart and I'm the heartless, the pure blood heartless. I'm consuming it. It's completely dissolving. It's gone. But I feel like Emblem Heartless this is going to sound crazy, but it's the only way I could describe it. Emblem Heartless are eating a hard-boiled egg whole and just swallowing it whole. So with pure blood, the candy is completely dissolved. The heart is completely dissolved.
Right.
And the Emblem Heartless swallows it whole and it's now inside them. That's how I would describe it.
Yeah. So I think I finally kind of got the difference when I was reading our next script, which I won't spoil what it's about quite yet.
Okay.
But like being lost to darkness is the heart just vanishing completely. And
Yes.
being overcome with darkness is the heart still being there, but changing, which is what you literally just described. But yeah.
But changing. Yes. That's why I tried to use that battery analogy because, you know, I'm thinking like, it just reminds me of when I'm a kid and I'm trying to put like double A's in my Game Boy and it won't work and I don't understand because the batteries are in there. So why is it not working?
Yeah.
So Emblem Heartless do have a heart. It just doesn't work for them.
Yeah.
It's
that's
not turning on.
A great metaphor. I loved reading that metaphor in the script because that works 100%. That's a great way to describe it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. But yeah, that kind of brings me back to like how, like, what the fuck is he doing to these people that makes them just make them literally turn to the dark side without extracting their heart. And
it reminds me of like, so when he writes amplifying and suppressing the darkness within, all I can picture is defibrillators. Is that how you pronounce it? Clear. Yeah. Where I'm just picturing him like
just rubbing it together,
shocking them, and like it like enhances their darkness, or like I don't know. It's crazy what he's doing to these people.
Yeah, that or I'm gonna picture that from now on.
Or like you could even picture like him like injecting them with stuff, or like just good old-fashioned torture, taking off the fingernails, or like threatening loved ones. Like, what do you do?
I know.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I hope that we find out the answer to this eventually. I would love to, like, again, appealing to that weird fucking true crime, like, human morbid curiosity, because I just want to know. I just want to know what the fuck's going on back there.
I will say, fortunately, that this kind of event is still referenced in a game as recent as Kingdom Hearts 3. So, like, it's not going to be long. If you're a new listener, if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan, don't worry. This isn't, like, forgotten forever. Like, I would not play a game like that. I hate playing games where mysteries are never answered. I want answers, you know?
Something you'll learn, if you're a newcomer to Kingdom Hearts, something you'll learn is that, like, there are no loose threads. And if there is a loose thread at the current moment, it's not going to be a loose thread, like, forever.
Yeah,
which is so cool.
Fucking braided. It's a sweater. Bitch, it's a fucking sweater.
Which I think is incredible about that. Like, because, again, as you just said, there's stuff that is pulled on that was rooted in this original game. Yeah. That doesn't get expanded upon. It does get expanded upon, but not until years later. And it's
fucking crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's so good.
It's so good. That's why we made this damn podcast. So we can just tell you how cool it is. And so you can, like, point those things out whenever you find them. Yes. So I think we covered all of my discussion points. So I'm going to move on to our viewer questions. Unless you have anything else you want to say,
No.
Mel?
I don't think so. Think so.
Cool. So this first question I thought was a fantastic question. It was from our YouTube channel commented on our first episode. So if you're an audio listener, go check out our YouTube channel. If you're listening on YouTube, go check out our audio and vice versa. This is from Shades of Near 1 on YouTube.
Thank you, Shades of Near.
Thank you very much for your incredible question. They said, what's the deal with purebloods being able to reach the stations and dive to the heart? Are those real or just manifestations of one's own darkness?
That is a really good question. So, one thing that I didn't catch on for a long time, even though it's like so obvious, is that this might mean more to more advanced Kingdom Hearts fans, but once again, if you're new, the thing to consider about the introduction or the tutorial of Kingdom Hearts, including the cinematic opening, is that it's a dream. It's all a dream, which that makes you wonder, like, why is Sora having dreams about creatures he's never even met yet?
Yeah.
And why is he having dreams about the Princess of Heart that he hasn't met yet? And so it's very weird. It's very weird, especially when you only have Kingdom Hearts 1's context. But so I honestly, in terms of just Kingdom Hearts 1, I can't explain why the Heartless why Sora had dreams of the Heartless before meeting them, especially because, like, you know, there's that one part where the dark side grows from Sora's own shadow, and it's like, the closer you are to the light, the stronger your shadow is, or whatever.
Yeah.
But then later, when Sora becomes a Heartless, he's just this little itty-bitty guy, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't know why his dreams kind of made it seem like the darkness within him was so much more grand than what it actually was. Mm-hmm. So I think, you know, Shades of Nier asked, are those real or just manifestations of one's own darkness? So I think for now, just manifestations of one's own darkness is going to have to be where we kind of settle for that answer. I wish I could dive more into, you know, what's going on there. Believe me, even like where we are right now in terms of Kingdom Hearts and all the releases that we've had so far, I just want to go off. I just want to go, but we can't. We can't, and I'm so sorry.
We have to limit ourselves too on this show, which it's been like coming up with these discussion questions have been really difficult to keep within the bounds of Kingdom Hearts 1, especially if I like know that the question is answered later. I just kind of have to
suck it up. Yeah,
I have to suck it up. I have to stick to it. But yeah, because like darkness lives in everyone, right? That's like a foundational
maybe
rule.
Outside of the Princess of Heart, which Maleficent is like the purest of hearts or whatever. I keep forgetting she's not British. In my head, she's British, which is crazy. But
she has a transatlantic accent, I think.
Really?
I think, yeah.
Never knew. That's crazy.
Maybe I'm making that up. Maybe am I thinking of the Snow White Queen? Maybe that's who I'm thinking of. I don't know. I could be wrong. Keep going.
But either way, no matter what, Shades of Nier, it's a great question, and
you stumped us.
Gosh darn it! In our second episode.
I know. Oh my gosh, our second episode. Okay, so sorry we couldn't answer that for you, but it's a great question. I wanted to recognize how good of a question it is. For everyone else listening, take note. That's a great question. That's the type of question we're looking for.
So the second email, which overall was written by Alex, aka Cronzy. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hello, Cronzy.
No idea, but go off.
That's just how they signed it. You know, best regards.
Oh,
Alex,
right.
Cronzy.
Yes, yeah.
So hello. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your email.
So they wrote, their first question concerning the Heartless is, the emblem Heartless have been created manually. Were each of these Heartless specifically designed, or did they assume their forms on their own upon creation? Was someone like, this kind of Heartless should have a big shield, but with a face on it that could shoot fireballs? And I love this question in particular because I love the idea of Ansem basically creating his own fake Pokemon. Like, I love it. This little army. This one's gonna be fire type. This one's gonna be weak to thunder.
Literally.
This one's gonna have little floating. This one's gonna be floating with little legs dangling. Like,
he's gonna take on the Elite Four.
It's so cute. But that being said, I personally think they assume their own forms. At least because, you know, in this episode, we talk about how Ansem was responsible for an original group of Heartless, but as time went on, they expanded on their own. So maybe it's kind of, and Kronzi brings this up as well, so we will get into that, but maybe they kind of evolved. Like, you know how in evolution, when one animal produces, there's a chance that their offspring might be a little bit different, which might be like a genetic advantage or whatever. Maybe it's like that. Maybe as they produce more, their offsprings are a little bit different. So let me read you the next part of Kronzi's question. Oh, you did include that in the image. I
did.
Don't know why.
I wasn't gonna say it, but
bless your heart. You're so nice to me. Do pureblood Heartless age? It feels natural to assume that some purebloods are the same species but at different ages. For example, a shadow eventually becomes a neo-shadow as they grow older. Do you think this is true, or are they different species? Perhaps some sort of evolution line. That would imply that they reproduce on their own, which I find hard to believe. So, we already talked about how pureblood Heartless might produce on their own or multiply on their own because they seem to thrive even in areas that are completely devoid of life, like the Realm of Darkness. Which, like, you know, who knows? Maybe in the future, our understanding of that is incorrect and something will be revealed and we'll learn more about how they work. You know, who knows? But I feel like, at least as of Kingdom Hearts 1, and as of what even you and I know at this moment in time, it might be that pureblood Heartless can still kind of multiply and manifest on their own. But in terms of Emblem Heartless, I guess I would imagine that... Well, okay. I guess with both Emblem Heartless and pureblood Heartless, I don't necessarily imagine that they would evolve in the Pokemon sense, where a Shadow, like, leveled up and he's like, oh, I've got antenna now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess Shadow always have antenna, but whatever, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I got long legs now.
I guess I would imagine that it would, you know, be more true to real life, where it's your offspring that kind of changes and evolves. But what do you think? I want to know what you think.
Whenever, this is a belief that I've held since I was little, I always kind of assumed that there's no basis into this. This is just what my little baby imagination came up with. My initial understanding is that the Heartless would take shape and abilities based on the person that they're made from.
Oh, duh. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so like...
That's fun. That's cute.
Yeah, so it'd be like, oh, if I turned into a Heartless, what type of Heartless would I turn into? That sort of deal. Would I be a fire type, or would I be one of the magic-y hat ones, or would I be one of the big...
personality quiz.
Yeah, literally. So I still kind of believe that to a point, because there's nothing saying that that's not true.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Is, it's kind of hard to, like, where do we draw the line? But I do think that a lot of what Heartless are and how they work is really just dependent on you, the player, and your interpretation, which I think is fine. And I think that's honestly what makes Kingdom Hearts a lot of fun, is your own imagination working into the story.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's more of that in this game, kind of leaving up to the imagination, because as we said before, all of the loose ends get tied in later somehow. But yeah, just looking at the context of this first game, I think there's a lot of room for interpretation on a lot of things, where later down the line, there's always a reason for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my thought on it. Okay, so I think we only have one more question left that we're going to talk about for this. And this question kind of plays into our next episode just a little bit, and we'll tell you what the topic is on that after we finish here. But this question is from Shard of Truth, sent in an email, talking about Ansem's relationship with the Heartless. they said, on a surface view, the difference between pureblood and emblem heartless is clear enough. In my opinion, it gets muddy when darkness itself comes into play, which seems to make for some exceptions. The most notable one would be Ansem's guardian, which looks like a pureblood heartless, but isn't one. Period.
Yes. So I think it's interesting that you say, but isn't one, because in my mind, it always was. The weird thing about the guardian, or the heartless that Ansem calls the guardian, is that from what I remember, maybe I should double check. I want to say that it doesn't have its own Jiminy's journal entry, but let me double check. Yeah. Okay, so it just goes from Kurt Zisa to the Phantom. My point is, because the way it's designed resembles the other pureblood heartless, in my mind, it was just a pureblood heartless, like there's no emblem. It has like a missing little heart silhouette thing, like cut out, like a cookie cutter cut it out.
Yeah.
Just like the dark side, and that's pureblood. So, but I think it's interesting that some people just interpret it as an emblem heartless. I think that's very interesting, which was the whole point of why I wanted to bring up this email by the lovely Shard of Truth.
Yeah. But we were talking beforehand, you said that something about it being just a heartless that Ansem controls or something like that. I forget what your actual...
Yes. So that, once again, this is a tease for the next episode. But yeah, he says, "Come, guardian," and he summons it, and does his bidding and his will, know.
Yeah.
So I do think it's interesting that Ansem can control it. And Maleficent gives Riku the power to control Heartless, both pureblood and emblem, I believe. To the point where, we could even talk about this. Oh my god, we didn't even bring this up. How in Neverland, when Riku's like, "The Heartless obey me now, Sora," and then he summons that shadow of Sora, which is still I don't know how solidified within the Kingdom Hearts lore that is, because really it's just a reference to Peter Pan and how Peter Pan can separate from his shadow.
Right.
But I still, if I had to fucking label that, I don't even know. I don't know if I would label that a pureblood Heartless or an emblem Heartless. It's so weird.
It's weird. It's a weird in the middle.
Yeah, and thing. I almost feel I wonder if that's what the Guardian is. If it's just a weird thing in the middle.
It's his shadow.
An anomaly.
It's his shadow because it's behind him.
We got it. We got there. Write that shit down.
Yeah. I guess that brings me to a point that's not super related, but controlling the Heartless. Is that specifically an ability that's spelled out? Do you just have to embrace darkness enough in order to control them, in order to... Because the three people in Kingdom Hearts 1 are Ansem, Maleficent, and Riku, right?
Yes.
Do you have any insight on that?
That is something that's something we'll get into in the next episode, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
I think so.
Yeah, so Mel, what's next week's episode about?
Next week's episode is about losing your heart and what happens. Why, most of all, why does it happen? What happens afterwards? But really, in a funny way, it's not about the general idea of it. It's about specific situations that it happens throughout the first Kingdom Hearts game, I would say.
All right. And we're going to have some case studies on that. We're going to have some specimens that we will be studying and discussing.
Should we, I feel to help give an idea of what people should ask if they have questions, should we say the specific people it's about? Should we just list them off?
Sure. Great idea.
So if you have any questions about Sora losing his heart, Kairi losing hers, or Ansem being the weird floaty
fucking robe that he is, which is weird. I imagine people might have a question about that. What's going on there? Let us know. Let us know.
And we'll hopefully be able to answer them for you next week on Shedding Starlight. If you liked the episode today, please be sure to subscribe to our YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm going to be an influencer for a second, y'all. I'm going to tell you to hit that fucking bell, hit the like, smash that subscribe button. Smash it. If you're listening on audio, especially on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, please be sure to give us a little 5-star rating if you enjoy the show. That really, really helps us grow and get seen by other Kingdom Hearts fans. We've already gotten a lot, so thank you for those of you who have already done it. Really appreciate that, both on Apple and Spotify.
Thank you.
So big shout out to all of you who have done that. Also, I remember there is a thing on Spotify. Spotify does like an automatic, like, what did you think about this episode thing once. I think it's just on mobile. And if you answer it, we can see it and we can show your answer off to people if we like your answer. And I did that for the first episode, so you can see what other people think of the episode. And if you are so inclined, you can answer it and we'll read it. And we just love seeing everyone interact and saying that they love our show, because we love our show and we love that you love it and all that good stuff. So yeah, thank you all for listening, and we'll see you in the Starlight. Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, a guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. Last week, we defined the differences between pureblood Heartless and their artificial cousins, Emblem Heartless.
Today, we will be discussing something adjacent to that, losing your heart. Or rather, specific cases of people losing their hearts in the first Kingdom Hearts game.
So last time we discussed how someone losing their heart to darkness will produce a pureblood Heartless. We might have made it seem like this was an absolute law of the universe, but in actuality, there are already 3 major exceptions to this rule: Sora, Kairi, and Ansem.
Sora turned into a pureblood Heartless because he unlocked and removed his heart with the Keyblade that Ansem used while possessing Riku. He did describe the feeling of falling into darkness afterwards, but to say that Sora became a Heartless because he was overcome with darkness isn't accurate. We can interpret Sora's situation as he removed his heart, therefore was lost to darkness, rather than he was overcome with darkness, therefore lost his heart. Darkness doesn't have to be the cause, but it is the effect.
When Kairi's light restores Sora, he's completely recovered immediately, which tells us that when someone becomes a pureblood Heartless, their heart doesn't immediately cease to exist forever. However, Sora did describe himself slowly forgetting things as he fell deeper into darkness. So losing one's heart may not be instant, but rather a gradual process that Sora was still in the early stages of, even as he was walking around as a little Shadow Heartless. This might be why Sora's Heartless didn't attack Kairi, Donald, and Goofy, but instead was determined to follow them and stay by their side.
So because of what happened to Sora, we hypothesized that if a heart is removed from a person, even without darkness as the cause, then a Heartless is born from the process. But this never happened for Kairi. In the beginning of Kingdom Hearts, when Destiny Islands is falling to darkness, Kairi is standing in front of the world's door. Then, the door opens, exploding with darkness, and Kairi's heart takes refuge within Sora for most of the rest of the game. So you'd think that if Sora's heart leaving his body created a pureblood Heartless, that Kairi's heart leaving her body would do the same. But we never see that happen. This is probably because she's one of the princesses of heart, who Maleficent says have the purest hearts. But if we're to take just the first Kingdom Hearts game and analyze the themes of it alone, Kairi's ability to restore Sora's humanity and maintain her own might not just come from being a princess of heart, but possibly also because of what her grandmother told her in a flashback.
Believe in the light, and the darkness will never defeat you. Your heart will shine with its power and push the darkness away.
Another character that's interesting to look at is Ansem. In his 10th report, Ansem wrote he would cast his body off and plunge into the depths of darkness. So he separated his heart from his body and immersed himself in the darkness, the two quintessential methods for creating a pureblood Heartless. But for some unexplained reason, that is not what happened to Ansem. His 12th report is a surprising read. It says, "The heart should have returned to the Heartless, and yet nothing. This one is unlike any other. Its memories remain, and it has yet to take the form of a Heartless."
This report is strange in that, at least in English, it's devoid of first-person pronouns. Usually Ansem writes about himself. Yet this 12th report isn't written like that. That said, this report is still about Ansem. For some reason, he did not become a Heartless like he should have. During his appearances in the brown robe, he really is just a floating heart. He wears the robe like a ghost wearing a bedsheet. You could even think that his 12th report is written so vaguely to prevent us from imagining Ansem somehow holding a pen while he's just a heart, which is obviously a weird picture.
So why didn't Ansem immediately turn into a Heartless? It might have something to do with embracing darkness in exchange for power over it. Ansem told Riku right before he possessed him,
"Plunge deeper into the darkness, and your heart will grow even stronger. Open yourself to the darkness. That is all. Let your heart, your being, become darkness itself."
And later, when Ansem, now possessing Riku, unlocks Maleficent's heart to unleash her dragon form, he says,
"Now, open your heart. Surrender it to the darkness. Become darkness itself."
So a heart lost to, or overcome with, darkness creates a Heartless. But by Ansem's logic, willingly embracing the darkness gives you power over it, as well as the Heartless. This is why Ansem is able to control the Heartless during his boss fights, be it the one he calls Guardian, that first appears behind him, or the colossal Heartless we fight as the final boss.
The last person we want to discuss real quick is Riku, who did not lose his heart, even though some may interpret or theorize that he did. When possessed by Ansem, Sora demands,
"Let Riku go! Give him back his heart!"
and after that, in Traverse Town, Kairi says,
"You think it'll ever be the same again between us? Riku's lost his..."
trailing off before possibly finishing with heart. And in Hollow Bastion, Riku gets this new badass outfit of a negative silhouette of what could be interpreted as an absent heart. But still, rather than Riku's heart leaving his body producing a Heartless, it's more accurate to say that Ansem made his own heart in charge of Riku's body, forcing Riku's heart to take a back seat. In that sense, we could interpret that new outfit as having a symbol of a free heart, not a heart chained up by darkness like the emblem Heartless symbol.
So let's summarize every character we've addressed. Sora removed his heart, which led him to create a pureblood Heartless and fall into darkness.
Kairi's heart was removed from her body, but she didn't create a Heartless because of the purity and light in her heart.
Ansem didn't create a Heartless, but rather remained a heart for a period of time, because he embraced the darkness and had power over it.
And lastly, Riku didn't lose his heart at all. It was just temporarily overpowered by Ansem. Hi everyone! Welcome back to the discussion of our third episode on losing one's heart. I'm Mel, and I'm here with Hannah.
Yay! We're back!
We're back!
We're here! Third episode, let's go!
Third time's the charm.
Hell yeah. Well, not the charm for the people we're about to talk about.
So, last episode, we talked about Heartless and the differences between Emblem and Pureblood, and we got some comments and some questions that hopefully were cleared up in this episode, where we kind of dive more into, like, what happened with Sora, for example. So hopefully that clears some stuff up, because we had to... In order to give exceptions to rules, you have to define the rules first. So that's why we kind of discussed Heartless and like what happened to Sora in this order. So,
yeah.
Thank you everyone for your patience.
Yeah, you guys have been very good about asking the questions that we do end up answering in the next script. We've gotten a few, I think, that were like direct questions that we directly answered in the script that we had already written out. So like we're all on the same wavelength, we're all having the same vibes, we're all connecting, and we're all sharing the space together.
And if that's not the motto of what Kingdom Hearts is, I don't know what is.
My friends are my power.
My friends are my power.
Of course. So Professor Mal, I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. What happens to the heart when it goes away? Is it lost? Is it lost forever? Where does it go?
So the weird thing about Kingdom Hearts 1 is that it seems to have a different idea of what happens to hearts than the rest of the series, because with Ansem has his, little tirade where he's like, in the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came, And I believe... So first of all, when Riku wakes up in that kind of dark area and what's implied to be Mickey starts talking to him through narration, not necessarily voice recorded, but just through text. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what scene I'm talking about?
I believe you with my whole entire heart.
So I believe Mickey... So after Ansem possesses Riku and Riku wakes up on the other side of the door, the white door. Yeah. When Riku wakes up, I think it's a final mix scene, which means it wasn't in the original game. And that's why there's no voiceover. It's just text. But I believe it's Mickey talking to Riku through, the connection of the heart or whatever. And Mickey refers to the place where Riku woke up as the place where hearts gather. And Riku seemed to have woken up in the realm of darkness. So Kingdom Hearts 1 is weird in that it seems to imply that hearts really do return to the darkness or the realm of darkness we don't even know, to die or to go on to the next life. We don't know. But I just feel like that is kind of forgotten in the future.
Yeah.
So we can accept it as it is now. And then as the series unfolds, I think new Kingdom Hearts fans will kind of understand where we're coming from when we say that it just unfolds differently. I don't know if they just forgot that they established that, or if they deliberately decided to retcon it or what. Yeah. But basically Kingdom Hearts 1 is hearts do return to the darkness or to the realm of darkness.
Well, that's really happy and a good thing, and I'm glad that happens.
It's every emo's kid's dream, okay?
Yeah, every kid that's playing Kingdom Hearts when they're 7 years old, that's the type of shit they want to happen. Yes. Return to the realm of darkness from whence we came. That sounds like a My Chemical Romance lyric or something.
Emo kids were really living during the 2000s. They were really thriving.
Yeah, honestly. God, especially with some of the aesthetics that were in this game. Absolutely. Okay, Professor Mel, I have a second question.
Yes.
So I wanted to talk about what happened to Kairi at Destiny Islands, because I guess I was just like a bit not confused, but it's like why she do that? Why was she a person? Why was she a projection and then disappeared? And I don't know. I guess I just like I don't know. Like I want to talk about that. I don't know how to like express my feelings for what I'm feeling right now. Like okay.
That's okay. Because I think so. First of all, Euphony, who emailed us, asked a very similar question, and we might get back to Euphony and address more of what they asked, but you're not the only one who is confused about this. And I think it's really good to talk about Kairi first, because I think this could help us understand more of what happened between Riku and Ansem later. So for now, with Kairi, so Euphony is really interesting because in their email, they asked why was her body transparent on Destiny Islands? But I rewatched that cutscene and she's not transparent. And I don't know if they're talking about something else.
Yeah, she's not transparent, but she disappears. She like fades away.
So this is what I think happens. And I think we'll be able to get into a lot deeper into the subject when the time comes. Unfortunately, it might be our very last Kingdom Hearts 1 topic that we address ever before moving on to Chain of Memories. But in Ansem's very last 13th report, he talks about when the heart leaves a body, when a heart leaves a body, what happens to the body? Where does it go? Does it disappear? Does it land somewhere else or appear somewhere else? And I think that this is kind of connected to that. I think when Kairi is standing in front of Destiny Island's door and she's like, Sora, and she seems like really fucking tired.
Yeah.
I do think that that is her real body rather than like what I thought you were implying where it was like just her heart appearing as a body or something. I think that is her real body.
Okay.
And that it somehow disappeared after Kairi's heart left it. And, you know, like we'll get to in a bit, I do think that this kind of can help us understand what happened to Ansem and what happened to Riku.
We'll circle back.
We'll circle back. Well, actually, the 12th report, what is the 12th report?
It's the one where it's weird. It doesn't have the first person
it's the one
pronouns.
about Ansem.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You know what? No, we're circling back right now.
We're not circling. We're going on a straight line. We're doing this. A to B to C.
Great. We did a 3-point turn, bitch. Okay. So we just talked about how Riku woke up in the realm of darkness after Ansem was done with his body. Like, why? There seems to be, for some reason, that when a body is kind of almost like not where the heart is kicked out of the body, but more like the body is kicked out from the heart. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just like,
I
don't know, like ejected or like tossed away.
Right.
It really does seem that the body will disappear from that area and reappear somewhere else. And I don't know why that is, or we don't know why that is at the moment at the very least. But that seems to just be the case. Because Ansem says that his body is gone, and Kairi's body disappeared, reappeared, we don't really know where, but it was in a place that Maleficent and the other Disney villains and the Heartless was able to retrieve because they were able to give it back to Riku.
Yeah, so, I didn't even think of, her body does where the fuck did it go? Where did it go?
That's the question. And so, and it might be that it arrived or landed where Riku was, because Riku woke up in that dark place. Yeah. And so, but it's still just very unclear as of this game. It's still very vague. But returning back to Ansem's report 12, I think, even to this day, I still think there's something going on with this report specifically. It's something smelly. The kind of smell that kind of smells smelly.
Yeah,
I don't trust it.
It's so odd.
It might be that. And you know what? Okay, this is what I think is really interesting about this report, which we will digress from the overall topic of the episode, but I promise I won't dive too deep into it.
Yeah.
So, in Ansem's report 12, Ansem writes, "Beyond this world is a place in which darkness reigns. Details will be archived in a separate report." And we don't really know what that report is. The only kind of... Because you would think it would be the next report, Report 13. But Report 13 does not really talk about that. And so I think following that kind of trail of... okay, I was going to say trail of breadcrumbs, but then I realized that my brain jumps to make connections before I can really explain why they're connected in my brain. So instead of following a trail of breadcrumbs, maybe it's like just teleporting somewhere else. But either way, my brain went to the passage that you find at the Hollow Bastion lab at the end of the world. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I think that might be the separate report that Ansem's report 12 talks about and references.
Oh, okay.
And so I do remember what I was going to talk about. And
okay,
it's
great.
just how weird this report is written, because the third line says, "A close eye must be kept on the situation." It, like, honestly, even to this point of where we are in the series, there is a part of me, a fucked up part of me, that feels like somebody else entirely wrote this report. Some other fucko. Because just the idea a close eye must be kept on this situation. Like, that to me just says, like, overseer. But
yeah.
The problem is that ever referenced again? No. Does it ever come to anything? No. Is it like this in the original Japanese? Probably not.
Yeah.
If it is, that would be really interesting. But, like, I doubt it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it just makes me think of, like, a fucked up scientist doing experiments on himself and just being, like, still trying to write his captain's log down and, like, I'm gonna monitor myself as I inject myself with the weird serum, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it could go either way. That's just, like... With you telling me that this is still written by Ansem, that's just the thought that comes to my mind. But who fucking knows? Because it is so weird that it's written like this. Like, who would it be? Like, who? I don't know.
And, you know, maybe the thought process that I kind of got lost on, maybe my point was that in this separate report that might be referring to the World Terminus Lab that you find when you go to the end of the world. Maybe that passage I really do think is written by Ansem, because he's obsessed with that door. He is obsessed with the Keyblade. He's obsessed with Heartless. It really seems like something Ansem would go on a tirade about. Yeah. And so if that is really the separate report that is referenced in Report 12, then that kind of implies that he did write Report 12 after all, even though... It's really weird. So they really might have written it weirdly to prevent us from picturing him in a fucking brown robe trying to hold a pen, but he doesn't have any grips, you know? Like,
yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't know.
And speaking of Ansem and him, it's just, so, okay. I want to kind of cross over into Riku and Ansem possessing Riku, because is it all right if I read an email?
Yeah.
So Ventus, our lovely Ventus, betwixty if, I hope I am pronouncing your username right. I have read it for years, but I'm realizing I've never said it aloud before, so I apologize if I read it wrong.
That sounds right to me.
So they write... What I wanted to get to is this. Is established in Kingdom Hearts 1 that Riku lost his heart to Ansem when he opened his heart to the darkness after Sora beat him for the first time at Hollow Bastion. We can see at Hollow Bastion later on and at the end of the world that Ansem, when projected his image around Riku's body... Wait, did I read that right? That Ansem then projected his image around Riku's body. Sorry, I misread. But Riku himself seems to have had a physical form while lost in the realm of darkness before we see him on the other side of Kingdom Hearts. My question is, was it ever explicitly gone into exactly how that was possible? Or was that something a future title explained? So I do think that a future title doesn't explain it, but I think it gives us another similar example that helps us understand. I'm going to be honest here. Ansem and Riku's situation does kind of confuse me a little bit in Kingdom Hearts 1. And I think it's because, well, I can't tell if it's because, one, Kingdom Hearts 1 might be just really flexible in terms of its lore and, like, doesn't really care about solidifying things. Or if it does have solidified lore, it's just different than how it eventually evolves into. And maybe I just don't understand what Kingdom Hearts was trying to originally tell us about Riku and Ansem's situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, because here's what's weird. Here's what's weird about Riku and Ansem. So, Riku and Sora fight. Riku loses, and then he is crying in the Hall of Bastion Castle, like, boo-hoo, why did I lose? And Ansem in the brown robe is like, your heart was weaker than his, but I can help you make it stronger. Just trust me, right? And then he possesses him. And so, at that point, Ansem is possessing Riku, but Riku still looks like Riku. And then, at one point, after Sora stabs himself with the Keyblade of Darkness, Ansem now looks like himself. Right? Do you remember that? But what's weird is that when Sora eventually goes back to Destiny Islands in the Realm of Darkness through the end of the world or whatever, do you remember that? Ansem starts off again looking like Riku. And then he's like, this boy sought to escape from his prison. And then he turns into Ansem again. So we have this weird situation where it's implied that Ansem is using Riku's body, but can somehow change that body's appearance. Isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah, that's wild.
It's fucking weird. And it's like, not only that, but then like moments later, Riku wakes up in that realm of darkness to go close the door with Sora. And so it's like, you have like this weird situation of like, okay, did Ansem possess Riku? Did Ansem use Riku's body to restore Ansem's own body so that he's not just a heart anymore? Or why does he, if that's the case, why is he able to look like Riku again at the end of the world? Like, I'm just gonna be fucking real. Like, that still confuses me to this fucking day.
Yeah, I'm barely wrapping my head around it right now as we speak, honestly.
It's
a
crazy.
lot.
Like, and like part of me wonders, like, I don't know what, I don't think we'll ever go back to explain this.
Yeah.
But I would love if, okay, so I was about to say, I would love if Kingdom Hearts' modern lore, and the lore as we know it now, was able to come back to Kingdom Hearts 1 to explain in detail what was going on there. But I don't think it can. I really, from what I can think of at the top of my head, the way hearts and bodies interact, and the way even like people's appearances work, I just don't feel like Kingdom Hearts 1 fits that. Almost to the point where I feel like if Kingdom Hearts 1, for whatever reason, were to come out today after all the other establishing lore has been established, I'd be mad. Because I'd be like, this doesn't fit anything that we've learned about. Like, this contradicts everything that we know. Like, what's going on here? I'm mad. And so, like I said, I do think that there is something in the future that can kind of help us understand more what's going on. And Ansem's ability to kind of take over an appearance But unfortunately, Kingdom Hearts 1 alone, it's just weird.
Yeah.
It's just too fucking weird. And it's like, I get annoyed. Because, like, here's the thing. So, we get comments that are like, oh, this podcast will be easy now, but it'll be more difficult further down the line. But Hannah, I was just telling you that I feel like it's harder with Kingdom Hearts 1 because it's so flexible in its interpretation. Yeah. And that later down the line, it'll be way easier.
Yeah. Later, it'll just be putting the puzzle pieces together without much speculation, I feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, Ventus, I'm sorry that I can't fucking answer. I wish I could. God damn it.
We do our best. We do our best. If we don't have at least one question that stumps us every week, what are we even fucking doing here, honestly?
What are we even fucking doing? And I guess the last thing I do want to address is with Riku himself, like, ignoring Ansem. You know, I wanted to clear up that Riku didn't lose his heart or create a Heartless because our podcast only is considering Kingdom Hearts 1 itself and not trying to dive into the future. I kind of have to, like, remember what it was like to be a fan in the 2000s and the different theories that I would read online. And I do feel like Riku losing his heart was a theory that kind of went around for a while. And honestly, like, maybe didn't phase out until, like, 2010, I feel like. And so, you know, if you're listening to this, if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan and you were thinking, oh my god, like, is Riku a Heartless? Did he create a Heartless? Is that, like, gonna be a thing that comes into the future? Like, I'd rather disappoint you now than you be disappointed later. Like, sorry.
Mythbusters.
Riku really was just, like, tossed to the, not tossed to the side, but, like, Ansem's heart pushed Riku's to the side and was like, let me control this twink body. Like,
yeah.
But I wouldn't say he got lost to the darkness.
Twink losing one's heart. Twink death. So I just need everyone to know that when I was reading through the script, I put under one of the discussion points, I love Riku. I just, like, we watched one of our friends on stream play through this game somewhat recently in the past, like, year or so, and he did not like Riku, like, at all in the first few games. And I was like, no, you can't. You have to love him because I love him. I feel so bad for him. He does just get kind of tossed around. He gets taken advantage of. Like, I love Riku. I'm sorry. I'm a Riku stan through and through. Like, I feel bad for him. I love him. I just want everyone to know that. I have literally separate Kingdom Hearts accounts on my Twitter and Tumblr, and I have Riku as my profile picture because I love him. So I need everyone to know that. That's what I was thinking about when I was reading through the script because, poor boy, I love him.
I know. I love Riku in Kingdom Hearts 1 because I kind of like that he's a little bit more egotistical and a little bit more jealous. And I don't know. I just think that those, I guess, negative traits make him such an interesting character to me.
No, yeah, he literally, like, truly is, like, the bigger, older brother to Sora, which is just so interesting and fun that they have that dynamic.
Okay, well, hopefully we covered everything that you kind of wondered about. And if there are things that you are wondering about in the future, don't worry, we might get there.
We got like, what, 6 more topics to cover? 6 or 7, something like that?
Yeah. And that's if I don't end up splitting more into 2 like I did recently. There's a couple topics in the future where I was like, girl, I need to split this up. This is too much.
We just got too much to talk about. I'm excited for the next episode, which, should we say what the next episode's gonna be?
Yes. Yeah.
So our next episode is on... It's the Princesses of Heart, right? That is the next episode. That's the next one we're doing.
Yes, the Princesses of Heart.
We're doing the Princesses of Heart for the next episode, and I'm excited to talk about it.
I'm excited to talk about it too, because I was recently listening to other kind of Kingdom Hearts lore podcasts, you know? And I just feel like I cannot wait to dive real deep into these bitches. Because doing recent research for Kingdom Hearts 1 for this podcast has kind of reignited my love and appreciation for it, because the Princesses of Heart are so complex and there's so much to them that I think I knew about on a surface. I could say, yeah, duh, of course that's true, but it hasn't really digested in, I haven't really let it sink in until recently. And I just think that they are so interesting. So we'll be talking about the Princess of Heart, and then more specifically, if you have a question about them, but you don't really know if that's kind of relevant to what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about why Maleficent gathered the Princesses of Heart, that goth black Keyblade, and then a little bit of Kairi as well.
Mm-hmm. This next episode had me diving into regular Disney lore, Disney universe lore. Which I was very unexpected, but I'm amped up to talk about it because it's honestly kind of wild what's going on there. So yeah.
I know you mentioned something and I was like, what? No way.
Yeah, it's wild. Sure enough. It's wild. So we're teasing the next episode.
Yes.
Fucking hard. So be sure to tune in for that.
If you have questions about that topic, about the Princesses of Heart, you can email your questions at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com.
Yes,
I should. I hesitated, but
we should say that every episode because someone pointed out in I think either our email or one of the comments that I didn't say it in the last episode and I didn't put it in the description. So that's on me. That's my bad. I'm gonna put it in the description every time. So we can get it, and we should say it at the end of every episode. So sorry about that. We're gonna keep doing it from now on.
That's sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. Just making sure.
It's easy. It's just the title of the podcast at gmail.com. You got it. You can do it.
We are so thankful for all the comments that we have been getting. We're so sorry that we're not able to answer all of them. We want to, but we can't be here forever. Yeah. You know,
unfortunately.
We have to leave this realm of darkness eventually.
Yeah.
So thank you for all the support. We want to grow this channel for our new fans, so we're really happy about this format of diving deep, yet no spoilers of the future games. I haven't seen other people kind of try to attempt that. So if you like that, if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan and you like that and appreciate that, here are some ways you can give us your support. Okay, the first thing you can do is if you listen to us on audio, that's either Apple or Spotify, Apple Podcasts or Spotify, you can rate us 5 stars.
5 stars.
That will help us reach other new Kingdom Hearts fans.
Hell yeah.
And then if you listen to us on YouTube, you can, of course, like and subscribe, of course.
And slam that motherfucking bell. Slam the notification bell. Anyway, go ahead.
Slam it. And I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it. Also, this is just my experience as a podcast professional coming through right now. The best way that podcasts grow is actually through word of mouth. That's the most popular method of growth. So if you have friends that like Kingdom Hearts, or you're trying to get your friends into the Kingdom Hearts series, which we all know you are. We all know you have friends that haven't played the games and you want them to, and you want to get them hooked. Tell them you have an audio guide now that takes you through all of the most complex parts of the series so they can learn as they go. So just tell a friend, and we will love you forever if you do that.
Forever. Okay. Well, thank you for listening, everybody.
And we'll see you in the Starlight.
Hello, and welcome to Shedding Starlight, a guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. This week, we will be talking about the Princesses of Heart. The Princesses of Heart are 7 ladies with pure hearts.
When these princesses are gathered together, a keyhole is created that opens the door to darkness, which Ansem and Maleficent believe holds the heart of all worlds, Kingdom Hearts. And when the hearts of the princesses are pulled out from their bodies and united, they form into the black keyblade that Ansem uses when possessing Riku, one that can unlock people's hearts.
In our episode about characters losing their hearts, we discuss how Kairi didn't create a Heartless due to her pure heart. This explains why these princesses were able to lose their hearts and not be lost to darkness, but instead, together created a Keyblade. However, because Kairi's heart was in Sora instead of her own body, both the keyhole and the Keyblade were incomplete. After Sora used the black Keyblade on himself to free Kairi, it dispersed back into the hearts of the other 6 princesses. This freed all 7 to return to their bodies, but that in turn, ironically, completed the keyhole to the door to darkness. This allowed much more darkness to spill through than ever before. Sora had to return later after recuperating to finally lock it with his own Keyblade. These princesses creating a whole new Keyblade when their hearts unite is only the start of their connection to Keyblades. Ansem in his 11th report says, "If the princesses and the Keyblade are connected, they should resonate."
The first link we see between the princesses and the Keyblade bearer is at the very start of the game, when Sora dreams he's on stained glass platforms decorated with the princesses that are currently under Maleficent's power at Hollow Bastion. Because Sora never met these ladies before, one could interpret these platforms as their heart reaching out for the Keyblade bearer's help. The second link between the princesses and the Keyblade bearer is in Ansem's 11th report continued. "I have chosen a girl. I don't know if she holds the princess's powers, but I will find out. She may lead me to the key bearer. I shall set her free and observe."
This girl is Kairi. Ansem released her from Hollow Bastion into space in hopes she would gravitate towards the key bearer. And he was right. She drifted to Destiny Islands. In our very first episode about World Order, we discussed that when Sora and Riku were very young, the new girl they mentioned that arrived the night of a meteor shower is implied to be Kairi. This is further hinted at the beginning of the game, when Sora asks her,
Say, Kairi, what was your hometown like? You know, where you grew up?
and later, when pondering about Destiny Island's place among the many worlds, Riku says,
"If you hadn't come here, I probably would have never thought of any of this. Kairi, thanks."
Now, even though Ansem was correct in his hypothesis that a Princess of Heart would gravitate towards the key bearer, this plan was lost on Kairi since she completely lost her memory.
Because Ansem suspected Kairi was a Princess of Heart when she was very little, there seems to be a way to locate or sense the Princesses of Heart. Maleficent, with the help of other Disney villains and the Heartless, tracked down and captured all of the princesses. They were even able to recover Kairi's body for Riku after it disappeared when Destiny Island's door opened. Now, funny enough, being a legitimate princess and being a Princess of Heart are not the same thing. For example, Ariel is a legitimate princess, yet she's not one of the 7 Princesses of Heart. However, Alice, Belle, and Cinderella are all commoners who are Princesses of Heart. So what about Kairi? Is she a legitimate princess of Hollow Bastion?
The flashback we see of little Kairi with her grandmother takes place in the Hollow Bastion library, implying they lived in that castle. Then again, Aerith, Leon, and Yuffie said Hollow Bastion was their home too, but one could interpret they meant the world itself and not the castle specifically. We could also look at Ansem, who, in his first report, described himself as the ruler of this world. And yet, in his 11th report, he doesn't speak of Kairi like she's related to him, not as a niece and certainly not as a daughter. But he has to be at least a little familiar with her, since he suspects that she's a Princess of Heart. So, unfortunately, whether Kairi is the legitimate Princess of Hollow Bastion is not confirmed and is left up to interpretation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the episode about the Princesses of Heart. We're back for episode 4 of Shedding Starlight. I'm here with Mel. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
Hi. So let me first start by saying our script this week was a little bit shorter. That's because this episode was originally kind of a bigger one, talking about more topics, but we then split it up into 2 different topics. And so the other half of the script is coming next week. So this episode and the next episode are probably going to be a little bit shorter. But we have a lot to discuss today.
Yes.
It's such an interesting topic today because it's kind of, as we've been kind of touching on in our other episodes, a lot of Kingdom Hearts 1 is like up for interpretation. So that's going to be kind of a key player in a lot of this discussion today. We got a couple of YouTube comments. We got a lot of questions in general about the princesses for this episode. A lot of emails and a lot of YouTube comments. And from what I saw, many of the YouTube comments were basically just kind of like, so what the fuck did these princesses actually do? What are they actually supposed to be there for? Besides for evil purposes. So, Mel, do you think we answered this?
In a way, I don't. Isn't that awful that we wrote a whole paper on it and I don't think we answered it?
Yeah.
I think the reason I didn't answer it is because I think part of me was waiting for our episode on Kingdom Hearts itself. What the fuck is it?
Yeah.
And because the princesses, when they're gathered together, create a keyhole that leads the way to Kingdom Hearts. And we did mention that, but only like a sentence. But then the question is like, okay, so what goes to Kingdom Hearts? Like, what's the big fucking whoop? So
yeah,
we'll talk about it more in a future episode, and we'll get really in depth into why we think it is. But Kingdom Hearts the first Kingdom Hearts game, let me be clear, it's so awful that there's an object or a realm or whatever that's the same name as the game.
Yeah.
But the first Kingdom Hearts game seems to imply that Kingdom Hearts itself is a way to like eternal wisdom or unlimited wisdom, I should say. That's more accurate.
Right.
And so the princesses seem to be like one way of achieving that goal is by gathering them up so that they create that keyhole, but then you also got to take away their heart so that you can create the keyblade to open the keyhole or to at least to control it or something. So, in fact, I don't even think that is the case. Now that I think about it, in my head, there was always a link between this black keyblade and this keyhole, but nobody ever uses that black keyblade on the keyhole. So, funny enough, I don't think those 2 objects are as connected as you would think. They just happen to be created in similar circumstances. Not exactly the same, but similar.
Yeah.
But even then, it's just funny because it's like, you gather the 7 hearts, you get unlimited knowledge, but then, like, what are you going to do with that knowledge? You know? So, Kingdom Hearts 1, in a way, kind of, it's spooky, but it also kind of falls flat in the same time, because you're just like, okay, big whoop. But, I promise, if you are new, as you further through the series, you kind of learn more about the incentive of gathering these 7 hearts and trying to find your way to Kingdom Hearts. There is a better incentive than just knowledge, but whatever.
Yeah. In my mind, I kind of think of it as, not to be a fucking nerd on this podcast about something else, but I think of like the Chaos Emeralds from Sonic. Like, they're like on their own, they're powerful, but brought together, they do so much more together and it's 7 Chaos Emeralds, 7 Princesses of Hearts. Stupid, but I just like, by themselves, they're I don't know, I guess it's not really ever like dove into what they can do or if they can do anything on their own. but
especially
brought together.
With Kingdom Hearts 1, I think we have an email that kind of graces upon this, but, you know, the Keyblade, that black Keyblade, it's only 6 of the hearts. It's not even all 7. So, like, for all we know, when it truly is all 7, maybe that Keyblade, like, becomes, like, uber powerful or something. Like, who knows?
The ultimate Keyblade, yeah. So, yeah, the answer is kind of, like, we can only talk about what we've seen in this first game. When they're all brought together and everything.
Together, they lead the way to ultimate knowledge.
Yeah.
And, like, since we're talking about this Keyblade and then this keyhole that the 7 princesses create, because Maleficent, I believe she either tells it to Riku or she tells it to Riku when he's possessed by Ansem. But either way, Maleficent is like, if we gather these 7 hearts, they lead us to Kingdom Hearts, which will give us untold wisdom or something, right? But it's confusing because Ansem what I assume is Ansem, in that weird little passage of that lab that we sometimes bring up, the weird ominous passage, it says 7 hearts, 1 keyhole, 1 key to the door, which I assume is the whole situation in Hollow Bastion. You have those 7 princesses, you have that big, giant, weird heart thing that kind of glows, that weird silhouette.
Yeah,
and then
makes
you
sense.
kind of go in it, and then you have to fight Heartless, and then Sora has to lock the keyhole in that weird little place, you know? But then you also, in that same passage, have the Door of Darkness, which is that big white door, tied by 2 keys, which is Sora's keys and Mickey's keys. And this is why earlier I said the princesses seem to be one way to reach Kingdom Hearts. And it just seems like Sora and Mickey's Keyblade are implied, at least in this game, are implied to be another way to Kingdom Hearts, because I feel like Kingdom Hearts 1 overall kind of implies that Kingdom Hearts itself is found somewhere in the realm of darkness. Because, it's, you know, in, like, the legend, Grandma was like, oh, the true light was lost in the darkness, and blah, 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 blah. And so, it's just, Kingdom Hearts 1 is kind of confusing on, okay, do I reach Kingdom Hearts like this, and these are the Keyblades that are involved with Kingdom Hearts, or do I reach Kingdom Hearts like this, and these are the keys? You know, so it's a little blurry in Kingdom Hearts 1, but I do feel that as the series progresses, you've kind of learned a little bit more about how these 2 different methods of reaching Kingdom Hearts are so different, and why they're different, and how they started off being different. That's what I think. So if you're kind of like me, where you're like, Kingdom Hearts 1 is a little confusing in this area, I do feel, to relieve you, that it does get a little clearer, and it kind of diverges. The 2 methods really diverge as you develop in the series.
Thank God, we need some fucking clarity here.
I know. Too bad it'll take us fucking forever to get there.
Yeah, oh well, you'll have to wait.
What is so weird about those 2 things that I was just talking about, the 2 different methods, is that the one involving the princesses, for some reason that keyhole is at Hollow Bastion. And that makes me wonder if it's tied to Ansem's report, where he first found Hollow Bastion's door. And Kingdom Hearts 1 does this really weird thing that I don't feel personally is expanded upon in future games. But Kingdom Hearts 1 seems to have this idea that when you open a door, a world's door, and you see the heart inside, it seems to me that if you pass through that door, you will enter the realm of darkness, or at least, like, the world of the Heartless, which I feel like is implied to be the realm of darkness, but maybe those are 2 different places. But my point is that maybe that's why this door, this keyhole that seems to be so tied with Kingdom Hearts is here at Hollow Bastion, which seems to just be a random fucking place, is that maybe just opening Hollow Bastion's door will take Ansem or Maleficent or whoever else, will take them to the realm of darkness and probably that place with that big white door. Because I think that would explain one thing. One, I think it would explain after you kind of beat Hollow Bastion and all the princesses are safe and they're all just kind of like standing around, like twiddling their thumbs. Aurora says, when the keyhole disappeared, darkness poured out of it. It swallowed Ansem and he disappeared. I can't forget the look on his face. As the darkness engulfed him, he was smiling. And then after that, we find him at the other side of the end of the world where that big white door is. So to me, it seems like the door of Hollow Bastion, where all the Heartless were pouring out of, like, pulled them in and transported him to the entrance of this realm of darkness, or this big white door. And I just think I do want to dive into that more into the future in another topic. But I think, to me, that kind of explains why this keyhole built by the 7 Princesses of Heart is at Hollow Bastion. And, like, you know, I guess it makes sense because that's Ansem's home, you know? Like, where else would he fucking put it? Like, why would he put it in Wonderland? Like, what does that have to do with anything? But I still feel like Hollow Bastion is a little bit of a weird choice to have this big, important keyhole. But maybe that explains why, is that it doesn't matter where it is. You can be transported to the realm of darkness no matter what. But I don't know if that's the case, though. I should clarify that that's kind of just me speculating.
It makes sense, everything that you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so speaking of Ansem, I kind of want to dive into Ansem's 11th report and Kairi, which will lead us into a bigger discussion in a moment. But, like, this brings up a lot of very interesting questions about Kairi. Who is she? How was Ansem able to find out that she was one of these princesses? But we kind of mentioned in the script that, like, he doesn't refer to her as a relative. Yeah, it's very interesting that he doesn't refer to her as any sort of relative, even though he is supposed to be
the ruler of
the ruler of this world, and that she is a princess, ? We don't really know.
Yeah. Part of me wonders, I don't know that much about, like, the monarchy. I'm a U.S. American, you know? But I'm like, do you know are you still considered a princess even if you're, like, a cousin or, like, a second cousin once removed or something?
I think that's a different title. I think that's, like, Duke and Duchess and stuff like that.
Oh.
You know?
Okay.
I don't know. Like, I could be getting that wrong, but I think that's what that is.
Maybe she's not a princess, but maybe she's, like, a noble. Maybe she has a blue blood or...
Right. But... yeah, so that makes me wonder, like, how did I guess Hollow Bastion, I don't know, it's so weird. Like, is there a monarchy? Like, is she, like, a for real princess? Is she related to Ansem? Because otherwise, how would he have, you know, singled out this one little girl? Which leads us to another question of, like, how did they find who the Princesses of Heart are?
Yeah, how did they locate them?
Yeah.
Part of me wonders if maybe the Disney villains, used the Heartless, because I know that in Ansem's report, Ansem uses a shadow Heartless to locate the door of Hollow Bastion.
Yeah.
And they're just somehow able to, like, sense hearts and, like, how important hearts are or how valuable they are. So I wonder if maybe Ansem used the Heartless and, like, noticed them always gravitating towards this little girl. And he's like, okay, what's the fucking deal with this little girl? Like, why are the Heartless so obsessed with her?
That makes sense. That reminds me of, like, that makes me think of Heartless as, like, the way we've kind of referred to them before as, like, instinctual beings, like animals. You know how cows know when it's gonna rain, so they lay down? That sort of thing. They just have... Oh my God, have you not heard of that? That's like an old wives' tale. Is like if you're driving through the countryside and you see all the cows like loafing like a cat, then rain's gonna come. That's like a thing. I don't think that's not scientifically proven, but like it's.
No, but you know, farmers notice their fucking animals.
Yeah, like old wives' tales are old wives' tales for a reason, because there's patterns that people pick up on. But like that's the sort of thing that kind of reminds me of. It's like instinctual, like some sort of like not abilities, but like features about them that let them sense that sort of thing coming. It's very animalistic.
Yeah, it reminds me of like dogs are good judges of character.
Yeah,
or pets can tell if someone's gonna die or something.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, so that like that makes sense. The whole Heartless theory, like, yeah, because if a heart is super powerful, they would want to gravitate towards that heart to get it. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah. So speaking of princesses, are you okay if I move on to this topic?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I think at least one person brought up, and we brought up in the script, that the princesses of Heart, they're not all princesses.
Yeah.
Right? So like what determines whether most of them are princesses, but not all of them. Like Alice is not a princess. She is just a girl who fell into a hole.
It's been forever since I've watched Alice in Wonderland. So I was like, is she a princess? Like, maybe
I don't think
I know
so.
she wakes up at like the end of the movie, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, fuck, for all I know, she wakes up in like the garden of her castle. Like, I don't know.
No, yeah. So I'm pretty sure I did some extra research on this.
Oh, bless you.
I'm pretty sure what I found is she's not a princess. So there's something that I brought up when we were doing the research for this episode, is that I don't know how widespread, like how well known this is. Like, I'm sure most Disney adults know this, like, but I don't know if the common lay person does. And if you're playing Kingdom Hearts, you're at least a little bit of a Disney adult, okay? But there is a brand. Like, there is the brand capital DP Disney Princess TM. So, like, what I mean by that is that you can be a princess in a Disney movie, but that does not make you a capital DP Disney princess like by itself.
That
right?
is
So there's
fucked up.
It's weird, right? Because there's literally, if you go to princess.disney.com, it's like it shows you like who the Disney princesses are. So like you would, like most people you would expect would be there. You got like Tiana, you got Rapunzel, you got Jasmine, you got Mulan, right? So like the reason I brought this up is because it's kind of a weird distinction of like who are the princesses of Heart and then also who is just a regular capital DP Disney Princess TM. So it's like weird choices being made all around, right? So you would think that like it would only be like branded Disney princesses, because this has been a thing for a while. This has been, I think, a thing since, I should double check this before I actually say it. Hold on, let me bring up the wiki that I was actually using too.
I want to say at least since the 90s, I assume.
Probably. Hold on. So, yeah, the year 2000. So yeah, so this has been a thing since Kingdom Hearts has been out. So the reason it's like weird, there is like a fandom wiki for this for like the Disney princesses. And I looked at it and like we kind of have to just take it all with a grain of salt because none of it is cited. It just seems like someone is talking like just from their own knowledge, and like most of it seems legit. But like the reason it's weird is because they really pick and choose who is going to be a capital DP Disney Princess TM and who isn't. Because, like, for example, you got Snow White, you got Cinderella, you got Aurora, you got all those. Elsa and Anna from Frozen are not Disney princesses, which is wild. You would think that
that they would anoint Elsa as the fucking queen of Disney after all the money
Literally.
she brought in.
Yeah. So that was kind of my guess as to why they weren't considered Disney princesses, and according to this wiki, that is why they are not part of it. They are named, what is it? Hold on. They're like called honorary princesses or something like that. Hold on. So like when you look at who all of the princesses are, they all are princesses, at least for like this brand. They are either princess by lineage or princess by marriage, meaning they're either the daughter of a king or a chieftain, or they marry a prince. So
like Cinderella and Belle.
Yeah, so Cinderella and Belle both marry a prince, and then like Moana is a princess. She's the daughter of the chieftain.
Okay.
So it's so weird, and I can't find the actual passage right at this moment, but basically the wiki's explanation for this is that Frozen made enough money on its own that they didn't need to be inducted as like
oh my god,
formal princesses, and like Anna and Elsa are like honorary or something like that, which is so weird because they have this whole like induction ceremony at like Disney World or whatever.
That is fucking crazy.
Which is so wild.
How do they do
like,
that? Do they have like someone dress up as the princess and then like knight her?
Yeah, I get like there's a whole, you can probably YouTube it. There's probably, because there's the movie Wish. The main girl of that, she's going to be a princess, but she isn't one yet because I guess there's some induction ceremony. Okay, list of Disney princesses. Here we go. This is the page I was looking at. So if you go to, to disneyprincess.fandom.com and then find the list of Disney princesses, it will tell you there are 13. There's a future princess, Asha, who is the main girl of
Wish.
There are 4 honorary princesses. 2 of them are Elsa and Anna. One of them is Elena of Avalor, which I think was just a TV series, like a Disney Junior TV series or something like that. And then Mirabelle from Encanto, which she's not, like, Encanto was a really successful franchise on its own, but she's not anywhere near a princess. They're just like a regular family with magical powers, I guess. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's very weird. And they have the distinction of like live action princesses and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm seeing Know Your Royalty, official, hopeful, and male.
So they have, hold on. There was a whole, it might have been on I think it might have been on the actual like Wikipedia page, but there's a whole section about Kingdom Hearts, and I think the reason they actually like went into a reason as to why Ariel is a princess of heart, right? It was
Ariel
saying something.
is not.
She's not a princess of heart?
No.
Okay,
Isn't
okay.
that crazy?
That makes my point. That connects in my brain. So
Okay.
I think the reason they gave in the Wikipedia that Ariel and one other princess who is not in this game but in a future game, the reason they're not a princess of heart is because they're like battling with you. Like Ariel like is the only one who is in combat with you.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means anything to you, Mel, but like that's the reason. That's one of the reasons it dives into.
I could see that. They probably would want, like, maybe Disney was like, all the princesses of heart have to be dainty little in distress ladies or something.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. That's my little tangent of like Disney is weird and why do they do the things they do. It's mostly for money reasons. It all boils down to like marketing and like how do we make the most money. But like, yeah, it's just very weird that like there's like 3 different categories of princess that are at play here. There are the princesses of heart. There are just regular straight up and down princesses. And then there is the capital DP Disney Princess TM.
That is fucking crazy.
It's a Venn diagram with 3 circles, which is wild.
Oh my god. Okay, speaking of Venn diagram, let's just go over who, in terms of outside of official capital D, capital P, Disney Princess TM, copyright, we don't own anything, da 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 da.
Yeah.
Let's just take Kingdom Hearts itself, and you tell me who is like an official princess, who's a princess of heart, who's both, who's a flop and neither.
It's a flop, yeah. Wah wah. So, legit princess that is not a capital DP Disney princess is Ariel. She is a legitimate princess. She is not a princess of heart.
And okay, this is something that Danny emailed us about. And Danny was like, how come Ariel is not a princess of heart? She's my favorite Disney princess, and this makes me so mad. And I wonder if it's because after you save all the princesses, they're all standing around, right? But she has a fin. So I wonder if it's because they couldn't give her legs, or like the situation didn't call for giving her legs. So they were like, fuck Ariel. Throw in the blonde bitch, Alice or something. Anyway, keep going.
That makes sense. Okay, so both legitimate princesses and princesses of heart, and these are also all capital DP Disney princesses, are Aurora, Jasmine, and Snow White.
Iconic queens. Iconic
Queens. And then princesses of heart, the ones that are left, Cinderella and Belle, they are capital DP Disney princesses. Alice is a princess of heart, but she is not a Disney princess because she is not a princess in any way, shape, or form in her story. I want to say she might be... Hold on, let me go back to the list. I wonder if she's on the list that I had. Hold on, of like honorary. She's listed as almost Disney princesses under this, which is funny. But,
oh my god, got it.
There's also, you know what else is fucked up?
What?
Tinkerbell used to be a capital Disney princess,
she got demoted.
She got demoted. She isn't anymore. I think the reason that it had on this wiki is because they made her own like movie series. But yeah, okay. So there are 3 people that are former Disney princesses. Tinkerbell is one of them. Esmeralda is one of them. And
That's
Jane
shady.
Porter.
And who?
Jane Porter from Tarzan.
That shit is so shady.
I know. I wonder if they took them all off because they're not princesses. Like, they're not real princesses in their world or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to try to
be a princess to me.
I don't want to try to explain away the reasoning behind Disney marketing or whatever. I think one of the reasons they gave is because like these ones didn't like perform as well or whatever when it came to like toys and stuff. But again, we don't need to dive back into that. But
that is crazy. That is a whole can of worms. Because let me tell you, I do like Kingdom Hearts, and I like a Disney movie. I like a Disney movie.
Yeah.
But I didn't know about this whole fucking can of worms.
Yeah. So like if you go to like Target or like Walmart or whatever, I think if you go through like the girl toys aisle, there's like Disney princess toys that will include a certain subset of Disney princesses that are, here on the list. And then all the other ones are not part of that. So yeah, it's mostly for marketing, but like it's funny to look at, especially in the terms of like building story and building world, and especially in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. That makes me wonder about future Kingdom Hearts games and how they
Yeah.
kind of dip their toes back in and out. Which reminds me of Shard of Truth. Shard of Truth sent in another email. Thank you, Shard of Truth. And they mentioned how it kind of seems like in the future of Kingdom Hearts, the role of the princesses and their relevance and importance to the games kind of diminishes. And I think, you know, first of all, I think it's just because so many characters get introduced in Kingdom Hearts that it's like they would want to focus on like the original Kingdom Hearts characters, you know, which I think makes sense. But I wonder if it's because maybe Disney was like, okay, or maybe Kingdom Hearts, maybe Square Enix was like, okay, this is too much. This whole fucking brand that y'all got going on here, this cult or whatever, we've had it. We're just gonna ignore these ladies and focus on some other shit because we can't do this right now. You know, that's what it kind of feels like to me.
Yeah, so they're like, what's also fun and interesting is that we have a column that they're neither a legit princess or a princess of heart. There's Wendy, there's Jane, and there's Sally. Jane used to be a princess, but she isn't anymore.
Gutted.
Wow. It's so wild, you know.
Sally, I can understand. Sally from Halloween Town.
Yeah.
You know, she's a little bit more obscure. She's
creepy too.
She's creepy. You know, that's probably not good for branding.
Yeah.
But Wendy and Jane.
Wendy, yeah. Especially, like, I feel like you could even pass it off with Wendy because she could be a princess of the fucking of Neverland or the Lost Boys or whatever they're called.
Oh, when we say Jane, we mean from Tarzan, not Wendy's daughter. Just for clarification. I forgot her daughter's name is Jane.
I did not even know that.
Oh.
But yeah. Wendy from Peter Pan, Jane from Tarzan. But yeah, so I don't know. That just kind of ends my little tangent on this whole thing because it's like, why do they pick who? Like, so the answer to the capital DP Disney princess question, why do they pick who they pick? It's for optimal marketing decisions, who tests the best, who bought the most toys, whatever the fuck.
Scary shit.
But this seems to be just kind of not really... I'm sure they had some sort of reasoning behind who they chose. Like, the reason why they chose who they chose.
Especially because, let me see who it was. Let me see. I believe... yes, Shard of Truth made another good point, which is, and I think I've showed this to you before, is that in the very beginning of Kingdom Hearts, you know when you see all those stained glass windows of Princesses of Heart, which is a topic I would love to talk about in a minute, but they used to have a design for Alice, and then they cut it out. So if you Google, I mean, maybe be careful of spoilers, but if you tell a friend to Google Alice in Wonderland Station of Awakening concept art, you'll find it. So that is something that we don't know the reasoning behind, like you were talking about, but for some reason, they were going to have Alice already be taken and have her Station of Awakening or her stained glass heart show up. And then they changed it so that she was still around for some reason. But we don't know why they changed that. At least I don't. Yeah. Maybe some Ultimania, because that's the other thing. If you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan, there's all these Kingdom Hearts Ultimanias you can fucking read. But let me tell you, I'm a hardcore Kingdom Hearts fan. I consider myself a lore master. I don't fucking care about the Ultimanias. I don't fucking care. Somebody else can read them. You read them.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, speaking of those, we said in our script that Sora has never met any of the princesses before besides Kairi. And we could interpret him seeing these as the hearts reaching out for his help, being the Keyblade bearer asking for his help. And I just wrote down here, like, how cool and weird and creepy and, like, such cool imagery that brings about. Like, oh my God, like a plea for help in the form of, like, something so beautiful and haunting. It's so cool.
They kind of popped off with that stained glass shit.
They did.
That first shot of Snow White after Sora does that whole fucking opening Kingdom Hearts sequence, you know, and then you arrive. It's just such a gorgeous shot. It's like, I don't have any tattoos, and I don't know if I would want any Kingdom Hearts tattoos. But honestly, if someone got the tattoos of stained glass from this game, I would understand, because they're fucking gorgeous and they're magical, but they're ominous and sinister. It's like, it's like a spooky church. Like, you want to feel spiritual, but you're scared. Something, you know?
Just, think back to when you first saw that, when you were playing this Disney game, this Disney PS2 game. Like, how cool that must have been. But, yeah.
We don't know if it's the princess's hearts reaching out for help. I just want to clarify.
That's what we're interpreting.
That's just because it just so happens to be all the princesses who are under Maleficent's control at that moment. So I feel like, coincidences, if you follow the patterns, follow the breadcrumbs, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense to me too.
Okay, so we already answered wonderful emails by Danny and Shard of Truth. Thank you for your emails. And then we also have a couple more by Adrian and Eric. So Adrian asks, the Princesses of Heart are rather nebulous in the series. Even now, we never really learn what they can do other than hold back darkness. And we kind of got into how they are a method of reaching Kingdom Hearts. Or unlimited knowledge. And then given that we are told Keyblades choose their wielders, something that seemed a bit odd given about the Keyblade of Hearts. So here's the thing. If you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan, you might hear, that goth Keyblade that we talk about that unlocks people's hearts that Sora stabbed himself with?
Yeah.
So it's never called this in the first game, but later on, it's kind of given the name of Keyblade of Heart. So if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan and you hear the word Keyblade of Heart, they're talking about that black Keyblade. We avoided using that in our presentation because that I could find, Kingdom Hearts 1 never uses that term, so I just avoided it. But if you're like, what the fuck is a Keyblade of Heart? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about that black Keyblade.
Yeah.
So besides its dark look, this is what Adrian says in their email, is that it would allow Ansem to wield it. Given it's made from 6 of the 7 hearts of pure light, you'd think it would fuse someone with dark intent. I usually just dismissed it as the Keyblade of Heart being different, but I'd be curious to hear what you think. What do you think of that, Hannah?
I don't know. That's a great point that I've never really thought about.
Yeah. I think it's a great point too.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm curious to hear what you think about it.
I wonder if because Kingdom Hearts 1, Ansem we kind of talked about this in our last episode of why Ansem was able to be just a heart without losing his heart to the darkness. And we kind of speculated that it might have something to do with the strength of his heart and that Ansem was able to overcome the darkness. And then we also have that scene of Sora's Keyblade going to Riku, and then Ansem says it's because, Sora's Keyblade going to Riku and then going back to Sora, and then Ansem was like, it's because Sora had a stronger heart in that moment, right?
Yeah.
So it might not be related. Ansem having a dark heart might not be relevant at all. It might just be the fact that Ansem, in possessing Riku at this moment, just has such a strong heart no matter what, that's why he could wield that Keyblade, and that Keyblade was like, yeah, you seem pretty alright with me. I'll chill with you. You seem a little devious, but your heart's really strong, so I'll just go with it,
Yeah, it that in turn just kind of makes me wonder why some 6 beings of light, of pure light, make something that looks like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And there are, if you kind of look at the way it looks, how it has an absent silhouette of a heart on it. I don't remember if this is confirmed or if this is just something that fans have come together to just kind of agree upon. But there's the idea that if Kairi's heart was also included and also helped make that Keyblade, that the Keyblade would look a little bit different, and that maybe that heart remains incomplete, that little heart design in the Keyblade remains incomplete because Kairi wasn't there. So, like, there's the question of, like, if Kairi joined that Keyblade as well, if her heart joined that Keyblade as well, would it look different? Would it be even more powerful? Maybe it would be too powerful where Ansem couldn't control it after all. You know, we just don't know, unfortunately.
Yeah, my immediate thought is that, like, I don't know, maybe they were... I'm trying to, like, the act of taking hearts from someone can be, like, it's sinister. Like, if you're like, the act of stealing hearts from someone or from, you know, these princesses, it's a sinister act. So I wonder if, like, yeah, it's all these lights coming together, but, like, they know it's a sinister act that's happening, or they can sense the darkness in Ansem.
That's a really interesting point, that the Keyblade, yes, it's made out of hearts, but it's made out of such a dark act that maybe that's a good point, Hannah. That's a good point.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's just kind of how, because, like, yeah, otherwise it doesn't really make sense.
Especially because we have another email by Eric. This is related, I promise. So Eric says, how did Maleficent take the first 6 hearts? We see Sora free Kairi's heart from his own body, but how did they take the other 6 hearts? And then he kind of goes into the future, and Eric seems to be implying, like, how do you take hearts without the Keyblade, right? So to Eric specifically, I promise I'm going to come back to that Keyblade. I promise. So with Eric, I would say Maleficent and the other Disney villains probably were able to take away the Princesses of Heart's heart without a Keyblade with the Heartless. The Heartless probably took out their hearts like they would any other person. But because they're pure heart, they don't create a Heartless or turn into a Heartless. So the Heartless are probably able to remove the heart, and then the hearts come together to create that dark Keyblade. And so my point is I wonder, oh, you know what? To help explain that, this is what I wrote. I said, maybe Keyblades open the door to the heart, but the Heartless rip the door off its fucking hinges and force the heart out. That's what I wrote. And so my point is maybe the Heartless, creatures of darkness, stealing the hearts and having the stealing of hearts in general also be such a dark act that maybe that is why that Keyblade looks so dark and ominous and kind of goth and yeah, very interesting. You brought up a really good point, Hannah.
Thanks. Maybe I have a future in this, perhaps.
So speaking of Eric has a part 2 of their email, but they kind of get into spoilers for Kingdom Hearts 2. And so I'm going to kind of use Ansem's 13th report to kind of address what Eric is wondering. So in Ansem's 13th report, he brings up this idea that if a body is separated from its heart, the body disappears. So in a way that kind of happens to Kairi, because we see Kairi enter Sora, but her body disappears, but her heart goes within Sora, so what the fuck happens to her body, right? And then her body is eventually found later by the Disney villains, right?
Yeah.
And so I think something very similar is what happened to the 6 other princesses, is that Kairi, I think it's just important to remember, I think it's important to compare what happens with these 6 princesses to what happened to Kairi. Because I think if you're kind of confused about why the princesses are kind of lifeless in Hollow Bastion and just kind of standing there in those ominous kind of glass capsules, I think that they're probably in that same weird kind of sleepy limp mode that Kairi was in, but they are just propped up in those weird little glass cases. And Kairi was just able to kind of fall flat because nothing's propping her up. So she's always just kind of like sitting in a corner or laying down, you know? So I think if you're confused about those 6 other princesses, just remember what happens to Kairi in this first game. And hopefully that'll kind of answer the question that you wrote, Eric.
And maybe when we get to Kingdom Hearts 2 or even maybe Chain of Memories, we can we can come back to this question.
Yes. And, you know, maybe even sooner than that, if we're going to talk about Ansem's 13th report, which will probably be our last topic we do for Kingdom Hearts 1, because it's so involved with the future and development of Kingdom Hearts, the series. But yeah, we will come back to this because I think that's a great question.
Yeah, me too. All right. Well, this ended up being, I think, our longest discussion yet, which is fun. Even though it's our shortest presentation yet, there's just so much information to kind of go over. But yeah, that's it. That's all we got for this. And we're very excited to talk about the next topic. Mel, what's our next topic going to be?
Our next topic, which, like we said, was going to be a part of this one, and then we decided to split it because there's just so much to talk about, is going to be about Kairi and the fact that her heart was in Sora's heart and all the weird kind of events that kind of come from that situation.
All right. Well, I'm excited to hear your questions about Kairi because we love her. We love Miss Kairi. And yeah, that's pretty much it. As always, if you like what you're listening to here, either on audio or on YouTube, please feel free to like the video or review the show, leave a comment, just engage with us. We would like to engage with you back. We like that connection that we have established here.
Yes.
So yeah, we've gotten a few 5-star reviews on Apple. So thank you to everyone who has written something nice about us. And we've gotten a lot of Spotify reviews. So thank you so much to everyone who has done that.
I need to look at those. I have to look at them.
Yeah, if you haven't already subscribed to us on YouTube, please go do that. Hit that little subscribe button, hit that little like button, hit that little notification bell. We love to see you guys over there.
We forgot to do this again. If you do have something to say about Kairi and her heart being in Sora's heart, you can email us at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. No spaces, no tricky letters or nothing.
Yeah, thank you. I'll put it in the description of all the episodes as well. I thank you, Mel, for reminding me to do that. But yeah, that's all we got for you guys today. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in the Starlight. Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, a guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. This week we'll be talking about Kairi within Sora's heart, because this situation leads to various events that will teach us more about hearts, how they work, and how they'll play in the series' future.
In the beginning of Kingdom Hearts, when Destiny Islands is falling to darkness, Sora enters the cave called the Secret Place. There, he sees Kairi right before she's blasted towards him. Her body disappears just before slamming into him, and her heart takes refuge within his. Because of this, Sora sees glimpses of Kairi throughout the game. In Traverse Town, after Sora faints from fighting Leon, he wakes up and sees Yuffie as Kairi before coming to his senses. Then, later, in the abandoned house that would end up becoming Merlin's home, Sora sees Kairi again, and she reminisces about scribbling in Destiny Island's cave. Sora even sees glimpses of her when meeting Tarzan for the first time. None of this is due to Sora simply missing her. Rather, it all happens as an effect of Kairi's heart within Sora. And even besides all these brief sightings, there are still other times when Kairi's heart acts up within Sora.
The first we'll discuss is again in Tarzan's world, Deep Jungle, after we collect slides for the camp's projector. Most of the slides we collect come directly from the Tarzan movie, except for the very first slide, which is a castle that's deliberately different from the one shown in the movie. This castle is implied to be Hollow Bastion before it was overtaken by the Heartless, since they have very similar towers and Sora thinks it's familiar. Somehow, Kairi, from within Sora's heart, was able to recognize her home even with the amnesia she's had these last few years. This teaches us two things. One, that in Kingdom Hearts, even when characters forget, memories are still there subconsciously. Two, that memories of one person can manifest in another given certain conditions. Now, as to how a photograph of Hollow Bastion made it to Tarzan's world in the first place, there's no explanation.
Another interesting event is at Neverland, when Sora is near Kairi's body. We discover that after her body disappeared at Destiny Islands, it somehow reappeared elsewhere, and the Disney villains were able to recover it. Only now, Kairi's heart isn't in her body anymore, leaving it limp and lifeless. Wendy, who was kept in the same room, says about Kairi,
"But she seems to be asleep. She hasn't budged an inch."
This is until Sora reaches out for Kairi. Her body reacts to her own heart within Sora and flinches. This teaches us that even when they're separated, hearts and their corresponding bodies still maintain a connection.
The last event we want to talk about is definitely the most impactful. After you finish Neverland back in Traverse Town, Sora is in low spirits. Donald and Goofy try to comfort him, saying he's got to believe in himself. Sora then hears Kairi's voice say,
I believe in you.
and he gets a vision. In the beginning, he's gliding through this weird starfield of light. Then, he's floating inside Hollow Bastion's library and sees Kairi and her grandmother. This is when her grandmother tells her the legend of Kingdom Hearts. Sora is somehow experiencing a memory Kairi had, and in this memory, Kairi's grandmother tells her to believe in the light. So one could interpret this vision as Kairi trying to comfort Sora with an important lesson she learned as a child. This scene, often overlooked, is certainly a seed for the future in showing how hearts can connect with one another.
After Hollow Bastion's events, where Kairi regains her heart and Sora is restored from being a Heartless, the two are recuperating at Traverse Town. They both refer back to this memory, so Kairi seems to have recovered her memory of her childhood with her grandmother. But unfortunately, we don't yet know if she remembers everything, including Ansem sending her off into space. So, in short, Kairi's heart entering Sora at the beginning of the game influences a lot of later events that are short and often easy to forget.
But all of these times that Sora and Kairi's hearts interact are important groundwork for understanding the connections between hearts that occur throughout the series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Shedding Starlight discussion section. Today, we are talking about Miss Kairi, our favorite girl, our favorite. Hello, Miss Kairi. Hello, Mel, who I'm sitting here with. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Hello, Hannah. Hello, Kairi.
So we just spent about 5 minutes talking about Kairi and why she is incredibly important in this story, and kind of how she pops up in more ways in the story than one could really see the first time playing through the game. And we have some stuff to talk about. Pretty much everything is pretty straightforward in this episode, but we do still have some questions from people, and we do still have some things to kind of ponder over. The first thing we wanted to talk about was the Hollow Bastion photo in Deep Jungle. We're just so both fascinated by how that ended up there. I wanted to say on this point that recently I've been playing through Kingdom Hearts again, for the podcast. And I just think, like, what a cool little detail. And it's so small because it's not even voice acted. It's just it's a dialogue box.
Yeah, if you were like me, so I spent many of my years, I spent so many years not even playing the Kingdom Hearts games, but just watching all the cutscenes on YouTube in like little compilations. And I'm sure that short fucking little deep jungle thing is always, well, maybe not now, because I think fans are much more careful. But I think back in like 2008, they would have cut that cutscene out. Like, they wouldn't have fucking cared.
Yeah.
So for some people, it might be easy to miss, especially if you're just like pressing X trying to skip all the shit. You don't fucking care, you know. You might skip that and not realize that it's more important than you think.
Yeah, it's really cool. And it's just kind of surreal seeing this Hollow Bastion castle with all of the other pictures are just like normal things.
I know. It's like a guy proposing with flowers and then like a super ominous fucking
and Jane is over in the corner being like, where the fuck did that come from?
One thing I love about this very short scene is that, to me, one thing I love about Kingdom Hearts, especially Kingdom Hearts 1, is how it captures like the feeling of deja vu, where you're just like, okay, wait, I've been here before. Like, I remember everything. And like, for me, that eventually goes away, where I'm like, no, I take that back. I've never seen this before. Like, I don't know what happened. There was a blip in the universe or something. But I feel like Kingdom Hearts is like, just so good at like capturing that feeling and asking yourself, like, what if it wasn't just a blip in your brain with the chemical releases? Like, what if that meant something? Like, I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it's so masterfully crafted in that way. It's just like, again, pulling back on, like, no string left untugged on in this fucking game, in this fucking series. It's crazy. But to that point, my mind always wants to make an explanation for things, which, like, is not just a me thing. It's a human condition on how we want to just, like, make stories in our head on how things happen and everything. But, like, I considered trying to speculate on why a photograph of Hollow Bastion would make it to Tarzan's world in the first place. But I just kind of don't think it's worth speculating on, because I don't think there's an answer. That's what we said in the script. There is no explanation. But yeah, my fan fiction brain is like, but what if this happened, and what if this happened, and what if it was actually this, and what if the rules were different, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you could even like imagine that, like, if Ansem was able to visit all these different worlds as a heart, did he have like a photo of Hollow Bastion with him, and then he visited Deep Jungle and like left the photograph on accident or something? You could just make up a bunch of shit, but it don't matter, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it don't fucking matter. So just kind of a weird phenomena happening in Deep Jungle that illustrates Kairi's influence on Sora in this moment, which is cool. So kind of moving on to a bigger point of this script, something that we really want to hammer home that people should remember is exactly that, remembering memories and stuff like that. The quote that we put in the script, I'll just say the whole thing. This teaches us two things. One, that in Kingdom Hearts, even when characters forget, memories are still there subconsciously. And two, that memories of one person can manifest in another given certain conditions. And it's, I guess, from my perspective, I just want to make sure that we put a big red exclamation point, a big star next to this, and a big, in all caps, remember this for the future, because memory is something that is incredibly important for concepts that are built upon for the rest of the series. So keep that in mind and just pay attention to stuff when it comes to memories like that. and the concept of memory and remembering other people's memories and, all of that fun stuff.
Yes. So we discussed it. We mentioned this a few times in the presentation, but I want to just, reinforce the fact that the whole reason why we did this episode, which, like Hannah said, is very straightforward. Like, you play the game, you've seen all these fucking scenes. Like, what else is there?
Yeah.
We just want to make sure that you, if you're a new fan listening, that you kind of understand that all of these different aspects of Kairi's heart interacting with Sora's heart, it teaches us a lot, and it gives us a lot of groundwork for hearts and for memories and for connections, and how it gives us a lot of building blocks that later build a lot of different structures.
Yeah.
Because things like this will happen again in the series in the future, but it won't be quite the same. And so as long as you can understand and keep up, you can kind of wrap your head around the similarities as well as the differences. So that's what we're trying to help you kind of start in that whole journey of understanding.
Yeah, we're building the foundation of a big old city that's going to be built upon, and other little districts are going to be built around it. And
yes. Oh my God, we're explaining the concept of math. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep. We're doing architecture in our minds right now. We are laying the foundation for later. And yeah, that whole foundation is called the concept of memory, which is gonna be fun to look back at this episode later and see how far we've come eventually. But so with all that being said, I think my only real question that came from this episode actually happened to be the same question as someone else in our email. And I'll do the Cliff Notes version of it now, and I think Mel's going to expand more on that email later. But with the whole concept of Kairi being able to show Sora her memories, and it seems like in a way that is deliberate, it made me wonder how awake and in how much control she has whenever she is in Sora's heart, because it's not like she's completely dormant, obviously.
Yeah.
So it's just part of me is oh, that's kind of bogged down in semantics, whatever. It's a children's fantasy game. But it's just again, it's one of those things where this series is everything is complete, incredibly deliberate with everything that it does. So what do you think, Mel? Is how awake is Kairi? How much control does she have? If you have an answer to that.
I think I do. At least I can, talk about it, if not give a deliberate answer.
Yeah.
Because while you were talking about it and kind of describing it, it was kind of reminding me of the sunken place from Get Out.
Yeah.
Where you are not in control of your body whatsoever, but you still have basically a television screen showing you everything that's going on outside. Because I'm thinking of two events. The first event I'm thinking of that we talked about in the presentation was when Sora is in the abandoned house that would end up being what Merlin renovates to stay in. Mm-hmm. And she's like, this place reminds me of the secret place, right? So she clearly is looking around and as you the most you can do when you're in her situation. But also which I didn't put this in the presentation, and I really should have. But I mean, I don't know what else I could have written about it because it's very, very fast. But when Riku is possessed by Ansem, and Ansem is about to, or Riku as Ansem is about to strike Sora, Kairi yells out from her heart, and she's like, Sora! And as a warning of look out, dodge. And so you realize, or at least I realize, I can't speak for anybody else, but like not only is she like aware, but she's like really fucking present. Because, you know, that takes like reaction time, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, in my head, when you learn about Kingdom Hearts and like the future buildings we're gonna make, you know, the future architecture.
The city we're building, yep.
We're kind of used to Hearts acting in a certain way. But I think that since so many games have gone by now, we've kind of forgotten that in Kingdom Hearts, you can be very present and very aware. And I do think that that is really interesting.
Yeah.
So, let's read what Adrian wrote, because Adrian is the person who sent the email that you referenced earlier. So, Adrian wrote, as for your next topic, I was wondering, what is your take on how aware and awake Kairi was while inside of Sora's heart? When I first played the game, I was under the impression she was awake the whole time. However, if she was, I'd kind of expect her to have learned a little magic and skills like Sora did. Oh, bada bing, bada boom. She was clearly awake enough to appear as an apparition to Sora in certain memories, but it might have been a matter of her just being stirred awake at those moments in time. Another question I have is, how do you think this compares with the situation Riku had with Ansem when he fought Sora at the keyhole? I think bringing up Riku and Ansem, I think, is such a great idea, because Riku also seems to have been really aware, because, oh my god, I can't even remember if we've talked about this before. We've talked about Riku and Ansem on this podcast before, right? Yes, we have. Mm-hmm. Duh. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
You have to forgive me. I'm writing like 3 different Kingdom Hearts papers right now. One of them isn't even for the podcast. It's for my YouTube channel. So I am bouncing back and forth like a fucking bouncing ball. You gotta be patient with me. But anyway. So Riku, so we talked about how weird it was that when Ansem is possessing Riku, he still has this ability to change Riku's form and make it look like Ansem's body.
Yeah.
Which is just so weird. So we've talked about that, right? So still, we can heavily suspect that Riku's heart was still in his body that looks like Ansem, because at one point his heart kind of like materializes and like manifests a visual of his body in front of Ansem. And at this point, Riku's like trying to hold Ansem back, because you can see Ansem kind of like struggle to move.
Yeah.
And so Riku's like, I'm not going to let you do this. You guys have to go. The Heartless are coming. I'm going to do all I can to hold Ansem back, but you got to run, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in that situation, Riku also has to have been super aware and super cognizant. Is that the right word? Am I using that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I just think that using Riku and Ansem to compare that to Kairi and Sora is very interesting. And it also makes you wonder, the differences between Riku kind of manifesting his body, which seemed to be kind of more real, because it seems like Kairi and Donald and Goofy saw him.
Mm-hmm.
But when Kairi materializes, it seems to just be something for Sora himself.
Yeah.
So I don't really know why that is, but maybe just the overall conclusion to come to is that bodies can hearts can like kind of materialize or show themselves in different ways depending on the situation. But I think that's very interesting. But that's not the point of what Adrian asked. The point of what Adrian asked is, how awake was she? And I guess my answer is, she's probably very awake and very aware. And like, did she pick up the magic and the skills? No. But we all played the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1 when she tried to do that race with the 2 other boys and she was way behind. You can't blame her, okay? She has slip-on shoes. You gotta cut her some slack.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. No, my thought about the differences between the two of them, that makes me think of kind of the same thing I was kind of touching on about the princesses and the Keyblade of Heart. It comes back, I swear. The fact that Kairi and Sora, Kairi is taking refuge within Sora. So it's an act of love and safety and warmth. But with Riku and Ansem, it's more hostile, and Riku is acting in defiance, where Kairi doesn't really need to, obviously.
Yeah, you're right. So,
yeah, there's just some inherent differences there that kind of pop up to me.
And that in turn reminds me of a couple other emails and comments that we got.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one is another email by Dixo. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. DYXO. Thank you very much for your email.
Thank you for your email.
So they asked, how was Kairi able to just inject her heart into Sora anyway? In the cutscene where she does, girl looks like she's already at death's door. So was that was that just some function that a princess of heart has to safeguard the light? A side function of how bonds work cosmologically? I don't know if I've ever read that word aloud before in my whole life. Keyblade shenanigans, or is Sora just built different? So first of all, we can say that this is kind of explored more in a future Kingdom Hearts game, because it is. But also, coming back to what you were talking about, we also have to take into account that Sora and Kairi are childhood friends. Like, they've grown up together, right?
Yeah.
And so I imagine, like you said, that she went into his heart for safety, for safekeeping, and she had no desire to, like, hold his body back, or maybe she wouldn't be able to do that because it's naturally Sora's body, and with Riku it was naturally his body. It just looked like Ansem.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But I do think that that's probably why her heart went into Sora. I don't know if it's like because of Keyblades. I mean, it might also have something to do with the fact that she's a princess of heart and they gravitate towards Keyblade people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I guess in my own interpretation, that happened because she saw him as like a safe house.
Yeah.
But she did already look like she was at death's door. I don't know why she was zonked the fuck out. I really don't know.
That reminds me, right before we started recording, I went to go look back at the cutscene in Neverland where she's in the brig with Wendy. And for some reason in my head, I always imagined that she was like, her eyes were closed and that she looked like she was sleeping, but no. Her eyes are open, her mouth is open. It's creepy. It's just her
spooky.
body.
It's fucking spooky. Did she have pupils? Do you remember that?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, that's weird. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And I know for new Kingdom Hearts fans, they're gonna be like, pupils? Like, why wouldn't she have pupils? But like, you just gotta flow with it.
Yeah.
So I said that Sora and Kairi having bonds reminded me of two questions. It reminded me of an email, but then it also reminded me of a YouTube question. And this YouTube question is by Crystal Key 2294. Hi, Crystal Key.
Hi.
I love when you can read a username and you're just like, oh, you love Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I just know it. You love Kingdom Hearts. You love sparkles. You love it all. I love it.
Incredible.
Okay. So they wrote, I do have one question for the next topic, and that is there any evidence to suggest that since Kairi was able to save Sora from darkness, could all of the other princesses do the same thing? So my first instinct is to say yes. And the reason why I think this is because after we beat Hollow Bastion and all the princesses are standing around, they talk about how they're doing their best to hold back the darkness until Sora is able to defeat Ansem forever. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me like in general, yes, the princesses of heart are able to connect together and summon a keyhole that leads to darkness, but it also seems to me like they have the ability to dispel it and to repel it.
Yeah.
So I do think that maybe some other princess could have restored Sora. But I also think that because we don't ever see something like that happen in the future, it might also be just because Sora and Kairi are childhood friends and have a strong bond.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that that's a big part of it.
Yeah, just from my, I'm a trained screenwriter, that is better from a writing perspective. Like, if it were some random princess that Sora had never met, it would not be as impactful.
Snow White, save me!
Yeah, literally.
Save me, my girl!
But that, completes the circle of Sora trying to save Kairi, and then she in turn saves him, You know
what? Absolutely.
Yeah.
When writing these papers and just focusing on Kingdom Hearts 1 alone, I have been really realizing how much that this game comes full circle in its own themes and in its own story.
Yeah.
And I really respect it for that.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. It's a well-written game, which is why I think a lot of people clung on to it. And now, it's multitudes more than what this first game, established. But it's such a great, again, I'm going to use the word foundation that they were able to build on.
I really feel like, to me, Kingdom Hearts, the series, has different stopping points or different exit routes where if you're okay, if you don't want to play this whole series, here's a good place to stop. You can stop after Kingdom Hearts 2, you might get closure. You can stop after this game, you might get closure. But honestly, I feel like if you just wanted to play the first game alone, you can do that, which I know is obvious, duh.
Yeah.
But I just feel like so many people so many Kingdom Hearts fans don't give people the credit of just playing the first game and being content and going on with their merry lives,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it does end in a cliffhanger.
You're right. No, it does.
No, but you're right. It is a complete story in and of itself. And that's just kind of the trick of developers of if you want to see what happens next, green light our next game, that sort of
true
thing.
The whole season 1.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we've reached the end of everything we wanted to talk about. Just kind of a pretty straightforward episode for today. I think the next episode is going to be a bit less straightforward because of a couple different reasons. So, Mel, what are we talking about next week?
Okay. The next episode we're going to talk about next week is Realms. So, listen. In my head, whenever I write about Kingdom Hearts and I have a mental plan of topics that I want to go into, I like to have kind of a story or a flow of topics that are kind of connected. Mm-hmm. But clearly, Kairi being in Sora's heart and the realms are not connected.
Yeah.
But listen, I had to take a few steps back in order to kind of follow another trail of connections in this first Kingdom Hearts game. So I did the best I could in coming up with a good order. We'll have to zoom out. But trust me, after the episode on Realms, we're zooming back in.
Yeah.
Okay? Trust me.
It's only uphill from here. I can't wait to do the rest of these episodes. I'm very intrigued with them.
Honestly, start after Realms. Once again, Realms has to set up the foundation. But then we're getting back into the real juicy, the juicy shit.
Yeah.
We really are.
What should people sending their emails to sheddingstarlight@gmail.com, what should they specifically be asking about?
That's very smart of you to ask me to tell you. So we're going to be talking about Ansem's Report 12. So you can either look that up, open up your Kingdom Hearts game, read it, whatever. But it basically just talks about the realm of light, the realm of darkness, the world in between, etc., etc. So it's kind of like World Order Part 2.
Yeah.
I would say.
Worldbuilding Part 2.
Worldbuilding.
Thanks,
whatever.
YouTube.
Thanks, YouTube. But we also talk about the end of the world. So if you're really confused about the end of the world, Or, you know, like I'm planning on talking about like Traverse Town or whatever fucking weird plain hill place they were in at the end of the game. You know what I'm talking about? When they're like running. And then they find Pluto.
Yes.
That area.
Yes.
You know, we're gonna like
the Windows
raise
XP.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, the Windows XP desktop wallpaper. Yeah.
Yeah. But basically, we're talking about the realm of light, the realm of darkness, and in between. So if you have any questions on that, yes, email us at shuttingstarlight@gmail.com.
Hell yeah. And if you like the episode, if you like the pod, be sure to rate and review on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Thank you to everyone who's already done that already. And if you haven't checked out our YouTube channel, go check out our YouTube channel. We have some very pretty visuals that you can look at while you listen to our beautiful voices. If you want to recommend the show to a friend, word of mouth is a very strong growth tool for podcasts. So try to get your friends into Kingdom Hearts like you always have your whole entire life, and tell them that you have an audio guide to help them out with all the weird concepts that are in it. And yeah, I think that's it. Mel, you got anything else?
I love you.
I love you too. Incredible. Yeah, so thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the Starlight.
Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, a guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. Today, we're going to zoom out and look at a more macro topic, the various realms of the Kingdom Hearts universe, which are introduced to us in Ansem's 12th report, where he writes, "There are many worlds in existence, some of which we know nothing about. The world in which we live, the realm of darkness, the realm of light, and the world in between. Wherein lies true nirvana?"
Just like in our first episode on World Order, the words realm and world here are a bit more of magical uses of the terms, rather than practical or scientific. Fans tend to have their own idea of how these realms are laid out. Some fans imagine them adjacent on a horizontal plane, but others picture these realms above one another vertically or as different dimensions entirely. This is because there are various instances throughout the series that can point to any of these being the case. So far, what you picture doesn't exactly matter as long as you can follow along in the story whenever these realms are relevant.
So let's break down these great realms of light and darkness, as well as the lesser areas in between. To begin, Ansem listing the world in which we live separately from the realm of light may lead fans to believe the latter is another place entirely, a heavenly realm that's blinding with light or something. But let's clear up a common misconception right now. The realm of light contains all the various little worlds: Hollow Bastion, Traverse Town, Destiny Islands before it fell to darkness, and all the Disney worlds as well. The realm of light is made up of the scattered galaxy we talked about in our episode on World Order, with the world in which we live being specifically Hollow Bastion. So why is the realm of light called that? It's likely in reference to the legend Kairi's grandmother recites. Long ago, people lived in peace, bathed in the warmth of light. That was the state of the realm before people fought each other and destroyed the overall world.
In contrast to the realm of light, the realm of darkness is a starkly isolated area with very few ways of entering it. So far, it doesn't seem the gummy ship can reach it at all. Riku ends up there after being discarded by Ansem, where he's then contacted by an inaudible voice that we can safely assume is King Mickey. Mickey says that with 2 hearts and 2 keys, they can close the big white double doors, which he calls the Door of Darkness. Later games call it the Door to Darkness, but we're sticking with the first game's terminology for now. So, this Door of Darkness is one of the few ways you can enter the Realm of Darkness. We don't see much of this realm in the first Kingdom Hearts game, only the near final scene of the Door of Darkness opening and showing us what's on the other side. Bizarre pillars of what is perhaps rock with veins of glowing crystal. Among these pillars are hordes of Heartless, approaching to cross the Door of Darkness.
The world in between that Ansem mentions points to the end of the world that lies between the realms of light and darkness. The end of the world is essentially a graveyard for all the worlds whose hearts were taken by the Heartless and therefore destroyed. The further you explore this world, the more you see resembling places like Aurora or Snow White's worlds, as well as Destiny Islands that's now corrupted and damaged from darkness. It seems that Ansem reached the end of the world through the Hollow Bastion keyhole created by the Princesses of Heart. We've discussed on the podcast before that keyholes lead to the hearts of worlds, and Ansem wonders in his 10th report if the core of the world's heart is the world of the Heartless. After beating Hollow Bastion, the princesses say the darkness coming from the keyhole engulfed Ansem, and that later he went far away where they now feel a powerful darkness growing. With all this, along with Goofy calling the end of the world a heartless world, it seems that Ansem, after being pulled into Hollow Bastion's keyhole, was able to reach the end of the world.
Another common misconception is that the end of the world lies inside the realm of darkness, since it's a very dark world itself, but it might be more accurate to say it's touching or adjacent to that realm, since it's right outside the door of darkness. While the end of the world and the realm of darkness are similar, unfortunately, we can't get into those similarities until later games. Likewise, when it comes to the overall area between these two realms, some fans interpret it as being included in the realm of light since it's still accessible with the gummy ship and it's outside the door of darkness. But others think that if a place is in this gray area, then it should be considered outside the realm of light. A beach analogy might help you wrap your mind around this. Let's say the ocean is the realm of darkness and the coastland is the realm of light. The sand is coated with water from the ocean, so do you consider it separate from the coastland or still a part of it? While it's more objective to say places like the end of the world are not in the realm of darkness, whether they're a part of the realm of light or consider their own realm entirely might be open for debate, at least in the first Kingdom Hearts game alone.
The end of the world may not be the only world located in the area between the realms of light and darkness. Another world that might belong between these realms is Traverse Town. The end of the world contains the ruins of destroyed worlds, but as for the people who lived on those worlds, some of them end up at Traverse Town. When Destiny Islands was destroyed, Sora was sucked into this giant black hole of darkness and ended up at Traverse Town himself. So Traverse Town also has some sort of connection to the worlds destroyed by darkness.
Another place we can talk about is the vast green field seen at the very end of the game. This place is interesting because while Kairi ends up back at Destiny Islands, Sora, Donald, and Goofy end up here. Whether they end up here randomly or not is unknown for now. But if it's not random, Sora and the others ending up here after being at the Door of Darkness implies that this world might be tied to the area between the realms of light and darkness as well.
The final topic we want to bring up is the passage found at World Terminus, which mentions the realm of Kingdom Hearts. Much like the realm of light, this might mislead someone into thinking that Kingdom Hearts is its own separate place. But this is most likely a misunderstanding of the reading, in that rather, the realm of Kingdom Hearts is in reference to the realm of darkness, since it's implied to be where Kingdom Hearts is located, with the Door of Darkness being the path leading to it. So it may not be that Kingdom Hearts is its own realm, but rather still a vague entity that within lies untold wisdom. So, to summarize everything we've presented today, We have the Realm of Light, which consists of all, if not most, of the various little worlds.
There's also the isolated Realm of Darkness, which seems to contain Kingdom Hearts, and has large white doors called the Door of Darkness for its entrance.
Then, there's places in between these two realms, like the End of the World most notably. Most consider this in-between area as included in the Realm of Light, but there might be others that disagree. It's all a bit to keep track of if you're a new fan, but throughout the series, you will be given more time with all of these interesting locations of Kingdom Hearts.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shedding Starlight, the discussion section. We just gave you a about 10-minute section on the realms of the first Kingdom Hearts game. About a 10-minute presentation about what all of that means, about Ansem's report and what he's looking for and what these different places are. I'm here with Mel. Say hi, Mel.
Help me, I'm in the Realm of Darkness! Let me out! Hello.
Hello. Hi, Mel. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Amazing. Are you ready to tackle all of my and everyone else's questions that stem from this episode today?
Let's fucking get into it.
Let's
fucking
go.
get into it.
Incredible. So, this is a long script. In my opinion, a lot of it is straightforward, and then there's like one or two paragraphs that are very less straightforward.
I know.
So we're gonna talk about that.
So let me say this. A lot of the ones that are kind of like, it could be this, or it could be that, we don't know. For new listeners, just to let you know, I think advanced people already know this, they can kind of figure it out. But if you're new to Kingdom Hearts, this is the first game you've ever played, when I write these papers or these scripts for us to read aloud, I'm purposely thinking of seeds to plant so that in the future, when revelations come about, you don't feel like it came out of nowhere. We're trying to help you kind of see patterns of things so that you can kind of tell when something else is connected, you kind of see where that came from and you're not completely lost. But unfortunately, before the seeds are sown, you might look down at a seed and go, what the fuck is this seed here for? Like, why
is that?
Why did they include this in the podcast? Like, I promise everything is connected. Okay.
Yeah. We have a very unique perspective in that we have 13 games after this or something like that so we can know what's important for later.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing. That's what Mel's doing. I'm not going to claim any credit for that because Mel is the one who writes scripts and I'm the one who's like, so what does that mean? But I think to start out, at the I think towards the end of this script, we talked about, or is it at the beginning? I don't remember. It's at the end of.
Are you talking about number one?
Yes.
This is the beginning. This was very near the beginning.
Never mind. Scratch all that. At the very beginning, I put in the discussion, Ansem talking about the world in which we live, referring to Hollow Bastion. And so this kind of put me in a place of wondering. I think a question that popped up during our very first episode, which this episode is obviously very connected to our first episode.
Yes.
It's very interesting on like how does he know all this? How much does he know? Where did he get this knowledge? Yeah, it's just interesting. Like he is a ruler of this world, which puts him in a unique perspective because the president gets all of the international secrets and everything.
Ansem has the nuclear codes.
Yeah, literally. But yeah, it's just very interesting to see that he knows all this and can ruminate on all of this.
Fuck ton. It kind of reminds me of like real life astronomy. Like when NASA comes out with news, like
Jupiter has this type of atmosphere. I'm like, girl, how the fuck do you know that? Shut the fuck up. There's no way your little telescope can tell me that. I don't care how big it is. And
yeah, literally.
I guess, that's kind of like how I think about Ansem. It's like, Ansem, how the fuck do you know all this? You're just making shit up. Like, you happen to be right.
Yeah.
But you're still just making this up. But
no,
whatever.
yeah, to me, it's more of like the ancient Greeks looking up at the sky and being like, the earth is round. Like, how did you know? Like, you did math and that told you all of that? You plugged some numbers in and you wrote it down on some paper? And
that is so real. That's a really good point, yeah. It's crazy.
But yeah, it's interesting to think about that and like kind of wonder how he got to this place of knowledge.
And I think that is, we're still very vague. You and I are still very vague in this podcast on like what Kingdom Hearts is, what it does. Which, like, don't worry, we will get to that eventually. Like, calm down. But right now we've discussed how Kingdom Hearts seems to be like a source of knowledge or wisdom. And so I think with Ansem figuring all this out about how the worlds and the realms work, I think it's almost like, what's that saying about science where it's like, the more you learn, the less you know, or something like that? I guess, like, his hunger for knowledge really is driving him to do such insane things just for this source of, like, unlimited knowledge. Especially because when he possesses Riku, he's like, he says, I know all that there is to know. And I'm like, bitch, then why do you want Kingdom Hearts? Like, sit down. Calm down. But whatever.
I am Kingdom Hearts.
Nerds.
Nerd. Fucking weirdo.
So, well then, Hannah, let's move down a little bit down the list. And let me ask you, because I'm really interested in what you think, because I know that you've grown up playing Kingdom Hearts 2. You're a little less familiar with Kingdom Hearts 1, but you still, like, know everything. Like, you're fine. But I want to ask you, how do you picture the layout of, like, where's the realm of light and where is the realm of darkness in relation to that? Can you see the apple?
Yes, I can see the apple.
Okay, so
I can.
What are you picturing?
So I think later games influenced my answer to this, but I think with this information, how I picture it as it's like happening, I think I definitely picture it dimensionally. So like very like Doctor Who, it's bigger on the inside type deal, So like, do you know what I'm talking about when I say that?
I do know what you're talking about, but are you talking about like the realm of darkness is bigger on the inside?
Yeah, so like the door to darkness being the door to the TARDIS, Yes.
I can absolutely see and understand that totally.
Yeah, so it's like it is a door to a different dimension, and they're like what is behind it when it's not open is different from what's inside it.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my visualization of it.
The tricky
at this
thing
point
about that description, which I do agree with, is that, like, okay, so I'm kind of going to move on into our next point, but connect it with what you said, because I think you said a really good point, is how if the realm of darkness is kind of like the TARDIS of the world, which if any of you people are thinking we're so nerdy for bringing up Doctor Who, shut up. You're listening to a podcast about Kingdom Hearts. You're not any better. Okay, listen. But anyway, I have it helps me to just imagine the realm of darkness as an actual place.
Yeah.
Just so that it helps me understand this area in between the realm of light and the darkness a little bit more. Because so we got a handful of questions and emails kind of asking about the end of the world, because what they're asking is it in the realm of darkness or not? And with this whole area in between the realm and the realm of light and the realm of darkness, because it's not technically inside the TARDIS, in my head,
Right.
places like the end of the world are still in the realm of light. Because to
Yeah.
me, any place that's reachable with the gummy ship is in the realm of light. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily like a definitive rule, but so far, that has always been the case. Because, like,
Yeah.
in future games, So Kingdom Hearts 1, outside of Ansem's Report 12, the term Realm of Light in Kingdom Hearts 1 is never said. It's never spoken. Nobody ever says it. And I think that's why a lot of people get the impression that the Realm of Light is like heaven or like something, you know?
Yeah.
Which, I don't blame them for thinking that. But in later games, the Realm of Light is said. So, and I think when you play those later games, that's when it kind of clicks for you that like, oh, the Realm of Light is like where all these worlds are. Like, oh, okay, like, wish somebody would have said that earlier. Like,
Yeah, it is the main setting of Kingdom Hearts.
Yes. And so, but whenever they're talking about the Realm of Light in future games, to me, it's including places that are in the in-between. And so I think that's why, for me and from my perspective, this area in between and worlds like the end of the world, even though the end of the world looks super spooky and it's kind of weird and really dark, to me, it's still in the realm of light. It's just in that beach that's covered with water, even though it's not technically in the ocean. So anyway.
Gotcha.
But
I'm trying to think. Well, go ahead.
I was no, there you go.
Okay. I was just trying to think like a visual way to remember that, and like the fact that the crossroads and the end of the world looks so different. I don't think I'd find any sort of visual like connection between them to be like the gummy ship is a good rule of thumb. I was just trying to think of another visual rule of thumb. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. What did you have to say?
No, that's a good point. Because if you're listening and you're like, what the fuck is a crossroads? Crossroads is that big green lushy area. That's just like the fan coined term of that area.
I forgot we didn't actually say that in the script.
That's okay. Who cares? As long as we explain it, like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And plus, like I think giving new fans terminology that experienced fans have been using for years will help new fans kind of like catch on and be like, oh, so that's what everybody's talking about. You know, like the Keyblade of Heart. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, but anyway. So coming, you were comparing it with the crossroads with the end of the world. And the other thing about the end of the world is that we did get a lot of questions about it that we can't unfortunately directly answer because I think it spills a lot of the story of future games and we kind of want to let those revelations play out on their own for emotional impact. But I will say that when worlds fall to darkness, it seems to me, this is kind of how I picture it or imagine it, is that when worlds fall to darkness or their hearts are taken by Heartless, I almost wonder if they like crumble and those crumbs kind of spread out and kind of become dust to different areas. And I think that is part of the reason why we might see worlds at the end of the world. We see areas that are kind of reminiscing of the different old Disney fairy tale movies.
Yeah.
But it's not like we see like any of those worlds intact. They're kind of just all meshed together. So it seems to me that they're like different parts of the planet when it crumbles kind of spread and land in different areas. And I hope that experienced fans who sent in questions about the end of the world can read in between the lines of what I'm trying to say and that what I'm saying is answering their questions. Hopefully.
Yeah.
But
we have to play a fucking logic puzzle with this sometimes.
I know what we really got to dance around.
Yeah, we do. And speaking of dancing around, I need all of you to come back a few years in the past with me when I was streaming a lot of these Kingdom Hearts games for the first time. And the reason why this podcast exists is because I streamed the whole series on Twitch, and Mel was in my chat answering questions for me because I was having trouble understanding the lore. So I'm going to go back into that little lore goblin mode a little bit and just kind of rapid fire some questions at Mel and hope that we can like chew on the concept that I'm about to bring up.
Okay.
And we can all move forward together.
Okay.
So when I was reading through the script for the first time, I fell into a pit of, I don't get what this is. Whenever we talked about Ansem reaching the end of the world through Hollow Bastion's keyhole.
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I read that paragraph and I got confused, but I think what I was confused about is that something that could happen with each world, or is that something that is specific to Hollow Bastion, or is that even something we can answer at this point?
You know, I think that's a really good question, because another question that we've gotten a few times is, how the fuck did Mickey end up in the realm of darkness? Like, if he can't cross through the big white doors, like, how the fuck did he get there? And I wonder if maybe... So, the interesting thing is that going through that keyhole, Ansem didn't end up in the realm of darkness. He ended up right outside it. So I guess...
Right.
You know, even if we were to say that Mickey was around when a world was falling to darkness and maybe got, like, you know, involved or accidentally trapped or something, and that would still only take him, I would think, to the end of the world. And so,
yeah.
But about Hollow Bastion itself, I have been on and off ever since this podcast's kind of conception. I have been debating and teeter-tottering on if I want to do an episode just about Hollow Bastion, because it is just so interesting. Because, you know, why are the Seven Hearts brought there? Why was that keyhole that they made summoned there? Why are there a bunch of pipes everywhere that seem to just completely take over and warp the entire world? How come Hollow Bastion's heart wasn't taken by the Heartless, and therefore Hollow Bastion itself end up at the end of the world in shatters as well? Like, there's just so many weird fucking things. But Hollow Bastion, to this day, like, even with all of these other games, I think Hollow Bastion is one of the most, if not the most, interesting world in all of Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Like, I'm just, like, obsessed with it. And I almost wonder, like, if we had all of the answers, all of the questions answered, would I still be as interested, or am I only interested because it's so mysterious, you know?
Yeah.
But either
that
way,
makes sense.
I think there might be some reason as to why, one, Hollow Bastion did not fall to darkness, but was instead, like, overcome with all these pipes. Two, that the Princesses of Heart were brought there, and a keyhole was summoned there because of the Princesses of Heart, that eventually Ansem went through and reached the end of the world. I think there's some kind of nested connection, spiderweb, between all of these different points. But unfortunately, I can't tell you what it is. I wish I could. And not even because I know, but I can't say because of spoilers. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just very main character energy coming from this one world.
Yes.
It's just like, why are you special? Why are you the chosen one? So then I have a part 2 to this question, which is not super, I mean, kind of related, I guess. Goofy calling the end of the world a heartless world. What is a heartless world? What does that mean? Is that something we've talked about already?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
But I assume he calls it a heartless world because it is the remnants of the worlds whose hearts were taken by Heartless. So I don't even know if before all of these worlds started blinking out and getting their hearts taken away, the end of the world itself might not have existed at all. It might have just been like empty, blank space among the many stars. And so maybe all of these different clusters of destroyed worlds coming together, and maybe that's why Goofy called it a heartless world. And it's like, it's kind of, to me, Goofy calling it a heartless world is definitely like a Kingdom Hearts 1 thing, where I don't know if in Kingdom Hearts 3 something would ever be called a heartless world, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, I think we just have to like say, oh, it's just the place where Heartless kind of roam about free. You know, they're the top dogs and they're living on a bunch of ruins of dead worlds. I think, unfortunately, that's the best we got.
Yeah, literally a world full of Heartless. Not that it's a special, you know, quote unquote Heartless world. Okay.
That's a good point.
Got it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think that was, those were the two roots of my confusion with this whole thing, is that like, I think I was just curious about all of the other worlds, and that if that was like an established rule that like, you know, the keyhole leads to the end of the world, leads to the door to darkness or the realm of darkness. But that clears it up.
Well, I guess it clears it up, but I'm still kind of a little confused myself because
what I mean when I say that it clears it up is me saying that like, oh, Hollow Bastion is mysterious.
Okay. Yeah. Establishing the fact that there is mystery rather than just not understanding it. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So this next point, I think, will kind of transition us into our viewer questions. I put down here, I put in the quote, this is most likely the understanding of a misunderstanding of the reading, and that rather the realm of Kingdom Hearts is the realm of darkness, since it's implied to be where Kingdom Hearts is located, with the door of darkness being the path to it. So I wrote down here, so this connects back to Ansem's search for true nirvana, which is the 12th report, right? That's the one at the beginning here? Yes. Which is the whole reason why we have these reports, I guess. Since Kingdom Hearts is interpreted as true wisdom. So, like, kind of one and the same, true nirvana, true wisdom.
Yeah. Yes.
Connected.
And yes, and this is connected to Dixo's email. So Dixo messaged us 2 overall questions, but we're going to answer the second one first. So Dixo asks, also, hi again, thank you once again for the email.
Hi Dixo, thank you for your question.
How much do you think we should read into the fact that the report we get from beating Sephiroth, which is the 12th report, has Ansem musing about looking for a paradise, or perhaps a promised land even, depending on the interpretation? So he doesn't say paradise, he says nirvana. And maybe it's different based off of translations, maybe in different languages he says different things. But as for English, he says the word nirvana. And I'm not super familiar with Buddhism, but it's my understanding that nirvana is a state of mind and a state of being, and that paradise is more like a place. And so that is really important to distinguish when we're talking about what Ansem wants out of Kingdom Hearts. Does he think it's a place that he can visit? Or will it grant him a state of mind? And like we said, that true wisdom, that untold wisdom, is that what he wants? And in my opinion, yes, that's what he wants. Not necessarily to visit a place.
Yeah, I think the reason why these two things are so connected is probably because, this is just me speculating, but like getting to paradise probably causes nirvana. They're two very connected concepts. At least like that's, so not to get into my religious trauma, but I grew up Catholic. So I know that like, at least in Christianity, the concept of heaven is being with God and having true peace. So like, I assume that kind of translates to other religions as well. maybe. I don't know. I'm speculating here. But like I think that since they're just two very connected concepts that people might think they're a little interchangeable. But if we're reading super literally here, I would agree with you that nirvana is a state of being and paradise is a place. Now, some people might go to paradise to achieve nirvana.
Yes.
But they're two different things in my scope of view.
I think that's really wise of you to say. And that honestly like helps me understand future developments of this series that we can't talk about yet. Like kind of Birth by Sleep and what the person from that game kind of wants.
Yeah.
But all in due time. But anyway.
All in due time.
So Dixo's first question of their email says, so the battle against Ansem has us in the realm of light still, which, you know, like we said, some people think that if you're in the end of the world, you're still in the realm of light, which I agree with, but I don't know if that's definitive. I can't remember, unfortunately. Given that we see the realm of darkness on the other side of the door, if that pitch black void surrounding the door to darkness isn't darkness, what is it? So I was almost like debating on if we should wait for this question for the next episode. But I mean, like, whatever. I'll just get into it now. Like, who cares?
Who cares? Who gives a shit?
So what Dixo was talking about, if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan and you're like, what? So before you fight Ansem as his super large, heartless fight, you know, where you glide around, when you first look at the door, there's nothing really around it. It's just that big white door. But then after you beat Ansem and you see the cutscene of him trying to like open the door and summon Kingdom Hearts, you see this big black heart silhouette around the door. And a lot of fans have kind of wondered, like, is this Kingdom Hearts? Because how Ansem describes Kingdom Hearts a couple of times is like the great heart, the heart of all worlds, the great darkness that's sealed within the great heart. And so there's kind of like this unanimous understanding among fans that this kind of like negative, what's the term? You know, like those two guys staring at each other that also look like a vase?
Oh, yeah.
Is that
remember
just
the
called like
term.
negative absency or like, I don't know.
I would just say an illusion. I don't know. I can try to Google it really quick.
It's like absent space or, it's just called negative space. Okay.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Okay.
It just seems like there's this dark heart-shaped kind of black void around the door that a lot of fans have come to the speculation that that's Kingdom Hearts. I personally, knowing what we know, am not honestly really willing to say that it's Kingdom Hearts. It might be, but it's just a little too different from what we know now, that I personally, even if at one point in my life I did think it was Kingdom Hearts, I have now taken that back and revoked that, and I personally am a little unsure. But, I mean, honestly, thinking that is Kingdom Hearts, there's no fucking shame. Like, it doesn't hurt anything, it doesn't affect anything. If you think that's Kingdom Hearts, then, like, hell yeah, by all means. Like, you know, whatever. So anyway, that's what Dixo was referring to.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Well, Kingdom Hearts to me will always be the giant moon on the cover of the game. Just, that's my take on it.
She's so beautiful. She's like a pearl. A pearl
I know,
in the shape
she's
of a heart. What more could you
she's
ask
like a
for?
block of cheese that I want to eat.
So Flynn, also, oh my God, Hannah. So
What?
we got our first email from my good friend Flynn. And me and Flynn have been Kingdom Hearts fans for like a decade, maybe over a decade.
Oh my
Flynn
gosh.
has seen me through every single Kingdom Hearts project I have ever made. So when we got that email from him, oh my God, I was ecstatic. But anyway.
Hi, Flynn.
Hi, Flynn.
Hi, I'm Hannah. Nice to meet you.
So, so Flynn asks, How did Riku end up in the Realm of Darkness, and with his body no less? He's definitely there before Ansem is defeated, as we see a cutscene of him somewhere between Hollow Bastion and the final boss, in the Final Mix version. Which, honestly, like, if you're a new fan, you're like, do I have Final Mix? If you got it on the PS4, yes, you do. Don't worry about it. Ansem's Report 12 says to get to the Realm of Darkness, one must go through the doors of Kingdom Hearts, the place where the world's heart connect. But clearly, he's just flat out wrong there. King Mickey got in somehow, as did Riku. So, once again, actually, I don't know if this is once again. I feel like I said this before, but maybe I didn't. But in the next episode, we're going to be talking more about Mickey. I won't get into, like, what's the next episode topic just yet. You know, we'll wait a little bit, but...
You got to get to the end of the episode for that.
That's right.
You got to make it all the way there.
But because we talked about Riku being in the Realm of Darkness before, and how it kind of just seemed like he ended up there after Riku was, like, done with him. Like, I don't need you anymore, and, like, flicked him away. You know, once again, this kind of emphasizes this idea, especially with Mickey, that this game keeps saying that Kingdom Hearts seems to be the only way to the Realm of Darkness, but it also just does not seem to be the case. And so, I don't know... You know, just overall, hopefully, if we haven't yet, then we can in the future. Hopefully, in the future, we can really get into how the fuck do you enter the Realm of Darkness? How does it happen? We might not be able to really fully comb through that answer in this episode, and maybe not even in the next episode, but hopefully, eventually, we will be able to be like, okay, we have enough information. Enough story has passed. Here's all the different ways you can enter the Realm of Darkness. But unfortunately, I just don't think we're there yet.
Well, I would like to take a vacation to the Realm of Darkness just to be a tourist. So I'm hoping that we can figure that out soon so it doesn't ruin my travel plans.
I'd love to take little geodes from the Realm of Darkness and smash those suckers up. You know they're glowy. You know they're pretty. I saw those little rocky formations at the end of Kingdom Hearts. Those looked so pretty. So actually, this is not anything to do with the emails, but as I was writing the script and I was like, okay, what the fuck am I looking at? Like pillars of rock, they have like veins of glowing crystal, like that's what I wrote, right? But then like, I got like this icky, eerie feeling down my spine because I was like, what if like that's not rock? What if you touch the formations that all those Heartless were on, and it's, like, soft. Like, that would be awful.
That would be so bad. I'm pulling up pictures of it. That would be horrible.
It would be so gross. Unfortunately, we can't get to all of Flynn's questions, because I think a couple of them we've already answered in the presentation. But Flynn also asks, what is up with the grassy plains? The Trinity, which, you know, if you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan, the Trinity is often what people call Sora, Donald, and Goofy. It's just shorthand. Because of the Trinity marks that you can unlock in Kingdom Hearts 1, accomplish, examine, I don't know. The Trinity are apparently able to walk from whatever is left at the end of the world at the door to some random sunny plains. Also, Pluto got there? Yes.
Yeah.
So, to me, as, you know, like you said in the beginning, when we were kind of comparing, like, is the end of the world between the light and the darkness, and it looks really scary, but then these grassy plains might be between the end of the darkness, and it looks really nice, looks like a fucking vacation, Windows XP, you know, so... Yeah. It kind of... Ooh, and you know what? I'm kind of gonna make a jump here and scroll all the way down to Shards of Truth's email, because Shard of Truth sent us an email that unfortunately I won't really be able to directly quote them because they kind of start talking about things that are introduced in later games. But overall, Shard of Truth, thank you for your email, kind of gave us another analogy to describe the area between the light and darkness, because when I used the beach analogy, we were that's kind of makes you imagine like a horizontal plane of everything.
Yeah.
But Shard of Truth gives us a stairway analogy, and that kind of gives us a more vertical presentation.
Yeah.
Where each world that's in the area in between the light and darkness can kind of be like a stairway. So each world gets darker and darker as you step down through the staircase. And so it might be that the planes are higher up on the staircase, and then the end of the world is much lower. If that makes sense. Is at a lower step.
So what would be the order then? So that would be like the realm of light, and then go ahead.
Maybe like, I mean, it's all debatable to me.
Right.
So you might like disagree. You might think, I think this world's a little bit more darker. But like, let's say like the realm of light, the grassy plains, maybe Traverse Town, if Traverse Town is located in this area in between. Yeah. And then maybe the end of the world, and then the realm of darkness.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm trying to remember
what I was picturing.
What worlds are only in Kingdom Hearts 1 and not accidentally say a world from a future game.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But anyway. But also, Flynn from before also mentioned Pluto's there. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Pluto. Here's the thing with Pluto.
Is a multi-dimensional being that can travel at the blink of an eye through dimensions.
Real talk. Throughout this series, if you see Pluto somewhere, you just gotta accept that. You just gotta go, yep, there's Pluto. There he is. Because I'm just like, damn, does this guy have a gummy ship himself? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, so, Pluto driving the gummy ship. That's so good.
That is so cute. It's paw activated.
Yes. Incredible. Incredible thoughts.
So the last emailer that I would like to get to is Kronzy. Hello, Kronzy. Thank you for the email.
Hi, Kronzy.
Kronzy sent us a couple of questions, but I feel like their first two questions are things we've already discussed and covered in this episode. Yeah. But I am really curious about, or at least interested in, their last question. So Kronzy wrote, the world terminus that leads to different worlds Sora and the gang has already visited and forces them to visit those worlds where the keyhole still needs to be sealed. How is it that Sora does not visit any new worlds? If every star in the sky is a world, it feels like a big coincidence that they only visit the worlds in which were relevant to the game. It would make sense if all the worlds where the princesses of Heart stem from would be included, but this is not the case. So, like, for example, one of the worlds, do you know what Kronzy is referring to right now?
Which part?
So Kronzy's kind of talking about at the end of the world, at one point you kind of go through these pillars of light, and every time you step through a pillar of light, you reach a place that you've been before. So you'll like, like one of the places that you end up at is the 100-acre woods, and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, why am I here?
Right.
So to me, when I personally interpret these places that you visit as not being like the real worlds themselves, because I mean, like, I guess for one, there's still like the ominous music playing. And to me, that's kind of like a sign that you're not actually at that world. You're still at the end of the world. And I know that kind of defies the word terminus, because I think terminus is like terminal, right? Like a station, right?
Yeah.
But I just don't think that that's what's happening here, and that rather we're visiting places that Sora remembers. Or like, I personally call them echoes, because they just kind of seem like hollow. Like, you still hear it. You still hear an echo of something, but it just seems less lifeful. More lifeless? How do you say
lifelike?
It seems less lifelike, and it kind of just seems like a flat version of itself. So that's what I call them. I call these echoes. And I didn't think I really realized I called them echoes until years later when we see something kind of similar happen in the future of the series. Even though this kind of happens again in the future, something kind of similar, it still kind of gives me the vibe that it's just like a memory from his heart. Like he's not actually there. Especially because one of the worlds that he visits at the end of the world is the 100 Acre Wood, which was like a magical book. So it's like, why would the end of the world lead him there of all places? And so, but then, you know, that kind of begs the question, because the very last of these memory world echo things is the World Terminus Lab that you and I have been talking about throughout the whole series of this podcast. And this is a place that Sora's never been to before.
Right.
And so I want to say that these places that Sora's seeing is from his own heart. It's from its own memory. But clearly that is a contradiction, and that's a hole in the theory that I think. But I still don't necessarily feel like he's actually going to these places, personally. But maybe that's just my own interpretation. And maybe I just assumed that that's what everybody else was thought when everybody else was on a different page than me, and I just never knew.
Excuse me if this is a stupid question, but has Kairi been to the World Terminus Lab?
Oh my god! Maybe she has. Because Ansem was like, I'm going to experiment on people. I found this girl. You and I talked about how Heartless are drawn to the Princesses of Heart. So maybe they were drawn to her in there. That's a good point, Hannah. But, okay, there we go. That's so interesting. If Sora was able to see this place, not because of his own heart, because at this point, Kairi's heart had left Sora. When Sora goes to the end of the world, Kairi's not in his body anymore.
Right.
But it seems like she's still kind of left those parts of her with him. And so it'd be really, really interesting if he was able to see this room because of her. That's a very... Hannah! This is why I'm so glad you're here with me. I love doing this with you.
See, I have sparks of wisdom every now and then. But, like, it's a fleeting moment every so often that I just need to grab onto. And I only think it's anything because you say that it's anything. So, you know, I'm glad I can help.
Okay, the last question I want to get to is at the very, very bottom. This was asked a long time ago on a few of not like the previous episode, but I think a few episodes ago. So, Narrow Nova 888 on YouTube, hello, thank you for the question, asked, why was Kairi basically teleported back to Destiny Islands at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1 when we know that in that game she wasn't from that world to begin with? And this is kind of like going back to the grassy plains. How come Sora and the others ended up there and not some other world? Is it random or does it mean something? Because I wonder if the reason why Kairi ended up back at Destiny Islands is because maybe that's like hypothetically home is where the heart is, or like, you know, she grew up there. That's might be what she considers home. But I do think that that's a good question that I can't necessarily say that's the definitive answer, but rather that's just how I interpret the situation. What do you think of that?
No, I think that makes sense. I would agree with that. It's what she remembers, you know? She doesn't really remember her old home. So I would agree with that.
Okay, well, so I guess now's a good time to say what the next episode is.
Yeah, Mel, tell us what the next episode is about that we've been hinting at for this whole 50-minute discussion.
So we had to lay out this episode first as groundworks for the next episode, because the next episode, we are going back to the passage at World Terminus that we keep fucking talking about. And this time we're doing like a deep dive into that passage. What the hell is this guy rambling about during this whole paragraph? How come we can only visit it once? You know, like, what is the deal? And because we're talking about the contents of that passage, We're also talking more deeply about the door to darkness, or the door of darkness. And we're talking more deeply about Kingdom Hearts. What is it? And we're also talking about something that kind of ties into it, which is Mickey. How did Mickey know that there was a Keyblade in the Realm of Darkness like Ansem knew? Because if Ansem wrote that whatever. I'll save it for the next episode.
Yeah.
But that's all we're getting into, So
Incredible.
For all those people who are like, why don't you just tell us what Kingdom Hearts is? Like, just tell us already. We were saving it. Okay, so here we go. Now we're getting into it. Thank you.
Hell yeah. We gotta get you enticed with all of the foundational stuff first, and then we can answer the bigger questions. So stick around and we'll answer the bigger questions, the juicier questions. Because we gotta keep that listener retention,
Hell yeah.
So if you have questions about any of that stuff, send it to sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. As you can see, we read every email that we get and interpret whether we want to put it on the show or not.
I don't even know if Hannah likes that I do that I want to read every single one, but I can't help it.
I want to know all of your knowledge. It helps me understand seeing what other people's questions are, because a lot of times I'll have the same questions.
And I feel like that's always nice to realize, okay, I'm not the only one who got lost on this, thank God.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's it for today. Is that it for today, Mel?
I think so.
Incredible. So, as always, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. If you're listening to this on audio, be sure to review the show on Spotify and Apple Podcasts 5 stars, because we're your favorite Kingdom Hearts podcast out there, I'm sure. No shade to anyone else though. But give us those 5 stars. Tell a friend if they like Kingdom Hearts that there's a new lore guide that they can listen to. And I think that's it. Thank you all for listening, and we'll see you in the Starlight. Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, your guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. This week, we're going to discuss the contents of the passage found in the lab seen in the end of the world, which includes Heartless, the Realm of Darkness, and its Door of Darkness, as well as Kingdom Hearts itself.
While the author of this passage didn't leave any sort of name, we can theorize reliably that it was Ansem who wrote this after all. In his 12th report, Ansem writes, "To get to the Realm of Darkness, one must go through the doors of Kingdom Hearts, the place where the world's hearts connect. Beyond this world is a place in which darkness reigns. Details shall be archived in a separate report."
So chances are, this separate report mentioned is the passage found at World Terminus, since it discusses these exact topics he mentioned. So let's comb through this passage and cross-reference it to other material of the first Kingdom Hearts game, so that next time you come across this text, you can understand what it's trying to convey. We're going to rearrange and organize the sentences, since these ramblings don't originally have that great of a flow.
The opening and closing sentences of this passage are as follows. "Ones born of the heart and darkness, devoid of hearts, ravage all worlds and bring desolation." And "Ones born of heart and darkness, hunger for every heart until the dark door opens." Here, Ansem is encouraging the Heartless to consume hearts. And based on his 11th report, he's not just encouraging the Heartless to take the hearts of people, but specifically the hearts of worlds. Opening the door to the world's heart causes its walls to crumble. I know the catalyst of the collapse, the appearance of the Heartless. However, it will take time to search out the world's doors and to retrieve each heart. This is why Ansem is at Destiny Islands in the beginning of the game.
I've come to see the door to this world.
The surface of this game might lead you to believe it was Maleficent and the other Disney villains who were responsible for the stars blinking out. But they were really only interested in the princesses of heart or ruling over their own worlds. Ansem is the reason all these worlds were falling to darkness, since he used the Heartless to take and collect their hearts.
So why does Ansem want the hearts of worlds? It seems to be the necessary steps to his goal of Kingdom Hearts, as he further writes in the World Terminus passage, "Seize all hearts and consummate the great heart. All hearts to be one, one heart to encompass all." And realize the destiny, the realm of Kingdom Hearts. Ansem and Maleficent call Kingdom Hearts the heart of all worlds. So it seems that Kingdom Hearts is quite literally a fusion or accumulation of all of these stolen hearts, and this destiny mentioned is being realized through this union. In our episode about realms, we discussed that the realm of Kingdom Hearts is likely in reference to the realm of darkness, rather than being its own realm. If this is true, then that makes sense of what Ansem continues to write in the World Terminus passage. Progeny of darkness, come back to the eternal darkness. And none shall pass but shadows, returning to the darkness. After collecting hearts of worlds, Ansem is now encouraging the Heartless to return to the realm of darkness. That, or possibly that the hearts themselves, now overcome with darkness, return to that realm to join with Kingdom Hearts.
In the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came.
Whether the World Terminus passage is referring to Heartless or the hearts they stole from worlds, either way, it still seems that the stolen hearts go to the realm of darkness to unite with Kingdom Hearts.
However, along with the idea of Kingdom Hearts being located in the realm of darkness, there is also the question of whether Kingdom Hearts itself consists of light or darkness, as the World Terminus passage implies both. The great darkness sealed within the great heart. But later it writes, the door to darkness to seal the light. That being said, Sora in the end saying,
Kingdom Hearts is light!
in a final reveal is probably reliable thematically wise for showing definitively what Kingdom Hearts truly contains. In the discussion portion of our Realms episode, we mentioned the dark silhouette of a heart surrounding the door of darkness that appears after defeating Ansem's final form, and we questioned whether or not that was Kingdom Hearts. But the fact that this silhouette is seen outside the door of darkness when Kingdom Hearts is supposed to be sealed within might be an indication that it is not Kingdom Hearts after all. If that's the case though, it's beyond interesting that Kingdom Hearts, the energy source that Ansem and Maleficent believes holds untold wisdom, the very reason that all these worlds were destroyed, is not seen once in the entire game.
The World Terminus passage also references the Princesses of Heart as well as the keyhole they create. For the heart of light shall unseal the path, 7 hearts, 1 keyhole, 1 key to the door. This could be in reference to something we discussed in our episode on Realms, how Ansem was able to reach the door to darkness after being pulled into the keyhole created by the Princesses of Heart. But interestingly, it continues onward to the 2 keyblades wielded by Sora and Mickey, the Door of Darkness, tied by 2 keys. This isn't said in the first Kingdom Hearts game itself, but Mickey's keyblade is called the Kingdom Key D, short for Dark Side. Other materials say this keyblade is the dark side of the Kingdom Key, as its color scheme, gold with a silver handle, is the opposite of Sora's keyblade, which is silver with a gold handle. But it might also refer to the dark side of the door, in other words, the realm of darkness, where Mickey seems to have obtained this keyblade in the first place.
Mickey himself in this first Kingdom Hearts game has an interesting role, though one might not think it at first since he's barely in it. We stated earlier that Ansem was the one responsible for the worlds falling to darkness and the stars blinking out. Mickey says to Donald in the letter he left behind that he went to find the solution to the stars blinking out, so Mickey is unknowingly working to prevent Ansem's acts. This is interesting because Mickey and Ansem met long ago, and this meeting is debatably the catalyst for Ansem's actions. He writes in his 9th report, "Simply astonishing. Today I had a guest from another world. He is a king, and his vessel is built of the material that composed the meteors. We talked for countless hours, but one story in particular caught my interest, that of a key called the Keyblade. So Mickey seems to be the one who told Ansem about the Keyblade in the first place. But the question is, did Mickey tell Ansem specifically about these two keys mentioned in the World Terminus passage? Or did Ansem come to this discovery himself in his studies about the Door of Darkness? If Mickey is responsible for Ansem's discoveries, then it's fitting he returns in time to fix this mistake. Either way, Mickey himself seems to also have a lot of knowledge in this subject matter. He was not only able to enter the Realm of Darkness without the Door of Darkness, but he also magically reached out to Riku when he ended up in this realm. So Ansem isn't the only one who had knowledge of the Realm of Darkness, its door, and the two keys tied to it. So, let's shoot through this passage once more, and this time we will approach it in order.
Ones born of the heart and darkness, devoid of hearts, ravage all worlds and bring desolation.
Ansem is encouraging the Heartless to take the hearts of worlds.
Seize all hearts and consummate the great heart.
Take the hearts so Ansem can create Kingdom Hearts with them.
All hearts to be one heart to encompass all.
Kingdom Hearts is composed of the hearts of worlds.
Realize the destiny, the realm of Kingdom Hearts.
By bringing these hearts together, Kingdom Hearts will come to fruition.
The great darkness sealed within the great heart.
Ansem believes Kingdom Hearts has darkness within it.
Progeny of darkness, come back to the eternal darkness.
Either Ansem believes the Heartless will return to the realm of darkness, or the hearts they take will do so.
For the heart of light shall unseal the path. 7 hearts, 1 keyhole, 1 key to the door.
The Princesses of Heart create a keyhole that leads to the Door of Darkness.
The door of darkness, tied by 2 keys.
Obviously, the large white doors, and Sora and Mickey's keyblades related to it.
The door to darkness to seal the light.
The large white doors being the path to Kingdom Hearts.
None shall pass but shadows, returning to the darkness.
Again, either the Heartless, or the hearts they take which Ansem suspects contain darkness, passing through the Door of Darkness.
Ones born of the heart and darkness, hunger for every heart until the dark door opens.
Ansem is again encouraging the Heartless to take hearts until he's finally able to access Kingdom Hearts. While this passage found at World Terminus may at first seem like mindless, repetitive rambling, it actually gives us great insight into Ansem's motives, Mickey's role, and most importantly, what Kingdom Hearts is.
Welcome back, everyone, to Shedding Starlight. We are talking about the passage we found at World Terminus during Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm here with Mel. Say hello, Mel.
Hello.
How are you doing today, Mel?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for this episode. This is
Me too.
I think for me, this was the episode that have been very excited for. But patient, but excited.
Yeah, I was reading through this script the first time and I'm like, all right, this is the juicy shit. This is like what we've been leading up to this whole time. This is like what all that prelude was for. It's for this. Now we have all of the context for this. And Mel is a master crafter in that way for the order of episodes and everything. All the scripts.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we just went literally line by line through this whole thing because without context, it's literally just like darkness, heart, light, keys, seal the light, door to darkness a billion times. And it's just really hard to parse without like literally breaking it down.
This guy's fucking crazy, dude.
He is fucking crazy.
Fucking crazy.
So Yeah, I think I don't really have a great like segue into a good opener or anything, but I'm glad that some of the questions that I had for this script, I see that other people had as well. So let me just get into my first little point here. I just wanted to clear up the very first thing I wrote down is that at one point he uses Door to Darkness and Kingdom Hearts interchangeably. So like the quote is, to get to the realm of darkness, one must go through the doors of Kingdom Hearts. But that's like wrong, right? There's no doors to Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is inside the doors.
Yes, I think that's what he means. I think he means that, not that it's like the door opens and you're in Kingdom Hearts, like buckle up. I think it's more like this is the door to Mel. You open the door to get to me.
Yeah.
You know, I think
the doors of Kingdom Hearts, because I think that was also like the way that they kind of, I just rewatched the part of the ending cutscene for Ansem versus Sora at the end when they're talking about Kingdom Hearts, because they're talking about Kingdom Hearts and Sora's like, Kingdom Hearts is light, and then the doors open. So like in my mind, I think like without having read all of these reports when I was younger, I thought that was Kingdom Hearts. Like those doors, like it literally was Kingdom Hearts right there, but that's obviously not true. So
but
just clearing that
very
up.
Understandable to think that. It's very understandable to think that.
Okay, so I made that one clarification. Door of Darkness, Kingdom Hearts,
yes,
doors, blah, blah, blah. So then this whole, I kind of, after this, made my own just to me map it out in my mind. Given that this is Ansem talking, the goal here, the whole thought process that Ansem goes through during the arc of the Kingdom Hearts game, he makes Heartless to destroy the worlds, to collect the hearts of those worlds, to make Kingdom Hearts, which is a literal kingdom of world hearts, to find true wisdom / true nirvana. Right? Did I get it right?
I would say mostly right. I just don't know if I would, ironically, which is so fucking annoying, but I don't know if I would say, at least with the knowledge that we have right now, especially you and I's knowledge, like considering the entire of the series, I don't know if I would say Kingdom Hearts is an actual kingdom. Maybe like a
in my context, I'm just thinking of it as a collection, a kingdom being a collection. So not like a literal kingdom with a royalty and everything, but like just a collection is the word I should have used there.
Then I think you got it.
Cool. Great.
Way to summarize everything we've talked about within like four episodes worth of content.
On episode 7, we finally got there.
Speaking of like the collection of hearts and like we talked about the accumulation or
unification
of hearts. One thing that never clicked with me up until now is that is so similar to the way the Princesses of Hearts, when they took out the Princesses of Hearts and combined them, they created that Black Goth Keyblade, right? Mm-hmm. And I never really pieced it together that is kind of similar to what Ansem is implying with Kingdom Hearts, is these hearts coming together, uniting, and forming something else through that union. And I just never pieced that connection and that similarity or parallel together. And I think that is so interesting.
Yeah, it's like it's very parallel actions happening.
Yes.
There.
Yes. Absolutely. And speaking of the Princesses of Heart, I wrote, last time, I don't remember if it was the last episode, honestly, but previously we talked about the keyhole, I think it was last episode, that Ansem went through at Hollow Bastion to reach the Door of Darkness. And you asked me if that could happen to any world keyhole. And I feel like I was just like, I don't know, probably any world.
You started talking about how Hollow Bastion is a weird world that is very mysterious that we don't really know a whole lot about. That's the...
I relate to that so much. Past me is so smart. But I really do hold on to the idea that... Okay. My thought process is that if Ansem says the Princesses of Heart can create a keyhole that leads to the Door of Darkness, he says this in his World Terminus passage, then, first of all, part of me I don't even think I really realized this, but I wonder if the keyhole that the Princesses of Heart made is a completely different fucking keyhole than the one that belongs to Hollow Bastion. I didn't even really piece that together until just now. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There might be some fans that are like, duh. But cut me some slack here. Cut me some slack. But so in that case, it might be a complete coincidence that it was Hollow Bastion, because maybe that's just where Maleficent decided to bring all of the Princesses of Heart.
Doesn't he say where the keyhole is in one of his reports? He says that the shadow led him to some part of the castle or something like that?
In that report, he's talking about Hollow Bastion's keyhole itself. He's not talking about the separate keyhole that the Princesses of Heart summoned. So That's what I'm trying to get at. I think those are two different keyholes. One of them just belongs to Hollow Bastion's heart, and the other one was summoned by the Princesses of Heart. And my point is... Well, I mean, I guess my point is that I don't know.
That it could be two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, that makes me, the reason I asked that was because I was wondering if that report described the same spot where the keyhole that the princesses made is.
Yes. See, that is another thing that I think is really interesting. You brought up a really good point, is that if it is a different keyhole, where did Ansem find this original Hollow Bastion door? And that's kind of something that even to this day, we don't really know. Yeah. And it's just so interesting and so tantalizing. And I want to... Okay, once again, let me bring up the fact that I have been kind of teeter-tottering on whether or not we should have an episode just dedicated to Hollow Bastion. But I think I'm going to wait a bit and bring it up when we talk about Kingdom Hearts 2. Because Kingdom Hearts 2 kind of doesn't talk about similar things, but it has a lot of visual... what's it called when you're playing a video game and you can kind of get a sense of what happened just by looking around you? Environmental storytelling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 2 has some environmental storytelling about Hollow Bastion, and I think that is when I need to bring back all of this weird fucking shit with Hollow Bastion, because it's just so weird. So if you're listening and you were waiting for us to talk about that, I do apologize. You will have to wait. Yeah. I'm sorry.
You just gotta stick around. You gotta stay subscribed. We'll get there eventually. True. Just not today.
So true.
So the quote that you put here in reference to this quote was the one about 7 hearts. So the specific quote is, "For the heart of light shall unseal the path. 7 hearts, 1 keyhole, 1 key to the door." And so my question for this is the same question that one of our listeners had, Michael specifically, who we'll get back to eventually. But I noticed that heart of light is singular. So my guess there is that could that also be referring to Sora, the Keyblade wielder, the chosen Keyblade wielder, unsealing the path? Heart of light?
I've literally never thought about that, like, ever. That is so interesting. Especially because that kind of ties into, let me look and see which report it was. One of Ansem's reports where he talks about, he's like, I have to leave before this Keyblade wielder fucks up my whole plan.
Because also he's trying to find the Keyblade wielder through Kairi.
Yes. Yeah.
So, like, using her to find him to show the path. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah. So, Ansem's report 11. He says, the doors can be locked using a Keyblade, making the heart forever unattainable. I must take action before the wielder of this key appears in this world. Yeah. Real interesting.
Yeah.
Which, like, it's interesting that so this is Ansem's 11th report. It's interesting that in this report, he says that he has to take action before the Keyblade wielder appears in Hollow Bastion. And that, to me, because he says he wants to take action before the Keyblade wielder makes that heart forever unattainable. So to me, that kind of implies again that Ansem is referring to Hollow Bastion's specific keyhole.
Yeah.
But Hollow Bastion never falls to darkness anyway. It's still in the realm of light.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things that makes it so weird.
Yeah.
This fucking little planet, I swear to God.
What's going on?
Yeah. Anyway, that's the idea of that being Sora. The idea of that being Sora is so interesting to me because I just love, there's something about Sora, I don't know what it is, and I feel like the Smash Bros announcement trailer really captured this well.
Yes.
But there's something about Sora where, yes, he is a happy-go-lucky guy, but when he is put into, like, this imagery of, like, being really special and like being really particular, like, I eat that shit up, bitch.
Literally, if I'm in the mood to cry, I watch that Smash Bros announcement video because of how much I fucking love this little boy. I love him so much.
I just remember a YouTube comment on that video being like, they announced Sora like he was the son of God.
Literally. But like that just kind of brings me back to this whole like, this is the first game of this series that might not have a second game whenever they're making it. So it just like, it's very like, you are the protagonist, you are the heart of light. So like, cause you're Sora reading that. So like, I don't know, like all this stuff is happening behind the scenes, but you're the protagonist that's going to pull all of it together because that's this game. That like this game about like light and darkness. It just, you know, do you get me?
Yeah.
Am I making sense?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Yes. And like I said, I never thought of it like that before. And you know, when we wrote these sentences of the different passages, or when we wrote the different sentences of this passage, and we kind of laid it all out, I included for the heart of light shall unseal a path to be along with the princesses of heart. But with this approach that you have brought up, it's just interesting because even though those sentences are said together, they really are, they might be talking about two different things.
Yeah.
And I think that is so interesting because I think that might connect back to the beginning of Kingdom Hearts when once we talked about how the Princesses of Heart reached out to Sora and asked for his help as those stained glass platforms.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think that is a really interesting interpretation that kind of brings everything full circle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's something that I like to bring this sort of perspective to because, again, like, looking at it from, sometimes we get so into like the nitty gritty details. It's like we kind of have to step back and look at it for what it was in the moment culturally and just as a game, like in and of itself. And I'm not like criticizing you for like not having that approach. It's just I've
just been a Kingdom Hearts fan for so long that it's just been forever since I've not, you know, like, when did, like, Union Cross come out? Union Cross came out, like, 10 years ago. So it's been, like, at least, when did Dream No Distance come out? 2012? So it's been, like, what, 12 years since I've thought about Kingdom Hearts like a normal person?
Yeah.
And not fucking insane.
Yeah.
That having, like, a new brain talk about these things is so refreshing.
Good. I'm glad I can help in that way. And some of you have also pointed that out in the comments and have been really nice to me this past week. So thank you for noticing. Thank you for loving on me in that way. But yeah, that was just my point there. It's just interesting to look at it in that way.
So we talked a lot about Mickey in this episode. And so first of all, before I say what I actually wrote as a bullet point, I think Mickey is so interesting in Kingdom Hearts 1 because for some little rat who is barely in this game,
Yeah.
he really does have such an important but passive role.
He's such like a mythical creature in this game.
Yeah,
Like
he really is.
He has this air of like he is a king and he is missing and we are his servants going to look for him and he has power that we don't know about yet. And like it's crazy what a mythical creature they have turned him into. This household name that everyone has seen singing and dancing on TV. Like it's crazy how they were able to create him as this like revered figure, which again, that's just me talking about the writing, but go ahead.
No, you're right, because just now when you were saying mysterious king and the servants have to search for him, I was thinking to myself like, that would make such a great video game story. And I was like, fuck, like it literally, that's what we're talking about.
That is the game that we were playing, yes.
It's just Mickey fucking Mouse.
Yeah. It's crazy. But you have a point here that you...
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
So, one thing, I love him, but I also hate him. And the reason is because, one, part of me feels like all of this is his fault. And the reason is because way back, who knows when Ansem is writing all of his reports, he and Mickey talk. Mm-hmm. And Mickey just fucking tells him everything, which is so insane to me because Donald was like, Sora, if you tell even one soul about our business here, I'm gonna pull you by your ear and drag you to the gummy ship and we're going home. Like, we're not even gonna get you McDonald's. Like, shut up. Don't tell people
We are not
business.
getting McFlurries on the way home.
Meanwhile, Mickey is like, let me tell the most evil man everything, all the secrets of the universe. Like,
yeah. But that led me to question that of like, is this what led Mickey and the Disney characters to know about World Order and like respecting knowledge, you know, being respectful of knowledge?
As in, like, are you saying, like, Mickey made the mistake, and so Mickey was like, okay, I better not do that ever again, so let me go tell all my subjects.
Yeah, that's like...
Okay, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that either.
Because that would be a natural progression, right? Because, like, you know, Ansem and Mickey meeting was before all of this started happening. And then...
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense to me. Of like...
Yeah, no, it does.
Mickey making a mistake and then trying to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Okay, maybe I respect Mickey a little.
Wait, I mean, listen, I'm here to trash on Mickey all you want. But like, gotta give him credit where credit's due, if it's due.
If you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan and you're listening and you're like, why don't they like Mickey? We do like Mickey. Mickey just... make some choices in this series. This little monster.
Yeah, also just the fact that he is the face of a multi-billion dollar corporation. It's just like, we have to, you know, keep an arm's length away.
It's like shitting on Mario. Like, it's fun.
Yeah, literally. Okay, I think that was our last point. I think we're going to dive into some listener emails now.
Yes.
Go for it.
So our first one is from Adrian. And Adrian did write, I'm really sorry that my emails keep getting longer. I hope you don't mind. We don't mind, but There might be some questions that you did ask, Adrian, that we won't be able to address, unfortunately. And it might be because... I don't feel like it's because of spoilers, but it might just be because we've already talked about it either in this episode or we've talked about it in a previous episode. So, alas. But the first thing that Adrian asked is, where did the light from Kingdom Hearts actually come from? The game states that Kingdom Hearts is sleeping deep within the realm of darkness, and that the door would lead you to it. Yet when the doors open, there's no sign of Kingdom Hearts. Perhaps the connection between the door of darkness, I don't know if I accidentally deleted a word or if Adrian deleted a word, between the door of darkness and Kingdom Hearts allowed it to channel its light through it as the doors opened. Yes, so, okay. We have talked about how Kingdom Hearts is not seen in this game, which is just really weird and ooky spooky.
Wild, yeah.
And light does come out from the door when it opens, but then other than that burst of light, we don't see anything.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I can't really say where this light came from because, you know, what the game doesn't show, the game doesn't show. And it's, you know, I think that's more than anything in this game, in this one single game, not considering the whole series, but just Kingdom Hearts 1, I think it is really a choice to not show us definitively Kingdom Hearts and what it looks like. And like, did that play into how mystical it is? Yes. So maybe that was like a methodical choice. Mm-hmm. But either way, I guess part of me is just like annoyed by it. Like, let me see it. Let me see the fucking MacGuffin of all time. Like, let me see this heavenly gift from God. Like, let me see it.
It just, to me, like, the way that whole scene is set up, like Sora literally says, Kingdom Hearts is light, and then the door opens, and then light comes out of it. So, like, to me, that's gotta be light from Kingdom Hearts. Like, because why else would they set it up like that if that weren't the case? You know, I don't know.
Yeah. Especially because I'm sure, like, Sora weakened Ansem, but even though it seemed like a short burst of light that came out from the doors, it had to be enough light to destroy Ansem because he kind of blew up afterwards, you know?
Yeah.
So it might not have seemed like the doors opening and there was like something kind of pitiful coming out, but it had to be powerful enough to finally take out this enormous threat to the universe. So
yeah,
I think we talked earlier about how the phrase, like, to get to the realm of darkness, you have to open the doors of Kingdom Hearts or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so Kingdom Hearts and this door do seem to be connected in some sense. And I think that's maybe what Adrian is also wondering, is if there is a connection between these two, and are they kind of like one and the same? Are they able to, like, channel things through one another?
Yeah.
And I think that's possible. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, I still feel, you know, even though we have a whole fucking episode about it, I feel like, unfortunately, the connections between these two objects is still mysterious, and we just don't know that much about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just don't fucking know. So the next question from Adrian says, regarding Mickey, I was wondering if the source of his knowledge on Keyblades might have also informed him on the door to darkness, and maybe also the door to light, which the mysterious voice mentions a few times in this game. What do you think? I literally have not thought of that, the door to light, at all.
Yeah,
I forgot
honestly,
that was a thing, even.
Me too. Here's the thing. I think it might... okay. Here's what's really interesting. I was gonna save this for the next episode, but we'll dabble in it. Dabble in it. But, in fact, it might even be more fitting in this episode. But something that is so interesting, because I remember my first time playing Kingdom Hearts 1. And in the very beginning of the game, there's that mysterious voice that says, you will open the door, or the door to the light. I don't remember what it says specifically, forgive me. But in my head, while playing through Kingdom Hearts and then beating it, I was like, oh, okay, that was the door that he opened. He said Kingdom Hearts is light, and it opened. Like, that was it. But then Sora's running through the fields, and then the voice comes back and says, you will open the door. And so I remember, I can picture the room that I'm in, playing this game and being like, that wasn't the door he was supposed to open?
Yeah.
Like, what is this door? And we haven't talked about it yet, this whole series yet, just because we've been talking about Kingdom Hearts 1. But I do think that whatever this door to the light is, which I think is like, it only has like 1 or 2 references, and it doesn't have any, Ansem doesn't mention it at all, doesn't have any kind of exposition on it. It's even more mysterious than the Door of Darkness. I'm excited to get to a point where we can tackle it. And maybe that's not even yet, like, whatever. I won't get too far into spoilers, but it's interesting, because here's the thing about the mysterious voice. You will meet some Kingdom Hearts fan that will be like, oh, that mysterious voice was Mickey because it was said in this Ultimania or this interview 20 years ago. Sometime, at this point, with what we know about Kingdom Hearts, especially the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1, if you know what I'm talking about and how that comes back, sometimes I'm just like, I don't trust that answer anymore.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck does Mickey have to say while Sora's asleep in this little dream sequence? Like, Mickey is smart and he knows a lot, but he doesn't know that much.
Yeah.
Like, sit down, Mickey. Sit down. But I do think that mysterious voice is very interesting. What do you think about it, Hannah?
I'm going to be honest. I don't remember, like, what it says at all.
Okay. Let's look.
Yeah, what are the quotes from it?
Okay, so the first way the voice enters and kind of talks to Sora is during the tutorial sequence at the stained glass spooky dream
that
sequence.
Mysterious voice. I was thinking there was some other one I was missing. Okay.
But it does come back at the end of the game when Sora is running through the field. So let me see what it says. Let me read it aloud. Oh my god.
What?
So at one point, Goofy, so they're walking through the fields, right? They're walking through the fields. They're about to see Pluto. They don't see Pluto yet. And Goofy's like, where do we start looking for that there door to the light? Like, so they know it's an objective that they have to eventually reach. That is fucking crazy.
Goofy is just an all-knowing entity that plays dumb.
Okay, so here's what the voice says. Hold on. Remember, Sora, you are the one who will open the door to the light. That's what it says. That's all it says. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And it's like, do we have any context for that? No. Do we know what that means? No.
So my immediate thought, definitely not one I had before just now, but my immediate thought when he's in the Stations of Awakening, that's a term I'm allowed to use, right? That's for
yeah.
Okay.
If you're a new fan, you don't know what it's called. It's just the tutorial dream sequence with the Ghislaine stash windows.
Right. When he's in the stained glass place,
did I say Ghislaine stash? I think I said Ghislaine stash instead of stained glass.
Okay, I'll make it work. I want to bring it back to the princesses. If it's them calling out to him, what if it's them?
Oh my god, hey, Hannah! That is so interesting, especially because when we beat Ansem and all the princesses are kind of standing around Hollow Bastion, I don't remember which princess it was specifically, but I think one of them, maybe Cinderella, she was like, I had no idea I had all this power. Like, I didn't know I could do all this.
Yeah.
And so that alone kind of makes you wonder, like, what is the extent of their power?
Yeah.
And, I mean, maybe the doubts that I would have that it is the Princesses of Heart being the light is that they don't necessarily say things like, help me, like, oh, it's so dark in here.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah.
but it is also at the same time a very encouraging, but also a little bit urgent, like so much to do, so little time.
Yeah.
You know, that's a really iconic quote that people remember from that segment.
Yeah.
And so maybe it is like, hey, you know, nobody told you you have this important responsibility, but
Yeah.
you gotta get cracking, little buddy. You gotta come help us.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that's very interesting.
Because I think they're the closest, like, thing that we could have to, like, a godlike figure in this series.
Bitches better work.
And, like, that's, like, they're some of the most powerful beings in this universe that are established as of this point. So, like, that plus the connection of the stained glass makes me think I think that's what it is. That's because who else would it be? No, like, Kairi and Riku, like, they don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, Ansem wouldn't say any of that. Mickey, I guess, is a good guess, but like you said, why would he be doing that? Why would he know all of this? That sort of thing.
Like, I know Mickey reaches out to Riku, and Riku is in the realm of darkness. And in these scenes, it's like because the final mix added cutscenes don't have voices. But that being said, Mickey does kind of talk to Riku.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he might have even talked to him. Maybe that scene wasn't even Final Mix exclusive. I don't remember.
I think
doesn't
it
matter.
was.
Either way, Mickey is just text. That's very reminiscent of the tutorial text.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just have doubts.
See, there's
Mickey.
context there that makes sense because we know Mickey gets there to the realm of darkness with Sora and the mysterious voice. There's really no context backing that up for it to be Mickey like there is with Riku.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So that's my theory. I'm gonna stick to it that it's the princesses talking to him.
Honestly, I like it. Maybe I'll stick with it too. Honestly, it's great.
Thanks.
Okay. So our next email is from Michael. Hello, Michael.
Hi,
Thank
Michael.
you again. I know next episode is about the lab in Kingdom Hearts. Oh, which is
this episode, yeah.
Yeah. But when I went to the wiki to read the data log, I stumbled upon this section about the Chernobog right below it. What is the deal with him? Is he supposed to be a Heartless? Is he some kind of evil demon from a world that was consumed by darkness, so he got sent here? Why can Sora fly during the fight? And then for topic questions, why does Ansem say Heart of Light, singular, in the data log, which is what you referenced earlier? Mm-hmm. Isn't he talking about the princesses? What did he mean when he used the verb consummate? Okay, one thing at a time. First of all, the Chernobog. So, the Chernobog, if you don't know, is from Fantasia's segment song Night on Bald Mountain. And I did watch it on 2x speed like 20 minutes ago. And it is really just like a bunch of ghosts and a bunch of skeletons and things kind of relating to death. Honestly, dancing and having a fucking party, okay? They were kind of losing their minds in that little video. So, that little animation, the little film, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, we have to kind of relate that to Kingdom Hearts itself.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about Disney in Kingdom Hearts, to me, is that you kind of just have to recognize, like, okay, what's a Heartless? And then what is a Disney creature of darkness?
That looks like a Heartless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, what's another good example of something from Disney that just, I don't know, like,
I'm trying to think.
trying to think of Kingdom Hearts 1. You know, like, Clayton from Deep Jungle. Yeah, eventually he just, like, got his heart taken by darkness. He's just a dark man. You just gotta face it. you just gotta take what the game gives you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel about Chernobog, is that it's Disney related, so you're only gonna get so far by putting a microscope over it.
Yeah,
Chernobog's Chernobog.
I am going to just kind of be Debbie Downer a little bit on this one and say that maybe the developers just put it in because they thought it fit thematically, visually, and thought it would be cool to fight.
And they
him.
were so right. They were so right. Especially, you know, when I was a kid and I played Kingdom Hearts 1, I never watched Fantasia. So we called this guy the Batman because he just looked like a giant Batman. Uh-huh. And he was very, very cool and intimidating and hard to beat. And, you know, I think that the staff picked a really good choice in picking, you know, the climactic boss battle for the end of the world. Maybe not for the whole game, that would belong to Ansem, but for the end of the world, giving you a big boss battle that feels really scary and really intimidating. And is it a dark side, Heartless type thing? Technically, no. But it feels like it, and I'm willing to let that slide.
I think you might, like, just have to put it in the same, like, category as, like, fighting Jafar when he turns into a genie, fighting Ursula when, you know, when you do that in Atlantica. It's just, they're not heartless. They're just beings of evil that I guess are, you know, associated with darkness, but they're not heartless. And they're the final boss because they're the villains of that world, you know?
Yeah. And if you are someone who is like, no, everything needs to relate to Kingdom Hearts now, then I would say, you know, remember that Ansem did become a Heartless because even though he submitted to darkness, he was powerful and he had a strong will and he knew what he wanted. He's a bitch that knows what she wants, you know? And so chances are that's what, even something like the Chernobog, that seems to be intelligent, you know? Maybe it's just a dark creature that is powerful and strong-willed enough to where it won't lose itself to the Heartless.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Anyway. Oh my god, Maleficent's dragon. There's a perfect
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, didn't he manipulate her into becoming that or something? Is that something I'm remembering?
He did, but he was like, open your heart to darkness.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah.
But anyway. What did he mean when he used the word consummate for consummating Kingdom Hearts? Oh, we can all have a laugh. Consummate. But it just means to bring to together. Completion.
Yeah. To unify, basically. That's what the verb literally means. So that's that.
Okay. Okay. Our next email is from Far. Hello, Far. Thinking about the lost report makes so many questions pop into my mind. How did Ansem learn about what is written? Did he leave this information for someone to find and act on? Unlike the reports, the terminal seems to be stating a message. It's very objective and asks no questions, very unlike Ansem's other records. It's as if Ansem stumbled upon a revelation and is noting what he learned. Like we said, he's batshit crazy. How, though? How does observations led him to this conclusion? But then does that explain knowing about the Kingdom Key D, as he always describes the Keyblade as a singular entity in his reports? Had he learned this knowledge? Okay, so Far mentioned something that I'm going to kind of dance around to make sure that we don't spoil people, but Far brings up a very interesting point that I think is so interesting. So we talked about, I think in our very first episode on Heartless, or second episode, excuse me, about how Heartless are kind of able to instinctually detect the Keyblade, right? Squall or Leon, whatever, when he's talking to Sora near the beginning of Kingdom Hearts at Traverse Town, is like, the Heartless will always come at you because they know you wield the Keyblade. And I think in our Princesses of Heart episode, we talked about how the Heartless are kind of able to tell who's a Princesses of Heart, and maybe that's how Ansem was able to tell that Kairi was a Princess of Heart. Maybe the Heartless kept following her around. And I think that Far brings up a really good question on maybe Ansem gained this knowledge after like finally submitting to darkness and just like embracing it. And maybe doing that gave him more wisdom and more of like this instinct of what's what. And I think that is very, very interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Just like seeing the light, haha, but seeing the darkness, you know?
Yeah.
Once he submits to it. That's very interesting. That for some reason, I think during I think a couple of these scripts, I keep getting the vision, the image of the Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull when the woman meets the aliens and she wants to know everything, and they like teleport all of the knowledge into her brain. So that just reminds me of that. Have you seen that movie,
Did
Mel?
she die? I don't think I have. Is it the lady who plays Galadriel? Is it the lady with the dark bob?
Yes.
The black bob.
she wants the knowledge. She wants the knowledge that the aliens have, and like the whole Crystal Skull. Sorry for the spoilers. I don't know if you ever wanted to watch it. It's known as the worst.
Watch it.
It's known as the worst Indiana Jones movie, so like whatever. But like the Crystal Skull ends up being like an alien skull, and so they come back to get it at the end of it or something like that. And she begs the aliens to give her the knowledge that they have, and then it kills her, obviously. So it's just tangent over. That's just what I was thinking of whenever we talked about that. But I think that's a good theory. I think that makes sense to some extent.
Yes. If that's not the case, then either way, there seems to be something about Ansem that we're not told about, because, you know, we've talked before about how the fuck did he learn all this?
Yeah.
Especially because, like, let me go see which report it is. There's at some point, like, okay, so Ansem's report 11. Between Ansem's report 11 and Ansem's report 12, and maybe even debatably earlier, he really seems to just, like, learn so much within such a short amount of time. And this is part of the reason why I blame Mickey, is because Ansem seemed to kind of be limited in his discussion, and then eventually you would think you would like run into a wall of what he could learn, but it just so happens that Mickey met him and told him about the Keyblade, and that to me seems to be like this trigger of Ansem suddenly being able to learn way more than he should have.
Yeah.
But we can't definitively say if that's the case, and if it's not the case, and it's not the darkness being the case, what is?
Yeah.
So, very interesting. And then the last thing Farr writes is, then there's the possibility of the Lost Report being the basis of Maleficent's plan. Could she have found this terminal 9 years ago when she first attacked Hollow Bastion? Even in Kingdom Hearts 1, Maleficent and the other Disney villains seem to be aware of Ansem, as all who are present in the Cabal drop a report upon defeat. That's interesting. I never thought about that. As well as the reports found by Aerith in Hollow Bastion, meaning the Disney villains likely had access to them as well. But there's nothing in reports 1 to 10 mentioning the 7 princesses of heart, just princesses, yet the Cabal knows that they need 7. Oh, that's very interesting. I can understand where Farr is coming from, but I don't know how canon Sora getting these reports is, because Sora also gets a report, I believe, from beating Sephiroth.
Yeah.
And Sephiroth is so separate from the rest of the Kingdom Hearts story. And there's also, we learn more about Hollow Bastion in the future of the series. And I don't think Maleficent knows about this lost report, and I don't think that she has read it. And I can't really get into why, but I'm quite confident that she has not read this report. And hopefully, if you are familiar with Maleficent and you're familiar with Hollow Bastion and you're familiar with the passage and kind of the lab surrounding the passage. You can kind of read my mind that I'm telepathically sending you on why I don't think she knew. But alas. But I do think that these are all great points.
Yeah.
And so maybe, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I would have been like, interesting.
Yeah.
But alas, I don't think that's the case right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, that kind of brings us into what our next topic is going to be about. Next topic, do you think?
Yes. So here's the thing. I believe our next episode is gonna be our final episode on Kingdom Hearts 1. Unless we decide to do like a summary of everything we've learned. But if we don't decide to do that, then I think next week is gonna be the last one.
We're cooking up some ideas for what like a summary type thing could look like a summary / look to remember these things for the future type episode.
Yes.
So
I think.
Yeah.
No matter what, whether we do a summary or not, the next episode, I believe, I'm 99% sure, because I decided I didn't want to do Hollow Bastion yet, but I think the next episode is going to be about all the seeds that this first game plants that we can kind of take note of and keep in mind of for the future. So, I think that, like, for example, if you want to know, like, well, what the fuck do I send? What if I have questions? How do I know if you're going to talk about it or not? We're talking about Ansem's 13th report, but we're also cross-referencing that, with various other little things here and there throughout the game that kind of are very mysterious and might be answered in the future. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just really quickly want to say, someone back a few weeks ago when I was streaming on the Shedding Starlight channel, someone asked me if we were going to do an episode on what Kingdom Hearts actually is, and hopefully you're listening, because I think this is the one episode where we can so far kind of a little bit definitively say maybe what Kingdom Hearts is. So hopefully you listened and hopefully you got what you wanted this episode. But yeah, that's it for today. If you have questions, email them to sheddingstarlight@gmail.com or put them in the YouTube comments. We read both.
Yes.
And I think that's pretty much it. If you liked the episode, if you like the show, be sure to subscribe to us on YouTube. YouTube viewers, you're doing a pretty good job about subscribing. I think 90-something% of our viewers are subscribed.
Oh my God.
Maybe. It's either 90 or 70. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good.
70 is still really high.
Yeah. So like you guys are killing it over there. So audio listeners, I need you to kill it as well and go slam the Spotify 5 stars and slam the Apple Podcasts 5 stars so we can raise up in those charts, so we can be seen by more Kingdom Hearts fans just like you. And also, one last thing, tell all of your Kingdom Hearts friends that we're here to help them out, to get the little details that they never noticed about Kingdom Hearts. Tell a friend that we're here and that we want to talk to them. Personally, we want to talk to your friend specifically, the one that you're thinking about right now, we want to talk to them. So
yeah, put them on the phone right now.
Put them on the phone right now. So yeah, I think that's it. Anything else, Mel? We love you.
I'm just so thankful.
Me too.
Thanks to everybody who sends in emails. Thanks for everybody who listens.
I genuinely get so excited every time we get a little email in our inbox and I read it and it's so good. And you guys I want to give everyone a kiss because everyone was especially nice to me last week in the YouTube comments and in the email. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we don't read emails in their entirety because emails can get a little lengthy. It's an email, it is what it is. But we do read all of people's emails.
We do read them.
So we're very thankful.
Yes.
And we're very glad and happy and touched.
It's just, this has been a very successful experiment so far that we've been doing. So I'm
Knock
very...
on wood.
Knock on wood. Yes. Oh my God. And we're just so happy that it has done so well so far. And we're glad that everyone loves it. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say for now. Look forward to our next episode. So thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the Starlight.
Welcome to Shedding Starlight, your guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. This episode is a special one, as it's the finale of our Kingdom Hearts 1 season.
To celebrate, we'll be peeking through the keyhole and taking a look at hints for what the series has in store in the future. We'll be discussing a secret boss, as well as the longer secret ending.
If you're the type of person who likes to piece things together yourself, maybe skip this one. We won't spoil anything directly, of course, but sometimes when someone puts two jigsaw puzzle pieces together, you might realize the greater picture too early.
We'll begin with Ansem's 13th report. The first excerpt we want to focus on reads as follows. Where does the body go when it separates from the heart? If the soul remains within the body, is it still considered to be deceased?
Throughout the first Kingdom Hearts game, on the surface level, we assume that a person consists only of their heart and body. But this report implies they consist of a heart, body, as well as a soul. So let's discuss these three components of a person.
The component most focused on is obviously the heart. In media or superstition, souls are little orbs of light to represent someone's existence. But in Kingdom Hearts, that orb is the heart. We dedicated a whole episode to how hearts connect with one another. The hearts of Kairi and Sora show that someone can have visions of another person, and even inherit their memories. And there's Ansem, who is able to remain solely a heart for a long period of time. These situations tell us that hearts hold our memories, and that they allow us to observe and communicate with the world around us as ourselves. Our hearts are who we are.
While Kingdom Hearts talks over and over about hearts, bodies are only mentioned by Ansem occasionally. In the 13th report, Ansem further writes, when the heart returns to the Heartless, the physical form disappears. The physical form being the body. So for example, Ansem wrote his body was gone when he became a heart. And when Sora became a Heartless, his body disappeared but was restored again thanks to Kairi's light. When Kairi's heart went into Sora, her body disappeared temporarily, probably because her pure heart didn't technically go to the Heartless. Instead, her body remained not quite dead, but still lifeless, just like the 6 other princesses of heart. And this fits with how else Ansem describes the body. Abandoned by its heart, a mere shell of its former self.
What's odd, though, is that while Kairi's body seems lifeless, it seems to still have her soul based on what Ansem writes. If the soul remains within the body, is it still considered to be deceased? This might explain why Kairi's body reacted when Sora reached out for her in Neverland. If her body isn't technically dead because it still has her soul, maybe her heart and soul connected in that instant, causing the body to flinch in reaction. When it comes to Sora and Ansem, it's probably safe to say their souls got restored at the same time as their bodies.
Now earlier, we quoted Ansem's 13th report. Here's a longer excerpt. A being that is neither darkness nor light, belonging nowhere, abandoned by its heart, a mere shell of its former self. The words mere shell are very interesting because it's what the Hollow Bastion secret boss, referred to as unknown, describes itself as. I am but a mere shell. It seems this hooded figure is what Ansem writes about in his 13th report. Something of neither darkness nor light, belonging nowhere, a being abandoned by its heart.
The other thing we wanted to discuss this episode are the secret endings, specifically the longer one called Deep Dive. Much of these cutscenes currently make no sense because we have no context yet, but there are a few things we can make sense of, so let's discuss those now. First, we once again see Sora at the grassy plains we saw at the end of the game. He's standing at an intersected path, hence why fans call this place the Crossroads.
After Sora, we transition to 2 characters in a city, both wearing the same black robe the unknown secret boss wears. They get into a fight sequence during which we see tons of text flying all over the screen. Like we said before, some of these are meaningless without context, so let's go over the ones that reference things we have previously talked about.
Ansem's other report, quote, "A creation born of ignorance." This could possibly be the world terminus passage we've discussed. However, a creation born of ignorance is not mentioned in that passage, so we don't yet know the connection between Ansem's other report and this statement.
Behind the darkness does not equal door to the light. We've talked before about how even after the door of darkness opened, which led to Kingdom Hearts, Sora still has yet to open this door to the light mentioned twice in this game. So this text might further imply that the door of darkness and door to the light are two different things.
The Secret Place, the name of the cave in Destiny Islands where the kids would scribble on the walls.
A world between equals a forgotten world. Also referenced in Ansem's 12th report, this again seems to refer to places between the realms of light and darkness, like the end of the world.
The third enemy equals nobody. Quote, "Who is nobody, you ask? They are the non-existent ones." Ansem's 13th report also states that these beings don't exist. As for them being the third enemy, it's unknown if the other two are the Heartless, Ansem, or the League of Disney Villains.
Heartless, quote, "You are the source of all Heartless." We've covered how Ansem invented Emblem Heartless, and that pureblood Heartless were probably very rare before his experiments. So this quote could be in reference to him.
Change, the third key. The world terminus passage references two keys tied to the door of darkness. While it seems to be implying there's a third kingdom key, it probably refers to the Keyblade of Heart. However, it's unknown how this connects to the idea of change.
End of the world. Quote, "This is the world in its true form." We left out some other random phrases attached to this, but there might be a connection between the end of the world, a place filled with the ruins of worlds, and the world's true form, which could mean when the world was still whole. That, or it could be referencing Hollow Bastion specifically, since it was almost completely overtaken by pipes.
Paradise. We've talked previously about how Ansem seems to have wanted Nirvana, not paradise, so maybe this paradise is something different from Ansem's goal.
After all this text, we see Mickey holding the Kingdom Key D, but he's also wearing the black coat reminiscent of the one the unknown secret boss has. Two other characters also in this outfit speak on a dark beach similar to what little we saw of the Realm of Darkness. Besides Mickey, we know next to nothing about all these different characters in these black hoods. Maybe the two in the city are the same ones on the beach, or they could be 4 different characters altogether. Either way, one of the characters on the beach might be the secret boss at Hollow Bastion, as the two say similar things. The unknown secret boss says to Sora, "You remind me of him." And the one on the beach says to the other, "I went to see him. He looks just like you." So Sora seems to resemble this other character on the beach. Ansem's 13th report tells us that when a heart leaves, the body and soul may still act together as a, by definition, non-existent being. Whoever these mysterious hooded characters are, perhaps they are the key in understanding what this nobody is.
Welcome back, everyone, to the discussion section of Shedding Starlight on our last topic episode of the season. Mel, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling tired.
Yeah, we're both feeling tired. It's a lot of work running this podcast. Nobody else does it like us around here.
I know.
So,
I need you people to know
that I don't use AI. I don't use ChatGPT.
No.
I don't take excerpts from Wiki. We write everything ourselves, and it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. And we edit everything ourselves, too. It's a two-man operation here at Shedding Starlight Incorporated. So, like, you know, we did 8 episodes in a row just for you guys, and we plan on doing more. But speaking of which, I guess I can talk about this more at the end, but we are going to be taking a 4-week break. I'll talk about it more later, but we are going to be going on break soon. So we'll talk about it at the end of the episode. So if you want to stay for a programming note, stay for a programming note. But we just talked about some secrets to the future. And I think this episode is going to be called Secrets Beyond the Keyhole.
Yes.
Ansem's 13th report. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that's the episode title we came up with.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Which, oh my gosh. So I guess we'll get to emails when we get to emails. But last episode, I forgot to say that we're also discussing the secret ending. And I was like, shoot, I should have mentioned that in the episode, because if someone had any questions about that, they weren't able to email it in because they didn't know we were going to talk about it. So I think sorry about that.
I think some people caught on because I saw some people asking if we were going to talk about that in the YouTube comments. They didn't have any like specific questions really that we were going to talk about, but I think some people did catch on. So that's good, at least.
Okay.
But yeah, so we just kind of went over some things in Ansem's 13th report that we would like you to look at and remember for the next installment in the Kingdom Hearts series, which we will be covering soon.
Yes. So one of the things that we talked about in this episode is this topic of souls. And souls, me and souls, you know, that movie Soul. Not that I have beef with the idea of souls in Kingdom Hearts, but they're just so mysterious. And like, even by today, like with all of the current Kingdom Hearts games that are out, we still know so little about souls. So like, for example, like we talked about how with hearts, it seems that hearts are like, okay, I think it's, who is the author of Narnia? What's his name? C.S. Lewis. I think C.S. Lewis said, hopefully I'm quoting the right person, said, you don't have a soul, you are a soul, and you have a body, right? I think he said that.
Yeah.
And with Kingdom Hearts, to me would be like, you don't have a heart, you are a heart, and you have a soul and a body. And that's kind of what I tried to express in our episode about Heartless and like the definitions of like being of like you spawn a pureblood Heartless, but you kind of become an emblem Heartless because your heart is still in that emblem Heartless, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like, but my point is, so if hearts are like our identification, if they're like who we are, and bodies allow us to like interact with the world around us in a physical way and kind of influence the world around us in a physical way, like what is the role of a soul? Is the soul just to say whether definitively we're alive or not? Is that the only point?
Yeah, I mean, like that's what my brain kind of comes to, because like what else, like it's kind of hard. I don't know, Nomura must be on like a whole separate plane of existence and thought on this, because like those are the two, like in my mind, and I feel like in most people's minds, there's like the spiritual part of us and there's the physical part of us, so that's like only two things, and those things are covered, so it's like hard to kind of distinguish it in that way. But also it's tough for, I feel like, new people just in general, because whenever you're talking to someone who doesn't really know about Kingdom Hearts and you're trying to explain it, people use like the heart to say like, oh, you know, the concept of a soul, that's the heart. Like people use that interchangeably to represent like how we understand things, at least in the Western world here. So it's confusing and it's hard to kind of wrap your head around. And Yeah, it's mysterious, and I wish we got some more definition to it.
Yes, especially because what you were saying earlier with, Nomura being Japanese. We got a few comments that pointed out, thank you for, I do appreciate this type of input, that pointed out that with Japanese culture, there's like a physical heart, and then there's the more spiritual or emotional type of heart. And those are two different words in Japanese, but in English, it's the same word. And I do appreciate that input, but I feel like it's not that hard to understand even without the Japanese context completely. I don't know, when I was a kid, I understood that Sora or Kairi lost her heart, but I understand that her body still has a pumping organ delivering blood to all her vitals, I don't really, I think with, Kingdom Hearts in Japanese is I have a love-hate relationship because one, I am kind of learning Japanese, but I'm right now in a hiatus. I had to put it on the back burner. But one of the reasons why I wanted to learn Japanese was for the more recent Kingdom Hearts title, Union Cross, because Union Cross, it's over now, but at the time that it was coming out, it would kind of release episodically instead of all at once. And so if you learn Japanese, you could kind of get ahead of the curve because it wouldn't release in English at the same time. And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to learn Japanese, was to kind of okay, well, if I'm going to love Kingdom Hearts forever, I might as well understand the news as soon as it comes out in Japan and not wait for, Gold Panner. Gold Panner's a really iconic, famous Kingdom Hearts translator.
Shout out.
But my point being is that with Union Cross, I feel like it was important because sometimes the official English translation in Union Cross, sometimes I'm like, oh my God, thank God they translated it that way. That makes so much more sense. God bless. But then other times I'm like, I actually am glad this fan translator translated this because this helps me understand that. So, I got into Kingdom Hearts around the time that Days came out, I want to say 358 over 2 days. And so I wasn't there when Kingdom Hearts 1 had just come out, or Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, so there are things that are involved with Kingdom Hearts, I'm sure Kingdom Hearts 1 has its own set of this was translated weird, just like Union Cross has.
Right.
For example, a lot of other fans pointed out that Mickey we talked last episode about, who was that mysterious voice? And they were like, well, it's definitely implied to be Mickey because it has the same speech patterns as his. And I want to bring this back later, but my point is it's with Kingdom Hearts, it's kind of hard to, what is the line between, okay, this is really going to help you understand this, and what is the line between that and this is trivia? Did you know? Did you know in Japanese? Da-da-da-da-da. Because it's blurry, it's not so black and white, but I personally have a hard time telling which is which. Yeah.
So just to kind of relate myself to this situation, I have been a fan of Kingdom Hearts since Kingdom Hearts 2 came out, but I have not been involved in the fandom. I didn't know about a lot of the games coming out as they were coming out as I was growing up. First of all, because I kind of had a phase in junior high school where I was like, video games are lame, blah, 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 they're for boys, whatever.
You were real. You were real for that. You were right.
But also I didn't have cable TV, so I didn't get a lot of kids commercials for kids programming and stuff. So I just didn't know about a lot of the games coming out. So I kind of just, when I say I know Kingdom Hearts 2, I fucking know Kingdom Hearts 2 because that's the only game I had. That's the one we bought Kingdom Hearts 1 after Kingdom Hearts 2. And so I only recently played all of the rest of the games. And so I didn't grow up with the fandom as much as Mel has. And they have seen this landscape transform over time since Days. So I really trust you with everything that we do here. But yeah, so like I'm in a very weird spot of like I am an old fan, but also a new fan. Like I've known about the series almost my entire life, definitely for a majority of my life, but I'm still seeing things in a new perspective with all of these games and everything. And so I kind of derailed the conversation here, but like it's interesting to have both of us kind of look at this at the same time. So like we did get corrections with Mickey last time, and we do appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
We really do.
Especially because, like, so I just, like, straight up never knew that about Mickey. Like, I never knew that the speech patterns in the beginning matched Mickey's speech, right? And there is something, when you were a Kingdom Hearts fan for years and years, there's something, like, exciting about learning new Kingdom Hearts info that you didn't know before.
Oh my gosh, sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to, this was the reason I brought all this up, is because I remember going on YouTube back in like 2006 or 5 or whenever Kingdom Hearts 2 came out, because we couldn't get the secret ending of our own and being like, oh my gosh, this looks like it's gonna be Kingdom Hearts 3, oh my gosh, next year, like that sort of thing. And it, like, then just hearing nothing about anything for the, next 15 years or however long it was after that. But yeah, anyway, I derailed again, but go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
That's okay. With you and your history of Kingdom Hearts, does it frustrate you, or do you not really care when the Japanese and the English kind of align or not align? Or is that not even really like on your radar?
Yeah, I mean, Japanese is not really on my radar because I have so much info to still, like, just in the English, like, just to,
I agree with that.
take in and try to understand. So, like, I feel like I need to, that's part of what this podcast is me trying to understand all of this, like, at a base level. And I think you said somewhere the other day when we were talking, being able to understand something is being able to explain it simply, which I kind of want to be able to do.
Yeah,
because that's such a good.
That.
When you truly understand something, you are able to explain it simply, and so like that's where I want to get. And I feel like people who already have that understanding are the people who are searching out the other sources to see, what the Japanese says, if it's the same translation, if it's the same meaning, and all that stuff, so they can understand it to a deeper meaning. But I'm still
that's a good point,
beginner/advanced, so I need to get there first. But it is interesting learning tidbits like that, because like I was able to bring that perspective last episode about like, oh, maybe this could be the princesses talking to him, because it seems like not a lot of people look at it that way anymore. But like, back when that came out 2002, we wouldn't have access to the Japanese translation. Like the internet was not the same back then.
You would have had to buy like paper guides at your local GameStop,
Yeah. So yeah, it's I'm in a very interesting position. But I do appreciate all of the veterans we have in our YouTube comments and our emails and everything, because it is helpful in that sense.
So anyway, I promise we're talking about souls and secret ending stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we were going to talk about this on any episode, this is as good. You all watched season 1 of Shedding Starlight. Now you get the lore on both of us. So, like, you stuck here long enough to figure all that out. So, might as well have it going forward. But yeah, this concept is weird. It's a weird thing that there's both a heart and a soul that are both spiritual things that are not the same thing.
And so right now I'm going to make a note. So for those of you who don't know, I have a big document full of future episode ideas, and it's all organized by game title. So I'm going to add one for a future game because, once again, I think this will be the last time I bring this up. I swear to God. Well, actually, it won't be. Okay, I'll bring it up 2 more times, this time included. But I think with the understanding of, or the topic of how Kingdom Hearts is seen, the game series, not the energy. Let me say that. Not the big thing that Ansem wants, so that I don't spoil. But I think from the perspective of when you're familiar with Japanese culture, I do think Kingdom Hearts is even more meaningful, or it's meaningful in a different way. So I'm going to write a note for a future game right now to bring this up in like a year or two when we get to this game title.
Okay, so speaking of notes that we wrote down, we were actually, during Kairi's episode, we thought of something, Mel thought of something to talk about that we kind of forgot about until just now, until I was reading the script, and I remembered that we were going to bring it up. Pinocchio. Pinocchio's a weird little guy that has a weird little role in this game, because I was playing through the modded version of Kingdom Hearts that I've been playing on stream, and I got to the point of Monstro, and Riku is like, I kidnapped this puppet so we can bring Kairi's heart back to life with a body, or something like that, something along those lines. Mel, what's up with that? What can we steal a body from a puppet and put a heart in it and then it's Kairi again?
So I think rather than like using Pinocchio himself, I think Riku was more interested in at least this is let me preface this. This is my interpretation of the scene and of the lines. Because I think Riku is like, this puppet has a heart, maybe it can help Kairi get her heart back. I don't know why I said Kairi's name like that, but
yeah, I don't remember the line.
Like Riku wanted to study Pinocchio and see if learning how Pinocchio came alive can help him restore Kairi, rather than like using his puppet body and like.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I love that you brought him up, because gosh darn it, past me, what were you thinking? I wish I wrote him into the script, because you know, we've talked about how hearts are what let you see, or what let you feel. They're kind of like how you emotionally interact with the world. So it seems that Pinocchio has a heart, you know?
Yeah.
But the question is, does he have a soul? Can he die? I don't remember if that's like any of the plot of the future movies of like Pinocchio can die, or if he's just like a puppet forever, like doomed for eternity until he like burns up or something. But like, I don't know. I think that's so interesting to think about, is this idea of like, okay, Pinocchio has a body. He has a heart. Does he have a soul? Did the little starry fairy lady grant him that as well, or what? So I don't know, but I think that's so interesting.
Yeah, it's a cool concept to intertwine with like a Disney concept you can really use. I think they probably had, you know, some sort of, they could have used him to illustrate more what these things are and the differences, because he is a puppet and then turns into a real boy. And like, I don't know. I feel like it's cool that they did use him to this extent, that he's involved in the story.
Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot Pinocchio does become real at the end of the movie. In my head, he was just a puppet forever. So okay. It's not.
I was
AI
gonna say, did he come a puppet again at the end of the movie? Did he?
No,
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Pinocchio. All of my knowledge of Pinocchio is through osmosis. But but yeah, I feel like they could have, like, if they wanted to, teach us a little lesson about how the world works in this universe. They could have used him even more to kind of illustrate that, because we don't see him transform. We find them when they are in Monstro, obviously. So like, he's already undergone the transformation, right? He's not a puppet when we meet him. Am I getting that right, or am I wrong?
He's like no, he's still like a puppet who moves around in Monstro.
Okay, he wants to be a real boy.
Yeah, but I can't remember because I know what happens with Kingdom Hearts 2, but I can't remember as well with Kingdom Hearts 1. If Kingdom Hearts 1 has kind of epilogue cutscene credits,
right,
of like showing like all the Disney characters after the story. But I don't think Pinocchio becomes a real boy in Traverse Town at any point. Because at one point, him and Geppetto end up in Traverse Town.
Right.
But I don't... Gosh, I wish I could remember. This seems like something I would know, but I don't. I don't remember if he becomes a real boy in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's just interesting. It's a smart choice that they chose to include him out of all the Disney properties they could have used. Yeah. But he could have been used more. That's my criticism. I don't care. But just, a point to be made. But yeah, very interesting.
So I wrote, when it comes to Sora and Ansem, it's probably safe to say their souls got restored at the same time of their bodies. And I wrote that really casually in the script. But, I recognize that that's, weird. I recognize that, Sora just suddenly getting his soul back. Which, granted, we've talked about how in Kingdom Hearts, the soul doesn't seem to be as, vital, or at least have that as big of a role as a heart. But still, the idea of souls just being restored when their bodies are restored, I recognize that it's weird, but... And there might be more going on here that we're aware of. It's just, unfortunately, just with Kingdom Hearts 1, we can't dive more into why that is.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing I wanted to talk about was, so we went to, changing from the idea of souls and going into the secret ending and all the weird random text that it throws at us. What does it mean? Mm-hmm. One of the things that we discussed was text that says... change and then the third key, and how I talked about how this is probably in reference to the 2 keys being the kingdom keys, and that maybe this is implying there's a third kingdom key, but I think it's probably the Keyblade of Heart or that Black Goth Keyblade, but that we didn't really understand how this relates to the idea of change. But now that I've written that script and I've kind of come back with a new refreshed mind, I wonder if this idea of change is at all relevant to the idea of the princesses of hearts coming together and changing into that black Keyblade. Because that is just something that is just so coconuts to me. Even to this day, with all the things that you see in Kingdom Hearts and all the bullshit, I still think hearts combining and forming into a Keyblade is just coconuts. And maybe that is kind of the change that this third key text is talking about. That's what I think. But I could be wrong. It's just my interpretation. But.
And its ability to change a person. Like Sora using it to change into a Heartless. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. Because they said, yeah. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just... I don't know nothing about nobody. So speaking of all of the weird text that gets thrown at us at the end, I just wanted to challenge one of your interpretations. The one specifically, the end of the world, this is the world in its true form. And I watched the actual ending, and I know that there's some other text around that I think is not super illuminating to what more of this context could be. But I just wanted to, I think your interpretation was the true form, meaning when the world was still whole. But to me, when I read it, I was kind of like, well, this could be Ansem wanting all of these worlds to fall to darkness. So could it be that? I don't know. Putting my 2 cents into the universe.
I think that's a good point, because he really does believe that the original state of hearts is darkness. Every heart returns to the darkness whence it came, Yeah. And so I could see that. This is the world, and my only thing would be I can't think of a situation where Ansem was when you say this is the world in its true form, then I would expect that maybe he... Because, the weird thing about these texts, I'm just going to be straight up, is that when these texts do eventually get their context, they're not always said word for word. They're kind of it's almost like two different people translated a line of Japanese, where it's like one person phrased it this way, and then another person later down the line phrased it another way. And so that's the kind of the tricky thing about talking about these texts and these sentences and phrases, is that, you know, for all we know that this is like a direct line from Kingdom Hearts 1, or it's a direct line from a future Kingdom Hearts game. But me and Hannah don't know, because we're only getting the weirdly translated English versions, you know? So, gosh darn being English.
It doesn't stop here. It's going to keep going for a long time. You're going to get a lot of confusing text for the rest of the series. So get used to it. But yeah, I'm interested in this last point, Mel, that you have down here. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about it.
Okay, so with the context of like talking about this secret ending and how some things don't make sense, I'm once again going to be upfront and just say that even way down the road, with all the games that we know right now, some of these lines, some of these texts still do not make sense and don't relate to anything, at least on like a surface level. But I've had a theory like the last 8 years, and I swear to God, it's only becoming more prevalent. And it's not a theory in the games. It's more like a meta theory, where I think until like 2012, Kingdom Hearts 1 was kind of overall forgotten and just kind of like left there to collect dust. But when they had to go back to Kingdom Hearts 1 in order to remaster it and re-release it, I really do think that Nomura took a bunch of notes and was just like, okay, you know, since we're going back to Kingdom Hearts 1 and I have to approve a bunch of decisions, I might as well take notes about what I think is interesting and bring it back. Because ever since 2013, I want to say, Kingdom Hearts 1 has been coming back in very interesting ways, in ways that you wouldn't have expected, where all these things that were left to collect dust starts getting expanded upon and like referenced again. And so my point being is that in this secret ending, yes, a lot of it doesn't make sense, but I still wonder if even in the future with games that aren't out yet, if any of these texts will still be brought back and like brought into realization and made into a thing. And if that's the case, I'm like really excited about that, especially because so once again, I said I would bring it back again. This is the last time I'm going to talk about it, I promise. But with Mickey's voice, and how I think one of the reasons why I didn't think it was Mickey is because it didn't make any sense, especially with what we know about Mickey and in the future and like his abilities and like his knowledge. Like, I was like, how the fuck can Mickey talk to Sora in his dreams? Like, that was dumb to me, right? And so even now with Kingdom Hearts 1 kind of coming back and being explained more, I wonder if this is something that Nomura has in mind. And if he's like, eventually I will explain how Mickey was able to talk to Sora in his dreams, you know? I think that would be really interesting.
And I want to say, if you're listening to all these episodes and know that the series gets a lot more complicated and are maybe on the fence about continuing, I would say try to stick around, because like the way that stuff comes back is really cool and jaw-dropping, and like it's so like, it's honestly some of the coolest like story threads. Like, I don't want to get into any specifics, and I don't want to a term that me and Mel and some of our friends use is like anticipation spoilers. Like, we don't want to say like, oh, we don't want to tell people how to feel before they feel it, because that kind of ruins part of the experience. But like the way that it seems like some of this, like exactly how Mel explained it, it really builds and builds and builds and builds and builds and then builds on the stuff that it built after this. And like it kind of got not lost, but like far away from this for a long time. And then after 25 years now, it's all coming back to the start. It's crazy to watch. It's crazy to watch like evolve and change, and then I can't recommend it enough. It's so cool. Again, from my perspective as an old / new fan, it's like, it's crazy. It's like, it's cool. And I don't even want to say any more than that, but like, it's worth it is what I'm saying, basically.
And if you're listening and you're a new Kingdom Hearts fan, not to like, you know, like, keep listening in, but one reason why I do think you should listen in is because, you know, it's one thing to experience a game revelation after a game's been out for a handful of years. That's like one, because that's something you're kind of just like, okay, I'm late to the party and I know everybody's already been talking about this. But like when a new Kingdom Hearts game comes out and you all experience it together and you all get to react to it together, it's like, it's incredible. I love it.
Yeah. I'm going to get that for the first time with the next upcoming game, which is Missing Link. So I'm excited for that. I did get it a little bit with Dark Road, but I like that's in between Dark Road and Missing Link is where I finished the series. So like I'm excited to be I'm there for the first time now for, like since like 2005 or whatever. So like I'm excited. But yeah, keep with it. It's worth it.
So, speaking of fans, we have some emails. So first of all, we got an email from Lucas. But unfortunately, Lucas, we won't be able to answer some of your questions because it's not quite relevant to this episode. But either way, Lucas, I'm so sorry, but we did get your email and thank you very much. So like I said, I kind of forgot to mention that we were going to talk about the secret ending. So we didn't get any emails about that. So I'm so sorry if you have a question and we're not able to answer it. But we did also get an email from Adrian. Hello, Adrian.
Hi, Adrian.
Okay, Adrian, I'm going to rephrase what you wrote a little bit, okay? I hope that's okay with you. In the 13th report, Ansem talks about nobody and talks about them not existing because of the self residing here. Why do you think Ansem ties the self and existing to Hearts and Heartless and not the said hypothesized nobody, which has more of the whole? Because it has, I'm assuming because it has the soul and the body. Does Kingdom Hearts 1 establish the heart as the center of self? So that's kind of what we've been talking about. Like, I don't want to say this is factual, but it seems to me, and how I interpret the series, that the heart is the center of self, and that is kind of who you are. So hopefully in our discussions earlier, we kind of answered that for you well enough, Adrian. Okay. So with Adrian's next question, bless their heart, they kind of get into a little bit of spoiler territory, I think, without meaning to. But basically, Adrian is asking that if Ansem writes about how bodies disappear, but Kairi and the other princesses of Hearts and their bodies remained kind of like pretty statuesque in Hollow Bastion when their hearts were taken and put into that black keyblade. So why is that? I think it is because the fact that they are princesses of Heart and their hearts did not, I don't know why, but for some reason, because their hearts did not go to the Heartless specifically, that kind of changed the way that their bodies react to the situation, and their bodies did not disappear like Sora's did, for example. So we might be able to explore that more in the future, but unfortunately, that's just the case, and we can't really get into why, even though I think it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Adrian's last question to us is, what are your feelings on the naming of the Heartless and quote-unquote nobody? The names seem to be more metaphorical than literally descriptive at first glance. They even seem to be reversed.
I mean, like, my first thought when hearing this question is that, I don't know, I think it's cool as fuck. But that's just because, like, the 2000s Kingdom Hearts emo scene version of me from my past is, like, I just think it's, like, poetic and ironic and, but, like, weird, but mysterious. Like, I don't know, I love it.
It's like,
I love it.
It's cool that I like these names because they are both literal and metaphorical. They are both concepts and literal meanings. So like Heartless are like beings that don't have hearts, mostly.
Yeah.
They are heartless, but also heartless is a synonym, or a synonym, is that the right word? It's a different meaning of like this thing is cruel, this thing is mean, this thing has no heart because it does not feel. And same thing with no body, but like in Ansem's description, the nobody is the body, right?
Yeah.
So that's a little backwards, but also like the concept of like nobody, like you are a nobody, you are not worth thinking about.
What is that one Greek legend where somebody, I think it's Ulysses, and he's like harassing a giant, and the giant goes, "Who's there?" And Ulysses just says like, "Nobody."
Yeah. Fuck, I just read the Percy Jackson book that talks about that. Hold on. Fuck. Cyclops, nobody, Greek story. Odysseus.
Oh.
Odysseus and Polyphemus, yeah.
I love it. That's basically what we're dealing with here. And honestly, I kind of live.
Yeah, it's cool to have the double meaning like that. And another example, if just me being nerdy, another example I want to share of that is that there's a show that I think is maybe one of the most perfectly named TV shows ever. But there's a show called Transparent, which is about a parent who becomes transgender or who is transgender. And it's also about their relationship with their kids and how they're dealing with that. So like the parent being transparent as a person, but also a transparent. It's so cool.
That is
like,
a good name.
It's great. It's a good show, but I haven't watched past like season 1. But anyway, just another cool example, like that sort of thing. It's cool to have a double meaning.
Yeah.
With that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's cool to, translate that through multiple languages, and have it work at least super well in English. I don't know what the exact names are in Japanese.
Yeah.
But it's cool that it made its way like this here in this language.
But yeah, exactly. I think they're great names. Adrian writes, they seem to be more metaphorical than literally descriptive. But I think in a way they're descriptive as well,
Yeah.
They're just, because like, we talked about that weird boss at Hollow Bastion that describes itself as like a mere shell. And so, like, to me, like, that almost seems like so frail and so hollow and so empty.
Yeah.
That, like, is that even like a body? Because bodies have bones and structure.
Organs, yeah.
And so, organs and blood vessels.
Yeah. Skin and...
I don't know. I think Heartless and Nobodies is a really cool fucking name, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Yeah. All right. Well, is that it? Is that all we got?
I think so. I think that's all we got.
All right. Well, that brings us to the end. So in order to say sorry about not including the secret reports, the secret ending for this, Mel is going to personally respond to every email that's sent to our email with questions about the secret ending. Aren't you, Mel?
Yes, I am. Cross my heart.
But yeah, that's all we got. So that's it for Shedding Starlight Season 1. Woo! Let's freaking go. Woo-hoo! We did it. Amazing. So this isn't going to be the last thing we post for this season. I think next week we're going to be releasing a little summary of everything we went over. It's not going to have a discussion, I think. I think we're just going to do a little script and then present it to you guys, and then we'll be done after that. And so, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, after that episode goes out, we're going to be going on a little bit of a break for about a month. So Shedding Starlight will be paused for about 4 weeks. I think we're going to come back mid-April. with our next game. Mel, what's our next game gonna be?
It's gonna be Chain of Memories. I'm gonna have to replay this shit. Because, Chain of Memories is one of those games that if I want to quote-unquote revisit it, I just watch the cutscenes on YouTube.
Yeah.
But, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I want to make sure I'm doing, a little bit of research,
Yeah.
So, either I'm gonna play it myself or I'm gonna watch a playthrough, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do some research.
So yeah, we're gonna take some time to get those episodes ready. So we'll be off starting in a week and a half as of us recording this right now. And then we'll be back mid-April. We should be back mid-April.
Hopefully.
And then we'll be back with Chain of Memories. I don't know
God,
if
Hannah.
we can what?
We literally have a podcast. Isn't that
I know.
crazy?
We literally have a podcast and we finished the first season, Mel.
Woo!
Oh my God, I can't believe it. So what we're going to do for now, I don't think we're going to tell you quite what our first discussion topic is going to be because we still need to nail those details down. But I think what we're going to ask you to do is if you have just any questions in general about the series, maybe not gameplay or anything like that, but if you have lore questions about anything at all in Chain of Memories, send them to us. And then we're going to sort them based on the topics that we already have. And then if there's something that we're missing, that way we can figure out to make an episode on that.
Yes.
So sheddingstarlight@gmail.com, your questions about Chain of Memories, and we will go from there. I think that's it. Incredible. Mel, do you have anything else? Do you want to say anything to our wonderful, amazing, lovely, beautiful listeners?
I'm so thankful. I know I've made that joke before where I just go, I'm just so happy. But I really am so thankful. Oh my gosh. It would have been so disheartening making this podcast and not getting any questions.
I know.
Oh.
You guys have pulled through. It's great. We're honestly very happy that we have the engagement that we do with all of you, with our audience that we've built already.
I was looking at emails and I just noticed that, we get repeats. We get people who come back and just, are just so excited each week to have their own inputs. And I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm glad we have some regular writers in from you guys, and that's really cool. I'm very excited to have that, and I'm very excited to build. So speaking of building an audience, if you like the show, be sure to rate it 5 stars. Rate our whole season if you want, or just the episode that you listen to. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify. If you write something nice, we will read it. And then if you like the show, be sure to tell your Kingdom Hearts friends, because I know that you have some. Tell them in person and recommend us to them. Send them the link, subscribe on YouTube, all that good stuff. Like the video. I got to do my influencer bit a little bit after every episode because that helps grow us. So yeah, I think that's it. We're going to miss you guys for the next 4 or 5 weeks. But yeah, thank you all so much for listening once again, and we'll see you in the Starlight. Hello and welcome to Shedding Starlight, your guide to the Kingdom Hearts mythos. We've been able to cover all the topics we believe are the most important to fundamentally understanding the deeper story of the first Kingdom Hearts game, and have given you clues for what's to come in the near future.
This short episode is going to be a quick reminder of everything we went over, how it all ties together, and what to look at and remember going forward. First, we went over the concept of world order.
World order is the set of established rules regarding the universe and planets in the Kingdom Hearts series. Every world has its own heart, and the heart is protected by 2 things, a keyhole and a world barrier. When the keyhole is unlocked, the barrier can crumble, leaving the world vulnerable to outside threats. Sora's mission is to go around with a keyblade and seal the keyholes of the worlds, to protect their hearts from being taken by the Heartless.
So what are the Heartless? Where do they come from, and what are they capable of? There are two types of Heartless, Pureblood and Emblem. You can tell the difference by looking for a red heart with thorns. Emblem Heartless have this heart on them, while Pureblood Heartless don't. This can also help you remember that Emblem Heartless have hearts inside them, while Pureblood Heartless do not. Pureblood Heartless are created from those who've lost their hearts to darkness completely, while Emblem Heartless spawn from hearts overcome with darkness. Another distinct difference is that the Emblem Heartless were originally created by Ansem by using a device that causes people's hearts to be overcome with darkness. So does every person turn into a Heartless when they encounter enough darkness? Are these hard and fast universal rules?
The simple answer is no, there are some outliers. Those outliers happen to be some of the main characters of Kingdom Hearts. As we saw in the plot of the game, each character we meet has somewhat of a different relationship with darkness and what it was able to do to them. Sora's chain of events was arguably the most expected. Sora removed his own heart with the Black Keyblade, which led him to create a Pureblood Heartless and fall into darkness. Alternatively, one can choose to embrace the darkness, like Ansem, and command power over it, so he didn't create a Heartless, but rather instead remained a heart for a period of time. Similarly, Riku didn't lose his heart to darkness at all. It was just temporarily overpowered by Ansem, not darkness itself. And lastly, Kairi's heart was removed from her body, but she didn't create a Heartless because of her status as a Princess of Heart, one of 7 ladies known to have complete purity and light in their hearts.
Who are these Princesses of Heart, and what significance do they hold in all this? The Princesses of Heart are, as the name suggests, 7 women ranging from real royalty to average girls with absolutely pure hearts. These princesses have a few abilities known to us. When they're gathered together, a keyhole is created that opens the door to the darkness. And when the hearts of the princesses are pulled out from their bodies and united, they form into the Black Keyblade that Ansem uses when possessing Riku, called the Keyblade of Heart, that can unlock people's hearts. These women also have a relationship to the Keyblade and its bearer. Ansem, in an experiment, released Kairi from Hollow Bastion into space, in hopes that she would gravitate towards the key bearer. And he was right, she drifted to Destiny Islands. We also theorized that it was possible that Sora, seeing these princesses in the stained glass at the beginning of the game, could mean that they were calling out to him for help. With Kairi, a Princess of Heart, being sent directly to the key bearer, her connection with Sora runs deeper than the rest. Her relationship with Sora teaches us some of the intricacies of how hearts can be connected.
In Destiny Islands, during the inciting incident, Kairi's heart takes refuge within Sora. This causes a few interesting events to take place. Through the game, Sora sees glimpses of Kairi, in flashbacks, in interacting with characters, and in memories. Kairi's heart even begins manifesting through Sora's own thoughts and feelings, being able to recognize things that Sora has never seen before, through Sora's eyes, despite Kairi's amnesia. Because of this, we know, 1, even when characters forget, memories can exist subconsciously, and 2, that memories of one person can manifest in another given certain conditions. Through Kairi, we also learned that hearts still maintain a connection with their body even when they've been separated. Lastly, and maybe most importantly, Kairi was able to show Sora one of her own memories from her childhood in a time of need. This leads us to believe that Kairi was somewhat awake and aware inside of Sora, and is even able to assist him through the connection of their hearts. This memory was of Kairi's grandmother, telling her a story about the lost world, light, darkness, and how the history of this universe came to be. So let's take a step back and paint a picture of what this world and the various realms inside it actually look like.
There are 2 realms that make up a majority of the known universe in Kingdom Hearts: the Realm of Light and the Realm of Darkness. Almost the entire story of Kingdom Hearts takes place in the realm of light. The Disney worlds, Destiny Islands, etc., etc. The realm of darkness is much more of a mystery. We don't see it very much, and it's fabled to hold the titular entity of the game, Kingdom Hearts, the subject of Ansem's wants and desires. To get there, one must go through the Door of Darkness, two large white doors sitting at the edge of the realm that we see at the end of the game. There are a few locations in the universe that exist in a state of in-between. Possible places like Traverse Town and the grassy field after the climax of the game. But the most interesting is the end of the world, because this place contains the World Terminus lab that has a secret lost report that summarizes all of Ansem's maniacal thoughts and shows us the true meaning of his motives.
Some excerpts from the passage in the World Terminus lab read, "Ones born of the heart and darkness, devoid of hearts, ravage all worlds and bring desolation. Seize all hearts and consummate the great heart, all hearts to be one heart to encompass all. For the heart of light shall unseal the path. 7 hearts, 1 keyhole, 1 key to the door of darkness tied by 2 keys, the door to darkness to seal the light." To summarize, Ansem is speaking to the Heartless to command them to take the hearts of the worlds that are falling to darkness. By taking all of these hearts, Ansem is hoping to unite them together to create Kingdom Hearts in search of true wisdom. 7 hearts, the 7 princesses, will open a special keyhole so he can reach the Door of Darkness, the path to Kingdom Hearts, that can be sealed by Sora and Mickey's Keyblades.
So, we've laid the foundation of some of the mysterious happenings in this game by using context coming from both reports and the plot events of the game. And we figured out the ramblings of a madman in search of Nirvana, leading everything back to Kingdom Hearts. What can we study now in order to anticipate the future? Do you remember when we talked about the relationship between a person's body and heart? Ansem's 13th report introduces the concept of a person being made up of 3 things: a body, a heart, and a soul. It tells us that when the heart leaves, the body and soul may still act together as, by definition, a non-existent being, a nobody. The description of this nobody seems to be connected with Kingdom Hearts' secret boss, called Unknown, as well, as they are both referred to as mere shells. The silhouette of this Unknown shows up in the game's secret ending, where we get clues, both through text and through new characters, as to how the story will continue.
And that's about everything. The events of the first Kingdom Hearts really set the stage and establish a tone for the future of the series. Anticipating the grand tale that these games eventually become, we remember that it all started here. Love, friendship, good versus evil, and light prevailing in the dark. We're just beginning to tackle the secrets of this series, and we can't wait to dive even deeper and show you even more. We're so glad you've joined us this far.
Thank you for joining us for Shedding Starlight's inaugural season. We'll be back in a few weeks to begin the next installment of the series, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. As always, thank you for listening.
And we'll see you in the Starlight.